everybody. Welcome to Roswell. Bit of an echo there. Echo. Andy, my friend, can we got a bit of a feedback and echo. Tone that out just a little bit for everybody. Juan Brown, my gosh, the Blanco Lario channel. All you want to know about aviation, from the ground to the air, and about Stol racing. He is back. He's a veteran announcer. He's got everything you need to know about the Stol racers, and I see them getting a position going to your left. So we got to get to work, brother.
Thanks, Danny. Man, what a treat to be here at Roswell. Air racing lives on. What a great venue out here. So welcome to Stol Drag Racing. This will be the first event this morning. The city of Roswell spent a lot of money fixing us up one of the finest Stol Drag racing courses we've ever had. So what we'll be doing today is drag racing, 2 airplanes each, side by side. You see them down there on the line, warming up, and we've got a 2,000-foot-long course from left to right and right to left, right here in front of you. The basic premise is to take off, fly as fast as you can down to what we call the turnaround at the other end of the airfield on the right, land at or beyond the line, come to a full stop on heading, spin that aircraft around as fast as you can, and drag race back to the start-finish line here to our left, and the first aircraft that lands beyond the line and comes to a full stop wins that drag race. Now that's if we're doing typical elimination-style drag racing. Here at Roswell this week, we're going to take the times. So we're going to take the best 8 times over the whole week, average those out, and determine how we're going to split over $20,000 in prize money. So warming up in the number 1 lane. The number 1 lane is the lane closest to us here. Is the Steve Henry Yellow 44 Highlander aircraft with a... Josh will give us the details on this screaming Yamaha Power Sports engine. And in the number 2 lane, the lane farthest from us, is Kathy Page, race 85 from Tucson, Arizona, and a Carbon Cub FX2. Carbon Cub, one of our sponsors here. If you want to go Stol Drag Racing right out of the gate, just go see the Cub Crafters folks in Yakima, Washington, and they'll hook you right up. A Stol Drag ready airplane. Danny, looks like you had a question over there.
No, I had a photo opportunity.
Oh, yeah?
You didn't see the camera? One thing I got to teach both.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, ham it up for the camera.
That's how to do it.
I got to get you guys into show business a little bit more.
That's right. That doesn't say Hollywood on your hat for nothing, does it?
All right, as Juan said, we have the yellow 44 in lane 1, which is the lane closest to us, known as Yeehaw 8. This is about the 9th or 10th plane he's built, but the 8th one for himself. And his normal engine's been replaced with a Yamaha Snowmobile 3-cylinder, turbocharged engine. And today he's running at about 300 horsepower. He does have the ability to turn that up, so if the competition gets stiff, he may be able to do that. But today he's just going to be running it with that, and he puts slats on the leading edge of the wings in order to slow the plane down at the other end.
So normally, Josh, he doesn't run the slats for Stol Drag Racing?
You know, he's tried both ways, back and forth, and I think this week we're back on.
Okay.
Cleared up course. We're cleared up course. Steve, are you ready? Kathy, are you on the arm drop? 3, 2, 1, see ya!
Oh, Steve got the whole shot on that one. Even pulled back a little bit. Some 8,000 RPM, so halfway down the course, then they chop the power, put in a full side slip, get it slowed down as quickly as possible. Note the tailwind, they got to deal with that tailwind. Landing at or beyond the line, bring it to a full stop, spin it around, and race back to the start-finish line. Steve Henry already off the line, and nearly halfway down. He'll turn this 2,000-foot track down and back in less than 60 seconds. Chopping it, working that headwind. Here comes Kathy. Floating over the line. Boop. Bring it to a full stop, tail wheel down.
Sorry.
And there's your time. Here comes Kathy with her slip. Good turns on both lanes. We got the turnaround judges judging the quality of the turns.
I would have expected him to be a little nicer to Kathy on that run. He just did not care.
Kathy, forward speed.
We'll do some delay starts and make a little tighter racing on some of these. Looks like in the number 2 lane, Tony Sanchez lining up in his Super Stol, number 75 from Montgomery, Texas. And in the number 1 lane, Dave Curley with his green Just Aircraft Highlander, the Grasshopper, race 11. From Spicewood, Texas, home of Willie Nelson.
Now, both these fuselages are the same plane. There's very few differences between them until you get to the wings and suspension. That's where the main differences are. A much heavier, bigger wing that's got a lot more advancements on the outside lane, but none of those advancements were made to make the plane go faster, only to make it go slower. So Curley on the inside with the Highlander against the Super Stol could potentially have an advantage as he doesn't have all that drag out there, but we'll see how that works.
Johnny Walker down there on the start and finish line, launching the fleet. Very closely matched with the 2 Rotax engines. Currently taking a little further into the turnaround for the chopping the power. A little balloon there, poof. Now check out the landing gear on these aircraft. They've got a lot of heavily modified landing gear, typical of the power sports industry, with full rebound control suspension to avoid the bounce after a blammo landing. Very closely matched.
Now, Dave Curley on the inside, his advantage in his engine is running a supercharger. However, it doesn't appear to be helping him right now. So we'll see what you'll get. It's not over until they come to a complete stop.
Yeah, what's Tony running in his Super Stol there? Has he got some hot-rodded Hal Stockman special?
Probably has a Hal Stockman special. I think he's running a big bore kit, but it's a big bore kit's, I don't know that it keeps up with the supercharger. I'm not sure. But apparently, we're seeing that it does.
Looks like Tony came to a stop first in the number 2 lane.
I'm a dust. Okay, thanks.
In the number 2 lane, that looks like, is that Eddie Sanchez and the Devil Girl?
Yes, the brother of the previous winner in the previous round, Tony there. He moving to that outside lane.
Yeah, the 2 brothers out here racing, 2 brothers from Texas.
Both airline pilots.
That's right. Gives them the time off and the ability to afford coming out here and spending money on these airplanes. Eddie coming out from Willis, Texas. And who do we got in the number 1 lane there? Is that Harry?
Harry Beaupre, that's correct, in the Spirit of Louis. So this is a Yamaha against a Rotax, and you may see a little difference there. Eddie's also running his turbocharged engine like Steve, the
Yamaha
Sidewinder. Same engine, but with more of a stocker configuration. Doesn't have the same power. It's not dialed up as much.
2, 1, see ya.
Yeah, you can really hear the difference on that Yamaha-powered aircraft. Danny, you probably know the question, the answer to this question. What's our field elevation here at Roswell now?
Right now, we're a bit above sea level. How's that? That's a Hollywood answer.
And then what's our current density altitude is what I really want.
Pretty dense.
Pretty dense. Looks like thin air to me. How much magic is in those lifties today?
Eddie on that turnaround is just smoking Harry on this lap. We'll see if there's probably not a good chance that Harry's going to be able to catch up and catch him. He is good on the brakes there. Eddie is, so it's probably not going to happen this round. He'll hope for better on the next one.
Harry bringing it to a full stop in the number 1 lane. So 3,600 feet, I hear. So we're lower than Reno.
How'd I do?
Pretty good. We are denser than before.
Now we have Austin Clemens.
All right.
Exiting out there to lane number 2 in his Husky. And this is a much heavier plane against a much lighter plane, the Just Aircraft Highlander. We got about a 1,200-pound empty weight against about an 800-pound empty weight. However, there's a little bit more power in that outside lane, and he's got a secret little mode up his sleeve.
Secret weapon. Yeah, our only certified aircraft, certified IFR aircraft here, the Husky A1C in the number 2 lane with a 180 horse Lycoming engine and a very special prop. We'll see if he puts it into action here. Also, our youngest competitor, now young Austin, is 22 years old.
On the arm drop. 3, 2, 1. See ya.
And has already amassed 5,000 hours of flying time at just 22 years old.
That is unbelievable.
Aaron Greer in the number 1 lane. That lighter aircraft, he can take it deeper into the turnaround. Dropping it on beyond the line. I don't see a big cloud of dirt out there yet. We could turn around both exactly the same time.
Austin did say he's going to save that prop for using his secret weapon until he really needs it.
Okay.
Now that.
Good turns, both lanes. He kicks it up. Look at that technique of Austin. Throws it into that side slip with a bit of a nose up to slow that aircraft down as quickly as possible.
Looks like Austin got a hop on that one.
Yeah. Yeah, the old Husky still got the bungee landing gear system. So virtually no rebound control in that gear.
Johnny and Teddy.
All right, next we got Doug Talbert taxiing out to lane 2 against Kathy Page in lane 1 in her Carbon Cub FX2. Again, a little bit bigger plane against the old Kit Fox 4, a little lighter plane. This is the earlier models before they started modifying and making it bigger when the new Kit Fox ownership took over. So this is the most agile, I believe, of the Kit Foxes that everybody really wants because it's the right
Model 4?
That's correct, Model 4.
I was talking to Doug. He's got the Rotax 912 with the Hal Stockman hop-up big bore kit, turning that 80-horse engine into about 105 horsepower.
That's a big jump in a small plane like that.
Yep.
Cleared up the course. Cleared down the course. Doug, are you ready? Kathy, are you ready? On the arm drop. 3, 2, 1. See ya.
A little bit of a tailwind still working down this direction. Kathy's running it like you brung it with the belly pod in the works, all ready to go back into the back country with her FX2 Carbon Cub. Touchdown just about at the same time. Who gets them stopped first? Good job, Kathy, getting them stopped first.
You're going to notice on their way back that they have tape on these tires, and what that's doing is helping the judges determine who has come to a complete stop first due to the new rules this year, where they do not have to set their tail down any longer. They just have to come to a complete stop.
Kathy pulling the power early into the headwind, getting her slowed down. This will help her with her short landing distance. Watch this. The Carbon Cub FX. Look at that, probably 100 feet maybe on the rollout.
That was really good,
Yeah.
really good. Assisted by that headwind there.
Yeah, that's what the Carbon Cub can do for you. Extremely short takeoff and landing distances. Right out of the box, stone stock. I had the opportunity this year to fly the new Carbon Cub UL with the new Rotex 916IS turbocharged engine.
I've heard good things about that.
Oh boy, that's a game changer. And there's one on display right out back here. The dark blue.
The dark blue, and I saw that out there. I was wondering what the story was with that one. That'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, go check it out. Looks like Tony Sanchez in the #1 lane. Steve Henry in the #2 lane.
Once again, 2 more just aircraft lined up. These 2 aircraft, although their fuselages are nearly the same, these couldn't be 2 more different aircraft. Completely different lanes, completely different suspension systems. They run the same tailwheel, I can say that, but engines, everything about these 2 planes are different. So it's kind of interesting. You can take them right out of the box and completely change them. They don't totally dissimilar from one another.
On the arm drop. 3, 2, 1. See ya.
Wind them up.
And the pressure's on them in that downwind where they don't have the ability to slow down as well, where that tailwind is just pushing them. So it's really, really taking a lot more effort to get these planes slowed down.
Little longer landing distances with that tailwind.
That was an impressive stop by Tony, getting that thing stopped.
Good turns, both lanes. Steve Henry down and full stop.
Steve Henry's hitting about 120 miles an hour in that straightaway, and some of the other Highlanders, speaking with the other pilots, they're hitting about 70, about the midpoint before they pull. So there's a lot of force when he goes into that slip on the plane.
So 120 miles an hour and 1,000 feet, not bad.
And he does that in, it's 0 to 120 to 130 in 7 seconds.
Come on by the pits afterwards. The Stol aircraft are right here behind the grandstands, and check out some of these amazing builds. And look at the prop on that Steve Henry build. It's like a giant knife thrower. What do you got, like 12 blades on there?
It's almost like we got 5, but when it's turning, it looks like a million. Yeah, big old 92-inch blade from NR, props out of the Ukraine.
Yeah. Dave Curley in the #2 lane, the Green Grasshopper, race 11. Harry Beaupre in the #1 lane, Spirit of Louis. I think that's his grandpa, Louis, or Louis.
I believe it is a tribute to him, yes. So Dave Curley on the outside lane is running the supercharger in his Highlander. Another interesting thing about that suspension is he runs that Behringer suspension, which makes his plane, it gives a really good suspension, but it's really tippy. If it gets it in that crosswind at all, it can roll to one side. So we'll be looking out for that.
Pretty closely matched. The supercharged Rotax in the #2 lane. The supercharger having the slight advantage over a turbocharger by being able to wind up maybe a little bit quicker. Look at that, stopped identically, turning around at exactly the same time. Perfectly well-matched heat.
These are my favorite races. It doesn't matter what kind of plane it is. It can be 2 Cessna 150s out there, but if they're evenly matched, it makes it exciting.
And the pilots are psyching each other out. They're looking at each other there while maintaining their lane, seeing who's going to chop it first. As soon as Curly chopped it, Harry chopped it. Into that headwind. Boom! Yeah, Harry down first. And stopped first by a hair.
That was a tough race. He really worked for that one.
Yeah. That was good. Harry just delayed. He let Curly pull the trigger first. That nanosecond delay got him into that start-finish line just that half second sooner.
Here comes Austin again in lane 2, taxiing out to the outside as Aaron Gurr taxis to the inside with the Moose Highlander.
What does he call that? The knuckle moose or the moose knuckle?
The Moose Knuckle, yeah, that's what we call it.
Now, what's a moose knuckle? Is that a fine hors d'oeuvre up there in the Great White North?
That's right. That's right. You know, the plane before him was he's buying these planes secondhand, and the first plane he had a bull, if you remember, on the tail of Cessna 82, and the next one he buys has a moose.
One. See ya.
Get that big dog up there, Austin. You got to fly to the other end. You can't drive on the ground. Look at that.
He certainly takes his time getting off the ground, doesn't he? Austin, you know, certified at, boy, everything. Like, he's a jet pilot, you know, at 22 years old, does 5,000 hours, like you mentioned before. He flies helicopters, turboprops, pretty much everything.
Wow, they're turning around at exactly the same time.
Outstanding.
See if Beta Boy pulls his trick yet. Good race.
So Austin is really, really relaxed in the cockpit. He says half the time he's flying, he's looking over, waving at the guy next to him, trying to get him to get his attention. Because he's so relaxed. And he always says, everybody's so serious.
Now, Austin, he pulled that trigger real early. But he's got that weight and mass. He gets down first.
There it is.
Oh, he did it. Hear that? Got the beta mode rolling on the MT. Fully reversible, constant speed propeller used for float plane operations.
Come on back.
I was so focused on that, I didn't really see who won.
Oh yeah, Austin got it.
He did get it.
Yes, Austin, this is Aaron. You definitely did. Let's go. And you're clear, you did not scratch. That double beta is just too
Looks
much
like
for
Doug
me.
Tolbert coming out in his Kit Fox 4. Going to be taking lane 1 closest to us. Kathy Page in the FX2, the plane that she built herself in a factory assist at Cub Crafters, is that right?
Factory assist FX2. She's been having some grand adventures in it all around the West.
I was flying, did some air-to-air shots with her in Alaska, and but I think it's beautiful. Being that fluorescent orange or that bright orange sure was easy to see against the mountains up there and the glaciers.
Down the course. Kathy, are you ready? Doug, are you ready? On the arm drop. 3, 2, 1. See ya.
And they're off. These are fairly evenly matched planes. Their power to weight ratios are real similar. However, there's a vast experience difference. Doug on the inside lane is our rookie of Stol Drag. So you'll see him, his slips are not quite as deep quite yet. He'll take the runways quite a bit longer. When he lands, it takes him a lot bit longer. He's being real gentle on his brakes. He doesn't want to go over on the nose. But if he does go over on the nose, and we do consider that emergency now, so we're going to send our own crews over to pull him back down and push him off the side of the runway. We'll just keep going. If he ends up going over onto his tail, onto the back, then the fire department will respond and our guys will stand back because that's at a point where fuel can start leaking out of the gas tanks. And it looks like Kathy was able to capitalize on that turnaround.
Yeah, they turned around at the same time, but Kathy was turned around much closer to the start-finish line, much closer to us. The shorter landing distance.
She's showing her experience and her ability to get on those brakes and make that turnaround happen for her.
Look at that short landing distance. Kathy Page in the Carbon Cub FX2 takes it in the number 2 lane. Formula Ones are parading out in front of us here. Give them a big wave as they go by. the original class of pylon air racing. This is Tony Sanchez, right? Tony Sanchez is the number 2 lane with the Just Aircraft Super Stol, and Steve Henry in the number 1 lane with the Just Aircraft Highlander. Josh, where is Just Aircraft still based out of where? Georgia?
It's North Carolina.
North Carolina.
South Carolina. South Carolina.
Okay.
Yeah, it used to be in Caldwell long ago. When they first started, they were created in Caldwell, along with everybody in that whole lineage, from the Avid Flyer, the Kid Fox, Sky Raider, and then came Just Aircraft after that. So they're all from that same area in southern Idaho.
Wind them up. Boy, look how far Steve takes that thing downrange before he chops it with that tailwind. So he's able to put a lot of drag on that aircraft very quickly.
He also has spoilers, which gives him an advantage in addition to his flaps and slipping. Helps him get that thing slowed down quite a bit.
Boy, this looks like it's going to be a huge Formula One race. This is the whole group. Steve Henry all the way halfway back.
Steve on the ground on the brakes, using those Marcangenio brakes, which are like a clutch pack. The one advantage of those brakes, even though a little heavier than Behringer's, is that they don't get hot, because it's like a clutch pack of a 737, a bunch of brake pads with a bunch of discs, and there's a penalty for using those in weight, but there's a certain advantage, definitely advantage in stall drag, not getting them overheated. Everybody's always concerned with weight in these aircraft, but braking is so important that that's the one thing that's worth giving up some weight for. As Harry Biplane taxis out into lane number 2, it's the Kit Fox versus the Highlander of Dave Curley. Grasshopper. That's very aptly named. Long legs, green.
So each pilot gets to test out or fly in each lane over the course of the week and weekend.
If they get a crosswind down at the turnaround point, and it's coming from, for example, the left side, and Dave Curley's in lane number 1, it forces him to the left side of the lane, which means he no longer has the ability to make a left turn at the bottom. He has to make a right turn so that his wing doesn't cross the median between the two, at which point he would be disqualified. So it is challenging moving from lane to lane.
Supercharged Grasshopper pulling the lead. And Josh, what are our wind limits this year here at Stol Drag Racing? We still got a 10-knot crosswind limit?
15 crosswind and a 10 tailwind.
10-knot tailwind, got it. Just like the rest of the industry. Oh, look at that, they turned around identically on time. Let's see who landed shorter. Well, it looks like Curley's in the lead with the Grasshopper.
But it is not over until they are stopped. There's no telling who's going to take it. Oh, Curley got into the slip first, though.
Yeah, look at, oh, hang out there, Harry. The Kit Fox sometimes dishes out of its aggressive side slip. Oh, look at that.
So close.
Oh,
I'm going to give it to Curley.
Yeah, Curley.
That was a well-earned win.
By a hair.
Fantastic racing right there.
Stol Drag Racing. Some of the sponsors that help us out here with Stol Drag Racing is Cub Crafters, Yakima, Washington. Get up there and buy your Stol Drag Race Ready Carbon Cub. They got a whole bunch of different models now. Fly Watt Aero LED, all these beautiful, bright, shiny LED lights that you see on these aircraft out here, help you be seen in the dirt, the dust, and out in the backcountry. And McFarland Aviation for all your aviation accessory supply needs.
On drop. 3, 2, 1. See ya.
Austin Clemens, the #1 lane, the Husky A1C certified aircraft. Aaron Greer, the #2 lane, the Just Aircraft Highlander.
Aaron Greer used to fly that 182. If you have seen previous Stol drag races where they just abuse those poor things by trying to bury their prop and dig trenches into the ground, they're real successful at it. He was one of those pilots that has made the transition into the lighter plane now. He still does have the 182, but he's now just flying the Highlander, a little bit more competitive. Nobody else to compete with in the 182. Looks like he got that turnaround first, but I feel like Austin might be playing with him.
Let's see how this plays out. Now the Husky is ultimately a faster aircraft given enough distance. It seems like he's holding back a little.
I know, that tells me he's probably going to use beta.
He's up to something.
Look at him pass him in the air.
Yeah.
Here comes the beta. He does not get it in.
Oh, look at that. And the Highlander gets it.
How about that?
Clear to taxi. Aaron, follow Austin. Bring me my next 2.
So it has to be, the RPMs have to be something like 999. If it's 1,000, the beta will not go into effect. So he thinks he can get it. If the RPMs of the engine don't slow down enough, he can't get that in. And maybe he tried, and it just didn't work because the headwind maybe kept blowing it a little harder.
Oh, yeah. Last run for this heat. We got 2 more heats coming up today, this morning. We got Kathy Page in the #1 lane with Lunacy, the Carbon Cub FX2.
And Doug Talbert in lane 2 in the Kit Fox 4, our rookie.
From Idaho Falls, Idaho.
Clear down the course. On the arm drop. 3, 2, 1. See ya.
Very closely matched on the acceleration. Watch that tailwind with the light Kit Fox.
There's presently no rule to say when they have to get off the ground, but we've been discussing maybe creating a rule. Austin seems to take it to the halfway point.
Yeah. Can't drive to the other end. All right, Kathy gets to a stop first. A little bit of a push with that tailwind. A big cloud of dirt. Rips it around and gets a good lead in the turnaround. Scratch lane 2. That means that Doug landed before the line at the turnaround point. So that time does not count for Doug.
Doug's been getting better and better. I've been watching him since early in the week, and he is gradually getting better, learning how to use the brakes, learning how to get his plane slower. And while he's still not at the level that the other pilots are, he's going up against really experienced pilots. So I would expect that if I were out there, I would look just like he did. These guys, we kind of underestimate the amount of hours and time that these other pilots have put in. So to jump into this sport and expect to do just fantastic is not very realistic. We're talking, I mean, everybody has thousands to tens of thousands of hours in that line right there. And he's, you know, coming in, just getting started. And hats off to him, and we encourage more people to do that. We want to see more of these airplanes. Keep coming out here, all kinds of different planes from from Zeniths to Carbon Cubs. I mean, everybody's welcome. Come out there and give it a shot. We'd love to see more people out there, and it just continues to build your skill.
Coming out to the High Sierra Fly-In here in Nevada and the first weekend of October, and you too can try out your hand at Stol Drag Racing with whatever aircraft you have, and we can get you put into a proper Stol Drag training program. And if you're interested in coming out and join us, we can get you up to speed and become a Stol Drag racer.
And once you get that training, that qualifies you to go to any of the other events that they may have across the nation.
Juan Brown, here in where?
Here in where?
No, you said you have a fly-in. Here in
Dead Cow Playa in Nevada.
Nevada.
Yeah.
Which is not here.
Not here in Nevada. Yeah.
I got to give him a
over there in Nevada.
This year.
And thanks so much to the city of Roswell. What a great job you've done hooking us up here with air racing, and especially with this fantastic, level, smoothest, Stol Drag racing track we've ever had the opportunity to race on. Thank you, Roswell.
Ready? Yep, let's start up.
All right, thank you, Josh Biplane, and thank you, Juan Brown. Doing a great job together, and so proud to be here. Glad to have you guys back. Thanks for the color. Folks, as we continue along, you know, in the tradition of our previous location, we always had a color commentator that was a specialist.
Yeah, I don't see much coming out from MDS, so it must be a pretty minor one. Where it's all drained out.
Welcome to New Mexico for a new chapter in the book. This iconic sporting event known as the National Championship Air Races. We are in Roswell, New Mexico, the Roswell International Air Center, the new home for this event, which is much beloved by the racing community, by the aviation community, and by fans who just love to see speed and skill in the pilot's seat there. It's great stuff. I'm Tommy Sanders. Welcome to our start of the coverage for this week. We got 4 days worth, taking you all the way through Championship Sunday. I'm joined, thankfully, by Rob Lowe, a true expert, an air show host, supreme, and a fan of racing more than anything.
Absolutely, Tommy. I get to be the lead fan along with everybody that's watching. We're going to sit side by side and watch some of the most exciting race action you'll ever see, let alone it is our National Championship Air Races here in Roswell, New Mexico. First time, first flag in Roswell.
Absolutely. So happy to be here. If you've been watching before, we opened it up right for the cold start, you might say, but these planes were hot in the Stol racing. Short takeoff and landing, the newest of the classes here, been around since 2021, and people have taken to it because it is so visual. It's a matched heads-up race. 2 planes, very simple, and one gets to the end and stops before the other, and there's your winner. And we had incredible competition in that this morning.
Absolutely true bracket-style drag racing, if you will, and down and back, and you got to see some amazing pilot skill here, let alone with these phenomenal aircraft designed specifically for short takeoff and landing, Tommy. And here, as you see on the screen, some replays from our most recent heat just a minute ago. They've been hard at it all week, and the course here in Roswell, over $1 million spent just to build that drag racing course for the Stol aircraft, and the racers are absolutely giddy about it. They said it's the best facility in the country.
Absolutely, boy, right off the bat. Well, that's all about the move this time around. One of our huge headlines here is after so many decades there at Stead Airfield, Reno, Nevada, that became unavailable. There's no way to stop that. And we have a new location, and it's we're feeling our way around it, and it's going to provide us with some great racing during the course of the next 4 days. Today alone, we've got more Stol air racing. We have also got, coming up just moments away, biplane racing. Heat 2B. The biplane, 6 laps around our 3.1-mile course. That is on the way. They are warming up and very near. We have the red flag still as it stands right now. Also on tap today, we've got F1. That's coming up this morning. 2 F1 races. We've got jet and we've got T6 and 2 jet heats this afternoon. Should be action-packed.
Should be a great day, and Tommy, you can see our racers are on the course here. They're on the runway, with our racehorse or standing start, Grand Prix style start here for Biplane, and you can see we have 4 racers in this B pairing here this morning, and we will have them on the runway with 2 aircraft in the front row, 2 aircraft in the second row. And if you're new to biplane racing, we're excited to have them back here in our National Championship Air Racing. They did not participate in the last year at Reno in 23. But we are very excited to have them back. Now, the aircraft that you see are obviously biplane. They have 2 wings. They're limited to 75 square foot of wing area. They have fixed gear. All of our competitors this year in Roswell are flying some variant of the Pitts S1, which was a aerobatic airplane designed as far back, well, its first flight in 1944, Tommy, on the original airplane. Curtis Pitts designed it. It's had dominated world aerobatic competition for decades and still very competitive today, even though most aerobatic planes now are mono-wing, single-wing in the upper echelons. But the Pitts S1 and S2 and various variants of it still incredibly competitive. Now here in the racing, like we said, limited to 2 wings, 75 square foot wing area. They all use an air-cooled 360 cubic inch engine, no turbochargers, no superchargers. They use regular avgas, no exotic fuels, no nitrous injection. They're limited to a max of 14 gallons of fuel. That makes it a very competitive, even weight class. Now, the minimum weight for each airplane has to be about 500 pounds, which is about half the weight of a Harley-Davidson motorcycle. If you think about it, these are very light, very nimble, very aerobatic type airplanes. Now, most of these airplanes, a Pitts S2 or those airplanes will be typically in the about 700-pound range, but the minimum is 500 for this class. Like you said, Tommy, we're going to race on our 3.1-mile course. We're going to do 6 laps, and like we said earlier, it's the Grand Prix standing start. So here in a minute, you'll see these flags. You saw one on the left there a minute ago. You see the red flag, the person on the left? Those flags are part of our starters. And each row will start once they get the green flag to go. The front row will start, and then 4 seconds later, the second row will take off. Times are adjusted when they finish. So don't worry about that. There's no handicap to be in the second row. It's all about time. We'll do 6 laps. But before we start counting laps, Tommy, we're going to take off from our left to our right. We're going to pass the home pylon and the guide pylon, and there are 6 pylons in the inner course, our smallest, most up-close and personal course here at Roswell. And those aircraft do what we call the oil warm-up lap. The first time around the track is an oil warm-up lap. Now, they can jockey for position, so in effect, we're racing. We can jockey for position, but when
the official lap count hasn't started.
It doesn't start, correct, sir, until we get to the home pylon on that first time by, and that's when we start counting the first of our 6 laps. So it's incredibly exciting. It's up close and personal. It's on our closest course, and for you folks, we're going to bring it to you with our amazing long camera shots. You can see these lenses that we have on these cameras. You have the best seat in the house watching it up close and personal live here. We're going to put you in the cockpit, and we're going to fly airplanes right into your living room, Tommy.
Fascinating designs on these biplanes. Of course, the biplane format's been around for 100 years, still in business, working every day in applications mostly around the world. But these are very different. These are built for racing. They are small. They are compact. And Rob, you'd think, well, we've got twice the wing, we've got twice as much airability, but you also got twice as much exposure to wind and much less visibility, so it becomes very much about pilot skill.
Right, very much so, Tommy. And these airplanes are a handful on the ground. You can see they're tail draggers. By that we mean there's not a nose wheel, nose gear like you might see on an airliner that you fly. So when they're on the ground, like they are sitting here, and when they taxi, it takes a little bit of maneuvering to be able to see where you're going, and the airplane tends to want to put the tail in front. We call that a ground loop. So it does take a lot of pilot skill. Now you can see the green flag is up beside the red flag. That means we're about ready to get ready, and there we have the green flag up. And so we're going to listen in and see. We'll hear our starters. We'll see our starters, and there we go. There's our first, Tommy. We're off and running. Our first 2 competitors are taking off, and that is Jeffrey Lowe in Miss Diane, race number 6, the blue and yellow aircraft on our right, and to his right, the white and orange aircraft of Scott Pruitt. Flip-Flop is what the aircraft is known as. He's from Yuma, Arizona. That's race 314.
Scott in the air first, but the holding position out front is Jeffrey Lowe, our top qualifier. That's the blue and yellow airplane you see right there.
In the number 2.
And as soon as they get airborne, 4 seconds later, our second row was released, and we'll see them here in just a second when they come around. But there is our leader, and our second place airplane is remember, this is the warm-up lap, the oil warm-up lap, Tommy, so they can jockey for position as they make around. Our number 3 aircraft, Josh Saddlemeyer, in a red and white Pitts, known as Red Zeppelin. He's race 831, and then in the back you'll see a red, white biplane, Red Rider is the name of it, Blake Pruitt, race 411. If you think the two Pruitt names sound familiar, Tommy, we have a father and son in this race. Second place,
that dynamic to worry about.
That's right. Second place, Scott is the father. In fourth place in the launch, Blake is the son. And we are looking at our leader right here, Jeffrey Lowe, San Jose, California. This is Miss Diane coming right at you, coming around pylon number 6 and down the home stretch.
Jeff and Miss Diane qualified with a qualifying speed of 190.3, 6 miles an hour. Those will push 200. They're not slow.
Tommy, we'll see it here in a minute, but we actually have cameras out in the desert, out in the sagebrush there in New Mexico, and we'll have some great pylon cam shots. But here's two great up-close and personal look here at the white and orange and the white and red aircraft there. As there's race 831. That's Josh Saddlemeyer there on the right side of your screen. Looks like he just made a pass. I can't believe that was Scott Pruitt that he went by. And that red airplane you saw there at the end there was Blake Pruitt. And back to our leader. Here we are with 2 and 3. 2, 3, and 4. Look at this up close and personal racing right there, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow. We are into our first official lap now. We'll count them off. 6 laps, will be just under 20 miles total.
Beautiful airplane right there with the blue and yellow paint scheme for race 6. Jeffrey Lowe, he's our leader. He started on the pole position. He stayed out front, and he continues to just pull away. Tommy here is, he had the top qualifying speed, and he's showing us here in this B pairing exactly why.
A good breeze, mostly out of the south, but not enough to deter the biplane racing on this day.
Well, that shot right there is on the left, Josh Saddlemeyer, race 831, and on the right looks to be making a pass, or about to make a pass, is Blake Pruitt, race 411. Now again, this is up close, shoulder to shoulder, close pylon racing, and there you can see the distance is a little farther than it looked coming around the corner. But if they were to get to a position to pass, Tommy, inside track is the shortest way around, and that is where you want to be, because to pass, you have to pass on the outside. Again, our leader continues to extend his lead. You got a great look at him here, coming back towards the home pylon, and that is Jeffrey Lowe and Miss Diane.
Jeffrey Lowe from San Jose, in the Bay Area of California. Longtime fixture in these national championship air races, a true veteran, and well respected, especially in this biplane class.
And don't forget, folks, we actually are racing for position, but also there is that the subsequent rows. There is an accommodation on their time. So at the end, it's total time in addition to speed. So finishing first is certainly where you want to be, but if you're in a close position behind, your times will be adjusted. And all the race officials do their magic, Tommy. And is when this is all over.
That's
right. But we're into lap 3 of 6 already, Tommy. We're halfway through this amazing B pairing here in the biplane class, and for the first time here in Roswell, the first flag at Roswell. So exciting to be in New Mexico and seeing this beautiful new location.
Beautiful weather today. A little bit touch on the warm side, as it would be here, where the southern plains sort of get ready to meet the desert in southwest United States.
Now, Tommy, one thing we didn't talk about in the opening that folks might be interested in the biplane class is all of these aircraft have a fixed pitch prop. That means you can't adjust the pitch on the prop. So one of the things that has to be decided by the pilot or the crew chief before they take off is, what do they want to have? Do they want to get off the ground fast, or do they want a better top speed, high speed at altitude on the race course? So if you think about it, it's like riding a bike with no gear choice. You're stuck with whatever that gear is. So if it's really steep and hard, you're pedaling really hard, but it's slow to get going. But once you get going, you have some top speed. Same thing with a fixed pitch prop, and that is one of the rules here in the biplane class, is the fixed pitch prop. And you get to see that in course here. So that is what we're seeing come out to play here. Beautiful look there at our racers from one of our pylon cams out in the desert.
Watching pylon cuts. Red Zeppelin in the number 2 slot.
That's Josh Saddlemeyer, race 831.
Holding on in second place so far to Jeffrey Lowe.
And here comes Jeffrey Lowe, speaking to him, Tommy, right there out front.
He's passing some traffic. He's really stepping out. He took that pole position and made full advantage of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, in the qualifying times that set up this pairing, he does have over 45 knots faster than the slowest plane in this heat. So you can imagine after several laps, and here we are on our 5th of 6 laps, Tommy, that we have already accomplished. This race has gone so fast. You know, like we said, it's exciting, and man, time just flies by when we're watching them race. Minimum 50-foot altitude, like we talked about before. Tommy, we're going to get a good look here. I wanted the fans to look at the pylons. You can see them passing underneath the airplanes right there. You see the red and white cans on top of a pole. Those mark our innermost up close and personal course, and you saw a great shot of it right there from our pylon cam with the red and white markings, and that is our 6 pylon inner course, just a little over 3 miles, 3.19 miles per this course each lap. And this should be the white flag coming right here.
That's white flag. So Jeff Lowe is done. Leaving the race course. That's the way you exit, is going up.
Well, I think he's got one more lap. He's got one more lap to go, Tommy, because that white flag, he's completing his 6th lap now. I think he's pulled up to pass these 2 slower airplanes here. Okay. He's well out in front, so yeah, no worries. So we'll wait for the checkered flag will be the finish here in just a minute.
Yeah.
So Jeffrey Lowe is making his way around the course here, continuing to catch some of the slower competitors in this class. This again is the B pairing, Heat 2B. Here at the biplane class here at Roswell. There you can see a beautiful picture of passing on the outside. These aircraft down low. And Jeffrey, knowing that he's got the race well in hand, is not down low, forcing them to compete. Now, if we had a tight race for position, that might look a little bit different, and some of the airplanes about to be lapped would oftentimes slide out of the way to let the leaders go by. But here we go, coming to the finish right here, Tommy. And officially, Jeffrey Lowe, there's the pull-up off the
These final cool-downs to the race going on. Lower to our left down the mountain speed.
Biplanes are still racing as it stands right now. Saddlemeyer, I believe, is still unofficially in second place. That's all subject to the final tally, which includes the time from the time that the race is going to start.
Right, there he is right there.
31.
Race 831. Beautiful airplane. Look at that against that beautiful New Mexico sky. Absolutely spectacular shot. We're getting there.
What's a radio? What do you think?
You see him finishing his last lap. You saw that left turn. That's coming around pylons 4, 5, and 6. Here on the southernmost portion of our up close and personal course here. Another biplane right there in the back. And you can see again the red and white pylon down there on the ground as we pass those. So folks, as this is your first time to see the course here at Roswell, this biplane heat has been a great way to catch up and see the beautiful layout we have in Roswell. And you'll notice that with the terrain, the fans on site, and us with our wonderful cameras, you get to see these airplanes all the way around, Tommy. They're in view the entire time. It's a great venue for racing, and we're excited about it.
Absolutely. Discover all the wonders of this this new location, this new chapter for this National Championship air races. Race 831 and race 314 have completed. They left the airport. We'll take a look at replay.
19 plus miles, 11 every minute.
Show you some of the highlights from that race just completed. Biplane 2B. Started out with Jeffrey Lowe taking advantage of that pole position.
Yeah, and Scott Pruitt initially started in second, but was passed by several airplanes, and you could see the competitors there making their way around our up-close and personal 3.1-mile course. But Jeffrey Lowe, like you said, Tommy, had the pole from the start, and he just kept it. We did have a little bit of action here in the back of the pack. There is Scott Pruitt and Blake Pruitt back in the pack, but again, our leader out front just kept it on rails, up tight to the pylons, just above the 50-foot minimum altitude. And there's a great shot of Josh Stadelmeyer, who finished second unofficially in this 2B pairing here for the biplanes.
Josh in the red Zeppelin.
And there's the finish. There's the checkered flag, and there's your winner. And here comes second and third as they make their way across unofficially. Tommy, it was exciting. Wow.
It was.
We've got the first biplane on the live stream here and on the Thursday edition here, and there is our unofficial results.
Unofficial as yet. They're crunching the times and figuring in the start time differentials. We'll have that for you now, but it's Jeff Lowe and Miss Diane, race number 6. First across the finish, the start-finish pylon, that is for sure Josh Saddlemeyer, coming from back in the pack in the 3rd position to make it all the way up to 2nd place in 8:31. Red Zeppelin, Flip-Flop 3:14, Scott Pruitt and Blake Pruitt, father and son, finishing 3rd and 4th, again unofficially, race 13 and race 4-1-1. Biplane, one of 5 classes that we have, distinct classes that are going to be racing throughout the week here.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got 5 classes racing on 4 different courses here at Roswell. And Tommy, the advantage we have at Roswell, these courses were specifically built for the National Championship air races. There's even the potential for a future jet track that's even larger and faster and may allow additional jet type in the future. But that's all in the future. More to come from the folks in the Air Race Association.
I'm interested in hearing more.
But yeah,
I want to hear more.
We are excited to be in Roswell, and it is the first flag here in New Mexico, and it just couldn't be better. What a great place to be.
Good racing, and hats off to Jeffrey Lowe for his, as of yet, unofficial biplane victory. The B class of biplane. We'll have the A class coming up a little bit later. In the interim, we look forward to F1 racing.
Yeah, we've got
So
quite a lineup here today, Tommy. We've got an F1 heat, and followed by another biplane heat here in just a little bit, and then we'll do F1 again, and then we'll be back to some more Stol aircraft. And we're on the live stream all day long.
Yep.
And
you'll get to see all the performers and the demonstrations and so forth like that. The welcoming ceremony is on the card for today as well. So
they have some amazing air show performers lined up as well. So it is the National Championship air races, but also the air show. And that tradition and that history for our September family has been brought from Reno to Roswell. And the folks that put together the event have got a phenomenal lineup lined up for you today in the air show. There is just, go to the website, airrace.org. You can see all the performers there. They even have a bunch of amazing static aircraft for the people that are on site as well. So the event is just knocking it off the charts, Tommy, there in Roswell, and we are so excited to be part of it.
You mentioned the static aircraft. That's another dimension of this show that's always been part of the tradition, the chance for the crowds to come up and get up close, personal, very close, and see these planes that wrote aviation history, basically, on display here. Beautiful, beautiful opportunity to do that, and that will continue here in New Mexico.
And always, as always, with the air races, the opportunity to be in the pits and see the aircraft,
see the
be
team
worked on, talk to the team, talk to the pilots, see the crews. You'll hear that through the day. We'll go back to some of the house audio from Roswell itself, and you'll hear them, the different subject matter experts in the various classes will almost always invite the crowd to come down, see the pilots when they're done racing, that sort of thing. And that's part of what's wonderful about air racing in the United States, and our September family, if you will, is just having them. It's such an open and it's a familial family atmosphere. Look, there's a great shot, Tommy, of aircraft landing. That's our father, Scott Pruitt.
Scott Pruitt. 2 Arizona pilots, the Pruitts, from neighboring state here.
I heard on a YouTube video, I heard Blake, the son, talk about they went out and bought one Pitts biplane, but it didn't have a very powerful motor in it, so they went out and bought another one. This is over the last few years. And so now they've got a father and son setup, both in Pitts airplanes and both set to race, both based out of Prescott. And a beautiful airplane right there. That's race 3-114, Scott Pruitt. That's the father of the father and son duo. We'll get to see them all week long here, Tommy, and see them compete. They did a great job. Man, what a great, clean race we just had in the 2B pairing. And just a beautiful airplane. Now, you notice, folks, we talked about how hard it was to see. You notice how he's turning right and left as he's taxiing.
Yeah, you've got to.
Well, you can't see over the cow,
you
right?
Can't see over the cow.
So you got to see where you're going. You have to kind of turn back and forth to be able to see. And there, look at our beautiful new home pylon, Tommy. Just spectacular with the Roswell logo on it. New Mexico, the flag from the state of New Mexico.
U.S. flag. Start, finish pylon. That's what it's all about at the end of the day.
Formula One coming up next.
After that, we'll have Biplane A, Heat 2A. This is the second day of actual racing. There was some racing that happened yesterday on Wednesday, but this is kind of, Thursday is always kind of the get up to speed day.
Right. First day, we're running the live stream for all of those you watch it. Welcome in. We're glad to have you with us. And we are excited to be here, and we will be on all day long through the end of the day with all the races, all the air show, all the ceremonies, everything that is happening here at the National Championship Air Races, Roswell, New Mexico, for the first time, Tommy.
Biplane starter, verify we have the runway now. Thank you.
You see, I want to hear more of that. I want to hear more of the traffic for the actual running of the show and everything like that. It's always fascinating.
Well, that's one of the great things about the way the Air Race Association has set that up with the folks that for JM Associates that are help producing this coverage for you, is we get to hear the starters during Stol. We get to hear the air bosses from the tower when they're doing their part. We'll get to hear the announcers from live in the stands when they're announcing those air show acts. And then, Tommy, look, we're already taking out some of our F1 competitors here. Carl Robinson there in race 57, heat stroke, on his way out already.
This is going to be the A class for Formula One in our first heat coming up. Our next heat, I should say, on the card for today. All the big names in F1.
Yeah, Formula One, such a historic class, Tommy, and we'll talk more about that here in just a few minutes, about the rules and how the setup is. But you can see these aircraft they're not very big. No. They're pretty small. No. They're lightweight, but this class is so historic. Drew Keenan right there, race 81 and sleeper, and there you see Josh Watson and Freydnot. Freydnot, the airplane, has such an amazing history in our national championship air races. The aircraft has won many, many times. Josh Watson, now the steward of that aircraft, and doing such a great job. Race 85, Tommy. That's Eric Dienst. It's a shoestring. So we get to see some cassette racers. We've got some shoestrings, and we've got one Gordon DG2, or I'm sorry, Gilbert DG2. My apologies there, folks. Justin Phillipson, we've seen him race over the years many, many times. He's our top qualifier in this heat, race 79, no strings attached. We've seen that aircraft out front for many years in a lot of different races. And you'll get to see that as they make their way around.
All of them 100 horsepower, right?
They are.
Is that still the rule?
That is still absolutely the rule. Formula One truly is the descendant of the original air racers in our country. It dates back to the 1930s. In fact, this is the only continuous racing class in our country. As one of the oldest classes in racing, it was first known as midget racing back in 1936. The midget racers were big attractions at air shows throughout the 30s and 40s, and then the class specifically was developed between 1942 and 1943. In the first race that followed World War II, most famously the Cleveland National Air Races in 1947. Same basic rules over all those years, Tommy, and it's a true technical formula. So that includes, they have a minimum 5 gallons of fuel. They can do more, but most of the racers don't do any more than that because the trade-off for the weight and the speed isn't worth it, and they don't need it for the length of this. So there's not enough gas to fly around and mess around once they get going. They are monoplane, meaning there's a single wing as opposed to the biplanes we had. It's limited to 166 square feet. They do have fixed gear, meaning the landing gear is not retractable. You'll see that. They all have the same engine, like you said, Tommy. It's the Continental 0200 4-cylinder engine. Same engine that you'd find in your family Cessna 150. They're stock 100 horsepower, 72-inch prop at about 2,700 RPM. And racing typically, they're running a 54-inch prop at about 4,500 RPM, making about 160 horses. And the fastest aircraft in this class typically push 250 miles an hour.
They're fast.
Much like in the biplane class that we just saw, Formula One also has a fixed pitch prop, which means the pilot and the crew chief have to make a decision early on what they want to do. Do they want to get off the ground fast, or do they want to go fast when they're in the air? Again, we used the bicycle analogy earlier. If you're on a bike with one gear and trying to get it going, if it's a really high-end gear, you go fast once you're going, but it takes a while to get off. Same thing applies here, and you'll see various strategies in how they depart on how that works. Now, the minimum weight is 500 pounds, which, similar to biplane, is about half the weight of a Harley-Davidson motorcycle. The pilot in his or her gear has a minimum of 150 pounds. So there are some, in occasions over the years when pilots have been very small and lightweight, they've had to add some weight.
Put some change in
just
the pockets.
just to get to that 150 pound. But that also is part of the rules to make this a very equal competitive class. Normally the airplane and fully fueled is around 800 pounds. Somewhere between 500 and 600 is kind of the norm. So it just kind of mild in terms of weight, not too heavy. They're small, as you can see. Look how low they are.
Yeah, that's not a compressed, it is a long lens shot, but it's not compressed. They really are that small. You sort of wear that aircraft.
You absolutely do. They say that you
it.
strap it on, and when you get in, there is no extra room. So if you're kind of a large guy like I am, it is, I've sat in one, and it was an incredibly tight fit. But it's designed to be a racer. It's not designed to be a commercial, comfortable airplane.
No.
So it's lightweight, it's quick, it's fast. You strap it on, and away you go. Now, like the biplanes, Tommy, we're going to do the horse race standing start. Normally in heats of about 8 aircraft, and in this case, we've got 5 in our course today. You can see the wind there at Roswell is out of the south and kind of coming from our left to our right on the screen. So you see them lining up to depart from right to left. Now, once they get airborne, our course runs back the opposite direction. So there is provision for them to take off and make the turnaround and come back. But remember, much like the biplanes, we do an oil warm-up lap.
Okay.
So all that will be part of getting off airborne, get turned around, come back across. And the first time around, they can jockey for position on this oil warm-up lap. And they will then be able to begin the racing. We start counting the laps when they come by the home pylon after that first lap. Now, Tommy, we saw it before in the biplane, but we want to watch for it again here. We'll have a red flag at about 10 minutes before we start, and then there'll also be a 5-minute warning with the red flag. When the green flag goes up, when the red flags come down, you'll see them together for about a minute, and then the red flag drops. And when the green flag is up, that's when the excitement goes up, the power goes up, the brake pressure goes on, the adrenaline is going like crazy in the cockpit. And when the green flag drops, it's go. The race starts after the full first starter lap or the oil warm-up lap. And again, they can jockey for position on that.
So, race control.
We are listening in. We can hear some of the air boss and race control talking in the frequency in the background. You'll hear that occasionally on the broadcast here as well. But you can see our crews are strapping into their racers, Tommy, and their crews are on the ground there. Again, just strapping, like you said, Tommy, they kind of wear these airplanes. It's exciting to see, though. And if I didn't mention it, Tommy, we're going to fly that same 3.1 mile course, that our most up close and personal course, 6 pylons on 3.1 miles around each lap. When they're going around, you might wonder, well, when they're going at speed and they're pulling, how's the G? How many G's did they pull? They pull 2 to 3 G's, and if you don't know what that is, a G is the force of gravity. So 2 to 3 times is 2 to 3 times the force of gravity, right, for our folks at home. So in the turns, there's a fair amount of G-force working on the pilots, and our pilots really, truly are athletes, Tommy. It takes a lot of training and conditioning to be in race condition, not just to have your aircraft tuned and ready to go fast. As they say, fly low, go fast, turn left.
Yeah, that's right. And they get additional training as part of the format of this particular championship too. There are seminars and classes that they attend, in effect.
Yeah, absolutely. Every May they hold the pilot racing seminar, or the PRS. That was held in Roswell, and because we have a new location, it's mandatory for everybody that's going to race this year.
No matter what your experience.
No matter what your experience level is. And then once they come back earlier this week, as they were beginning to arrive, there were some orientation flight opportunities on the course again. And then obviously yesterday and the day before that, we had some initial qualifying. We had some initial heats yesterday, like you said, Tommy, in racing. And those will continue to manipulate as we move between the A and B pairings throughout today, tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday. Eventually, it will end up in our gold and our silver races in each and every class.
Still a little ways off from our start here, but just give you a little preview, and we'll run down these planes. But there are 5 planes listed. It could change. I mean, people can draw in, and the race committee reserves the right to add planes at the last minute. Sometimes they do. But the #1 qualifier is going to be Justin Phillipson in no strings attached. Top qualifier at 244, almost 245 miles an hour.
And you can see he's on the far left side of your screen, Tommy, with the cockpit up. And to his right, the white airplane, you saw the crew chief just spin that, hand start the prop on that aircraft. One of the things that they often do is eliminate the weight of a starter out of the airplane, because that's just extra weight you have to haul around the race course. So in lieu of having a starter, like your car when you turn the key, the crew chief, when everything's on, the ignition's flipped on, he flips the motor, and you saw that in our white aircraft there. And that is Eric Dienst in race 85. Shoestring is the type of aircraft that he calls Deja Vu.
Just out of the shot is the much decorated Frayed Knott, a 3-time champion here, gold champion. Not here, but at the National Championship Air Races, contested in Reno all these years. Also have Carl Robinson in Heat Stroke, Longview, Texas. And Drew Keenan, we saw his plane, I think first out this morning, sleeper, silver and yellow from Chico, California.
Yeah,
there's our line.
They taxi out often in reverse order, Tommy, so that the aircraft, like in 5th position here, is back at the back, and then the other ones can come off the taxiway. Just really more about logistics coming off the taxiway to get on the runway. But we've got all 5 aircraft out there. You can see they're beginning to run the motors and get everything warmed up. The crews are going through their final checks on the exterior of the aircraft, the pilot doing the same with checklists and final preparations inside the aircraft. And it's starting to get to be adrenaline time, Tommy. We're about ready to go racing.
Yeah, we're going to get Formula One in New Mexico going. Just think about that.
Well, here, let's take a look at our course, Tommy. As we talked about, it's our most up-close and personal 3.1-mile course, and you can see our start-finish line, our home pylon there. We have 6 pylons on this course. It's our most up-close and personal. The aircraft to start will, again, come from your left to your right, past the start-finish or home pylon, and begin their way around pylons 1, 2, and 3, and then down the back stretch, and then pylons 4, 5, and 6. And, Tommy, much like Reno, we do have a valley of speed here in Roswell, New Mexico, but because we were able to design the courses from scratch without any terrain in the way, the valley of speed, even for these F1 courses, is aligned with our home stretch right in front, so that fans and those of us here on the camera get to see the fastest portion of the course right there in front of us. So we're going to fly that around today. We'll do 8 laps and a total of a little over 25 miles in this race, in this 2A pairing that we just talked about. All the aircraft that are participating, you can see now they're going through their final checks, and we will have the red and green flags that we talked about just a minute ago momentarily, and we'll be underway, Tommy. Going to be exciting. You know, one interesting thing about Frayed Knott, Tommy, that you mentioned just out of the shot there, Josh Watson, race 31, is the defending national champion from our 2023 races. But the aircraft is a 3-time champion, Lowell Slater flew it, known then as race 13. So the aircraft has a many-time national champion, and we're expecting to see some amazing racing from Frayed Knott as we get there. Total in this class this year, we've got 10 racers. 7 of them are flying Cassett racers. There's 2 shoestrings and 1 Gilbert DG2. And one great thing about this pairing we're about to see, Tommy, examples of all 3 different aircraft types that are here at the races this year. There's an example of each different type in this course. It is going to be absolutely exciting here in just a minute. Folks, you can see the crews walking away from the airplanes now, the ground crews, and we're just waiting for those starter flags that may be slightly out of our camera view here. But we are getting close now. When the crews walk away, that is a signal that we are very, very close to being able to begin this race. A great shot there with 5 competitors in this class. They're in the horse race standing start. So we've got 2 in the front row, Tommy, 1 in the middle row, and 2 in the back. And again, there'll be about a 4-second delay between when the rows get approval to go. And again, don't worry about that, folks. The folks in the back aren't at a disadvantage. The race officials do accommodate and adjust the times as needed based on that 4-second average. So we are getting close now, Tommy. This is going to be exciting. Again, in your front row, Justin Phillipson in race 79, Eric Dienst in race 85. The middle row is Frayed Knott in race 31, all by themselves in the middle. In the back row, Carl Robinson, the yellow and orange casset known as Heatstroke, and the race 81, Drew Keenan in silver and yellow, that aircraft known as Sleeper. So there'll be some great action here momentarily, ladies and gentlemen. The crews continue to clear the area. You can see that on the far right side of your screen. And obviously anything we do in air racing is all about safety, and we want to make sure those folks are out of the way, safely back out of the safety areas. And that leaves just our officials in the bright green, yellow vest out there that are getting ready to go.
We might explain, we talked about this before, why they're taking off in an opposite direction, and our biplanes took off today. The wind is predominantly from the south there. They want to get the takeoff going from that direction. So
right, absolutely. So the winds earlier today were just under 10 knots, about 8 to 10. And that's a little bit tough in a tail dragger to use as a tailwind behind you, right? So this class is elected to, as the wind is coming up just a little bit, they have elected to take off into the wind, which will be from our right to our left. That's runway 17 here at Roswell, the International Air Center. And then once airborne, they will get turned around, come back onto the course. And like we saw the course diagram just a minute ago, Tommy, we will fly that course on screen. They'll come by the home pylon from our left to our right and make left-hand turns. And like we said before, fly low, fly fast, turn left.
Turn left.
That's
Don't
what
forget
it's all
to turn
about.
left or you'll go straight.
Pole position, what it's all about. Like any closed course pylon racing, ladies and gentlemen, you have to pass on the outside. So being out front is always very, and there we go, Tommy, the adrenaline's up. They are all rolling here together. We got simultaneous start in this case for the F1 racers.
0.1 miles per hour at a time. What you're going to see are some highly optimized planes rolling from the right now. So here's Justin Phillipson up front, that shoestring.
Justin Phillipson right there, race 79, great shot of our leader. And again, this is the 2A pairings for the F1 Formula One class here at Roswell. On our first day of broadcast for our new location here at Roswell, Tommy, incredibly exciting. Now you can see Justin beginning to make a left turn from the runway. What we're doing here, Tommy, is we're starting a left turn to slide out, and they will, if you can think of a 90-270, you're going to turn to the left first and then reverse course around 270 degrees to the right. Great look at our pylon right there, Tommy. You see the 50-gallon drum type device sitting on top of our pole, 50 feet in the air. Our innermost pylons are color-coded, red and white, so the racers know which course they're on. And that is a pylon here on our inner course, our 3.1-mile course that we're going to race right here. So as our aircraft turn around on the south end of the field, they're all airborne, and we're going to come back around. And again, Tommy, once they enter the course, we will have our initial starter lap, if you will, or the oil warm-up lap, and they can do that. So here they come. They are headed down the front stretch here momentarily. Sounds like we are on our way here at Roswell. This is Heat 2A. Here we go. You can hear the aircraft going by. Amazing audio here. That's race 31. There's Frayed Knott. Up close and personal. He's started around pylon number 1. That is our guide pylon. Look at that, Tommy, from out in the desert. Some of the best views you'll see anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. The crew has got, we're going to bring these aircraft to you right into your living room. And Frayed Knott may be out front already, making the lead. There we go. Great shot of where they're making their way around. There is Justin Phillipson in no strings attached.
Two of the more seasoned F1 competitors here in the history of this, these national championships. And
so Justin Phillipson still out front there, and there is Frayed Knott now in second position, Tommy, as he has made his way around there past the home pylon. And we are underway. That completes our starter lap, and this should be lap number 1. Great shot of those two aircraft. Now it looks like Frayed Knott is beginning to catch Phillipson there. It's making a little ground on him as we make our way around the course. Only a 3.1 mile course, Tommy. They get around it pretty quick.
Yeah, absolutely. And as our top 3 qualifiers qualified within 1 mile an hour of each other, so it should be a very tight race, as is evident early on.
Now watch this, Tommy. You got to pass on the outside. Here you can see Watson up high, and he's having to take the longer way around. So through that turn, he didn't make a lot of ground. But you notice when they started that turn, he was almost right up beside him. Watch him convert that altitude into airspeed right here. Nose down, he's accelerating. Look at that. Little bit of parallax. It looks like he's passing him, but he's really kind of pitched up right next to him. But watch his strategy. He's going to do this every time until he gets by him. He converts that speed into altitude around the corner where he can match the speed with Phillipson. And then right here, as he goes down the backstretch, wings level, nose down, watch this acceleration. Tommy, wow, this is something side by side right here in Roswell. How exciting is that? Now, he didn't quite get by him to clear him, but you notice he's right beside him. So he went up high again, and he's got a proven strategy that's allowed him to catch Phillipson in no strings attached. Now let's watch right here. This is the home stretch. Headed for the guide pylon, or the home pylon, excuse me.
Dead level.
And look at that. He's got out in front. He's made it. Successful pass right there by Freydnot. Josh Watson, race 31. Now out in front is our leader, but he's staying high. That, you know, kind of like NASCAR. He's found his groove, and that's the track he likes. No strings attached, and Justin Phillipson now in second place. Likes it down low, stays tight right there, and there you see Freydnot now dropping down in, staying low as he gets around. This is coming up to pylon number 4 right there. You see it in the bottom of your screen, 5 on the south end, and 6. He's coming right back at you. Look at that. We've got a camera there at pylon 6 on our inner course, and get to fly right over the top of you. Freydnot now beginning to pull away.
Yeah,
see a little bit of speed there.
A little bit of gap there that wasn't there before. A previous lap, and yeah, he's in charge. No doubt about that. He can fly anywhere he wants to now.
Started in 3rd place and able to maneuver himself right up to the front. Exciting racing there as he passed what was our leader in Justin Phillipson. Now Freydnot out front. And there, a great shot of them headed down the backstretch. You can see that lead is beginning to stretch out. But beautiful thing about Roswell, Tommy, look at that. You can see the aircraft all the way around the course. It's really up close and personal right there in front of you. Beautiful yellow aircraft right there. That's from Carl Robinson. A heat stroke just went by our pylon cam. And there you can see Carl right there on the right side of your screen. And here comes our leader. We're going to be lapping Carl shortly, is my guess.
Yeah, you reckon that's going to happen. Got defending champion, race 31, Josh Watson from Wilton, California. Thoroughly in control as it stands right now.
Carl Robinson has got the inside track. He's down low. Again, Freydnot. Josh Watson in the white airplane is going to have to pass him on the outside, but there you see the speed difference. Look at that, Tommy, just right by him as he lapped him. Now look at this, coming around the corner right here, you see Freydnot. Look at the shape of that wing, Tommy. You see how it's shaped a little bit different? It's kind of elliptical and curved in the front, straight in the back. When we see one of the other Cassett racers, you'll see the difference in these designs. And they're just different style aircraft, different type of airfoil, different wing, and the combination of engine, fixed pitch prop that we talked about earlier, and all of that for Freydnot. Right at the moment, he has kind of got this field in hand as he goes by. But there's a Cassett racer right there. You notice how the wing's kind of straight.
Yeah, what they call the candy bar sort of look.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Absolutely. So just all different strategies and how the aircraft and the racers are designed. And the Cassett racers, though, really, that design, Tommy, goes all the way back to the 30s and 40s.
Yeah.
They've been around a long time, and for good reason. They're very, very competitive Formula One racers. Now, look, here's our leader catching another one of our class right here. And again, our leader is, as always, passing is on the outside. So he's a little higher, and he's outside and coming around. Now the radio that they have in the aircraft, the pilots will talk to each other as well. A lot of times when an aircraft gets past, they'll tell the faster aircraft you're clear, and then that way it allows them to drop back down in. So even though it's competitive and everybody's out to win, it's also part of our September family, and it's a collegial environment.
Oh yeah,
and it's all about safety as well.
They're all sort of a brotherhood and sisterhood in some cases.
Yep, absolutely. Well, there he is, race in hand, doing well here in lap 7 of 8 here in these aircraft, approaching 250 miles an hour almost in this pairing with Freydnot. They're coming around the final pylon. And this is our final lap. Tommy, white flag started a minute ago. This will be the checker for Frade Knot right here as we finish. There it is.
So unofficially, defending champ Josh Watson coming in first. This is all subject to the timers and their application of start times, adjusting for that. So
great shot of
previous lap.
Carl Robinson in race 57 back in the pack a ways, but get to see him come across. Beautiful. Look at that paint scheme, Tommy. Yellow and orange. Really stands out against that beautiful New Mexico sky there as he climbs up. Good look at that Cassett racer as they'll make their way around. So all of our racers, Tommy, have now completed the 8 laps. What an exciting Formula
that was
One
a good one. Yeah.
A pairing right there. We'll get to see those folks sort their way out.
We enjoy the tight racing, but a complete domination is something that's memorable as well. There's appeal to both types of races.
Right, and one of the folks that maybe for our race fans that are watching online and maybe wondering, well, where is Justin Metters?
Metter, yeah, sure.
In
last 2 championships won by him.
Yeah, and so Josh Watson won in 2023, and Metters had won before that.
Previous 2, yeah.
And I believe that he is on site there in Roswell this year, but not racing. He has now got a Stol airplane. But Tommy, let's look at our replay here.
Well, we started out taking off to the south because of the wind direction. Coming from the south, and it didn't take long for that plane right there to start asserting itself. That's our defending champion, Josh Watson.
Right, and here was the exciting part, Tommy, as he came from the 3rd place. He caught our leader. He'd already passed 2nd place in the starter lap, and it didn't take long for him to get by. He got out front and just continued to pull away. Josh Watson, race 31, Frade Knot, showing us why that aircraft has been so dominant over the years, and the aircraft itself with many, many national championships. And there you can see a good look at that. Great look at our pylon cam. We've got cameras out in the desert that you'll get some very up close and personal views. But here's our leader passing some of the lap traffic, and then there he is taking the checkered flag. Tommy, the unofficial winner here in the 2A pairing, Josh Watson. And there he is landing right there, Tommy.
Already back on the ground on the ramp there. And not unexpected. He probably had to be the favorite based on past performance, at least, not necessarily qualifying going in.
Right. Also our defending national champion from 2023. And exciting to see him on there. You get to see the beautiful look. Look at all the fairings and how just aerodynamic that airplane is. Beautiful, beautiful racer right there. And as he gets it slowed down, rolling down the runway 17 here at Roswell International Air Center. Turns left onto the taxiway and heads back to the pits. But successful race, the 2A pairing for our leader and unofficial winner, Frade Knot, race 31.
We'll have the B class race later in F1. Too far away, we'll have one biplane race, and then we'll be ready for the rest of the field, the rest of the competitors here at the Roswell International Air Center.
You see that landing. You're not done flying until these things are in the pits,
these
right?
These tail draggers are
little bit of a wind that
they demand your attention.
Yeah, absolutely, they sure do. And there you can see the beautiful paint scheme on this airplane as well. That's Drew Keenan Sleeper. That's the name of that aircraft, and a little bit of a challenge with the wind on the nose there, but he got it successfully on the deck, and now taxiing back. Beautiful airplane. Good effort by Drew Keenan out of Chico, California here this afternoon, or this morning, excuse me, here in Roswell.
As we mentioned, coming up, biplane 2A. The top qualifiers, top 4 qualifiers in biplane will be on tap as soon as we get all of our F1 racers from F1 2A.
But Tommy, being a New Mexico native, one thing in that shot that really strikes me is you can tell they've had some rain in Roswell this summer.
There's some greenery.
There's a little bit of green out there, and that's not normally the case in early September.
No, we're not.
And there we get race 57. As he, it looks like, might be doing a little bit of a go-around on his landing approach there. And as, like anything we do, whether it's an air show or an air race, it's all about safety.
Sure. If something doesn't look right, you
just go around. That's a normal operation. Just go around, come back around to land. But there you can see some of our biplanes for the 2A pairing beginning to get set up out there in the out towards the runway, getting ready to go. Well, these will be the fastest qualifiers, if you will, in the biplane.
Yeah, some
class
familiar
for us,
names.
Tommy.
You're going to see the Sam Swift out there and Tommy Sewell, some names you know from many years following the National Championship air races.
Andrew McVicker and Michael Langston, all part of it. We're going to be excited to see them on the course here shortly, and you can see them out. So we've talked about kind of what that course is and what the class for the biplanes. We'll go back over that here in just a minute when we get close to running that. We're still recovering some of our Formula One racers.
Yeah, getting them back
there.
Headed for the pits.
So Tommy, let's take a look at our course for the biplane. This is the same up close and personal 6-pylon, 3.1 mile course. You can see our aircraft will again do a starter or an oil warm-up lap, come past the start-finish line, head for pylon number 1, also known as the guide pylon. Turning left around pylons 1, 2, and 3, down the backstretch around pylons 4, 5, and 6, and make their way back to the home pylon where our start-finish line is. So again, the first lap is the starter lap. They can jockey for position, but we don't start counting laps until we pass that for the first time.
We got a little time left before they get the second biplane race of the day. Up, positioned, ready to go. So we will pause for these messages, and we'll come back on the other side. So you're watching the National Championship air races now from Roswell, New Mexico.
New Mexico is where it all started. Climbing with my dad. And by 16, I was climbing on the World Cup circuit. Scaling limestone walls and desert caves. It's where I feel free.
Straight down into the core of the earth, 700 feet beneath the surface. Stalagmites and stalactites, million-year-old all-stars in a natural stadium, carved by water, populated by bats, and marveled by all. Carlsbad Caverns National Park.
Roswell, New Mexico. What an interesting place. A lot of aviation history here, military aviation history, civilian aviation history. Been around for a long, long time. This southeast quadrant of the state of New Mexico, the land of enchantment. Lots of natural beauty, lots of attractions in this part of the world. Many people have spent their vacation going through this part of the country and have fond memories of this special city of Roswell, New Mexico. And it's the new home of the National Championship air races. So proud to be able to announce that. Roswell International Air Center, which is a massive, large airfield.
It is. Used to be the old Walker Air Force Base, Tommy, and has some very long runways on the other portion of the airfield. We are using runway 1735 for the air races here, and that's where you see our biplanes here in the 2A pairing now being towed and pushed out to their starting positions on runway 1735. The wind for this week, or at least so far today, predominantly out of the south. So that is allowing really very favorable for this runway orientation. And then all of our race courses are aligned with this runway. That is, runway is also aligned with our home stretch. And what we brought from Reno, the Valley of Speed, Tommy, is actually aligned with our final course and the straight start-finish area and we're aligned with runway 1735. So excited to be in Roswell. What an exciting place to be, and our national championship air races, our first year here in Roswell, are off to an amazing start so far.
That biplane, they're just pushing into place there. Race number 66 is our top qualifier. It's Tom Martin. And second hand has been around these races for a while, qualified blistering 220 miles an hour.
That's right, and
that's awesome biplane speed.
Beautiful color on that. You know, you don't see many tan airplanes,
no, you
right?
don't.
And but very, very cream-colored tan, very beautiful airplane. And folks, in the middle there, you can see the official with the red flag. That indication comes up at 10 minutes and then again at 5 minutes before race time. So we continue to work that, but you'll see the standing racehorse start, standing Grand Prix style start, if you will. And then we have the number 2 position there on the left side of the screen, Sam Swift, Lebanon, Tennessee, an airplane he calls Last Call. And again, another Pitts S1. All of our competitors this year, Tommy, all 10 of them, 9 aircraft, 8 different pilots, and they all are flying some variant of the S1 Pitts biplane. We've got 5 competitors in this, Tommy, so you see we have 2 in the first row, 2 in the second row, and a single aircraft back in the back. In the second row, you've got Tommy Sewell, the red, white, and blue. Shake and Bake is the name of that airplane. He's from Las Vegas, Nevada, race number 25. Beside him, race 17, Andrew McIver, Orwena, Pennsylvania. Yellow Jersey is the name of the airplane. Again, another Pitts, and that's the yellow-colored airplane you see on the far left of your screen. And sort of in the middle and in that back row, our 5th competitor, Michael Langston out of Seattle, Washington, race number 8, race 8, airplane that he lovingly calls Misfit. And there they are, Tommy.
That's the way they shake out right there. Again, 66, Tom Martin, the top qualifier in second hand, which you've seen here before. It's kind of a story behind that. It truly is second hand, built from a lot of bits of other airplanes through the years. Sam Swift, lots of years competing here. Ditto for Tommy Sewell.
And for those of you just joining us, the biplane class they all have 2 wings, as you gather from the name, right? Limited to 75 square feet of wing area. They do have fixed gear. They have air-cooled 360 cubic inch engines. No turbochargers, no superchargers, no exotic fuels. They all fly aviation gas. They're limited to 14 gallons of fuel. Minimum weight's about 500 pounds, which comparison's about half the weight of a Harley-Davidson motorcycle. Like the F1 class we just saw, the airplanes fly a fixed pitch propeller. So a choice the pilot and the crew chief have to make before they take off. It's kind of like riding a bike. And whatever gear you choose, that's what you're stuck with. So you either get off the ground fast or you go fast once you're up to speed. You'll see differences in how they depart, Tommy, and how that works as they make their way around our 6-pylon, our up close and personal 3.1 mile course. It's a Grand Prix standing start. Each row starts in 4-second intervals. The times will be adjusted by the officials compared to their finishing position. We're going to do 6 laps. And once they take off, we will start with our starter lap or our oil warm-up lap. So once airborne and they begin their way around on that starter lap, Tommy, they can jockey for position. So in effect, we're racing. We just don't start counting laps until they come back around to the home pylon, completing that first time around. Winning times in the A pairings here, Tommy, obviously some average around 220, 225 miles per hour. These aircraft are a little bit tough to land, to taxi, just because of the tail dragger configuration. You see there's no nose gear like you might see on your typical airliner. Fixed gear out the bottom. Originally, Aerobatic airplane goes back, well, the Wright brothers had 2 wings on their airplane.
Yeah, more than well over 100 years.
But the Pitts Special, which all these airplanes are a variant of, were aerobatic biplanes designed by Curtis Pitts, and has accumulated many, many competition wins over the decades. The first flight of this type was in 1944, if you can believe that. I mean, the Pitts biplanes dominated world aerobatic competition, especially the 60s, 70s, 80s, and in fact, they're still very competitive today in many of the classes. So it's a very nimble, agile aircraft, very aerobatic. Most of the S1Cs, for example, they have symmetrical airfoils, so the airplane is just as happy flying upside down as it is right side up. But in what we're going to do here in air racing, we're going to stay right side up. We're going to fly low. We're going to turn left and go fast.
Yeah, probably might want to keep the pilot's head up where you can see, although you can't see everything from a biplane. That's another part of the challenge for these pilots.
Absolutely is.
They have to allow for that, and they have to be extra aware of their surroundings.
We still have our red flag up, Tommy, so that means we're still going through final preparations. You can see the ground crews are standing there near the tails of the aircraft and along the wings. Just to help keep them in position, we do have a little bit of a tailwind. You notice that the biplane class is going to take off from the left to the right for us on the camera view here. That will mean runway 35. They're facing north on runway 35 right now as they get ready to go. You notice all the engines have started. So except for one, we've got our black airplane in the back there in the last row. Misfit, Michael Langston, still waiting to turn the engine over. So the other 4 aircraft are up and running, and we'll wait for Misfit to get running back there in the back. So we're getting close now, Tommy, just a couple minutes away. Now what you'll see, folks, you see the official with the red flag. Here in just a minute, you'll see a green flag be picked up and held simultaneously with the red. That's kind of just a heads up to all the racers that we're about ready to go. The red flag will then be put down. The green flag will be in the air. That's the point that the adrenaline comes up in the cockpit, the RPMs come up on the engine, the brake pressure comes up as they press the brake, and they get ready to go. And then when the green flag drops, that's when we're underway, Tommy.
I believe we've got all engines running right now, and this bit is cranked up and getting ready to go. So we're getting closer.
Getting close now. You see some of the crew members beginning to back away from some of the aircraft and make their way off the runway. Pilots and racers are going through their final checks, final checklist and preparations inside the cockpit, making sure those harnesses are strapped down tight. Cockpits are secure if they do have a cockpit. Most Pitts biplanes do have an enclosed cockpit. Originally designed as an open cockpit airplane, though, Tommy. Kind of, you think about Snoopy on top of the doghouse with the leather helmet, and that's kind of was the original biplane. Harkens back to the World War I type biplanes and that sort of thing. Again, developed in 1944 for the first design of the Pitts S1 by Curtis Pitts. But over the years, as the various advancements in the Curtis Pitts, the Pitts biplanes, the S1s and the S2s, and various canopies were added, aerodynamics were added, larger motors. In some cases,
wings became shorter.
Wings became
That's
shorter.
how you get faster.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they, but you can see the crews beginning to clear the runway now. So that's a good indication that we're getting very close to racing here, Tommy. Again, our field, as you see it set on the screen in front of you, our pole position. Tom Martin in second hand, race 66 on the far right, the tan or cream colored airplane. In the middle of the screen, the white airplane in the front row. Sam Swift, the white and black race 3 from Lebanon, Tennessee. Behind them, kind of in the middle of the screen with a little bit of blue on it, that's a red, white, and blue shake and bake Pitts by Tommy Sewell, race 25. Over to the far left of the screen, to the left of the red flag, the yellow aircraft that's known as Yellow Jersey. That's race 17, Andrew McVicker from Irwin, Pennsylvania. And in the back row, the black aircraft, Michael Langston, Seattle, Washington, race 8, airplane he knows as Misfit. Now, Tommy, just as we described, you see the red and green flag. We're getting close.
Yeah, getting very close. You got to say, as far as color schemes, the biplanes win.
Yeah,
hands down among all the classes, for sure.
Beautiful paint scheme. There's some
lots of creativity.
Pretty cool paint schemes in some of the jets. We'll get to see that today too. There's some pretty interesting.
They just go too fast. You can't appreciate it as much.
It's just a little bit of a blur. Yeah. So we've got the red and the green flag up there. That tells the pilots we're getting very close now, and the red flag will drop here in just a second with about a minute to go. And that will tell them that they are just about ready to roll. So all eyes are on the starter right now. And folks, don't forget, we're going to do 6 laps here around our most up close and personal 3.1 mile inner course. And the red flag is down, the green flag is up. The adrenaline's coming up in the cockpit right now, ladies and gentlemen. They're pressing on the brakes. The flag is down. Our first row is off, Tommy. There we go. Race 66 and race number 3 on their way down the runway. A little bit of a tailwind. You can see the rudder control happening on both aircraft. The tails come up, the aircraft begin to fly. Beautiful shot there of our 2 leaders. Our pole position on the right side of your screen. Second hand, the tan aircraft, and race number 3, the white and black aircraft of Sam Swift. Race number 3.
Very close to start. This is the oil lap, the oil heat lap.
Oil warm-up lap, starter lap is also what it's known as, and standard for air racing. It's been there forever, but you can see them begin that turn around pylon number 1. You see the red and white cans on top of the poles there, and there's more of our competitors coming around the pylon cans now as we make our way around. But again, this is the starter lap, the oil warm-up lap. Our competitors can jockey for position on this lap, Tommy, but we don't start counting laps until they pass the home pylon on the home stretch here in momentarily. But there you see our leader on the left of your screen, Tom Martin in second hand. The tan airplane starts a roll to the left around pylon number 4. Here he goes by pylon number 5, and right over the top of us in your living room, pylon number 6. Right there as he heads back to the home stretch, and here they are rolling out on the home stretch right here, ladies and gentlemen. There we go, and we're about to start counting laps, Tommy, when they pass the home pylon right here as we go by. Lap 1 of 6 underway, Tommy.
Race 66 out front. That's 3rd and 4th right there. That's Tommy Sewell and Andrew McVicker, shake and bake. Yellow jersey.
And our leaders are about a quarter to a half a lap ahead. Tommy, again, we did the 4-second interval start, so folks don't feel like that was an unfair advantage to those subsequent rows. Our race officials will account for those times when they finish at the end. But they are racing for position. They are stay low, turn left, go fast. And here we see our leader right here. And any passing that has to occur happens low and has to happen on the outside. So the best place to be is the pole position, the inside track, shortest way around the course, obviously. And here you see fairly evenly matched between first and second, Tommy, as we're making our way around.
Second hand race 66, maybe opening it up just a tiny bit, but still very competitive at the top. Here's the race between 3rd and 4th right now. Yellow jersey and shake and bake. Race 25, race 17.
Yeah, Tommy Sewell,
well matched.
Yeah, Tommy Sewell there in 4th has been slowly making ground on McVicker as they make their way back now around pylon number 1, headed around the north end of our up close and personal course. Here you see them right over the top of our pylon can from out in the desert. Wow. That is shaping up to be a little bit of a competition right here. Let's see if Tommy Sewell can catch up with him. Tommy Sewell, an airline captain.
Right.
It does this
from
for
Las
fun.
Vegas, yeah.
And here you see a little bit of the strategy where yellow jersey there in race 17, staying low, staying tight inside. It's going to force Tommy Sewell to pass him on the outside. There you get a great look at him from the south end of our course, pylon number 5 right there. And there you see Tommy Sewell pop into view. He's a little higher, trying to get around that outside. Now watch here on the straightaway, you'll see the nose come down. Try to convert some of that altitude into airspeed, see if he can gain. That's a very common strategy in pylon racing is when you're behind, convert your speed right here to altitude. You see him pull up and try to just maintain pace, maintain position with the person in front of you. And then when you get to the straightaway, convert that altitude, let gravity help pull you down the straightaway, and watch right here as they'll
Tommy
both
doing a good job of staying in touch with him, that's for sure.
He's right there in his hip pocket. And we've got lap 2. We're working on lap 2 right now. And so he's got a few laps to make this work. We'll see if he can catch up and possibly get a pass going here. But beautiful look at the top of those beautiful biplanes to make their way around. Tommy, we're excited to have biplanes back in the National Championship Air Races.
I've missed them the last couple of times. Yes. They're susceptible to weather, to wind, and so forth like that. So we're thankful for every heat we can get in during this week. For sure.
Absolutely. So glad to have him here. But here you see Tommy again converting that speed out of that altitude and beginning to close the gap just a little bit as he gets there. So every lap he's getting a little bit as we are now in lap 3. I don't know if we've got enough laps left at this overtake
goes
rate.
Fast. Goes
but
by
he is sure
fast.
doing everything he can, and Andrew McVicker doing everything he can to keep his airplane fast and tight and take that shortest way around to stay out in front. But boy, this is really getting to be quite a competition as we jump back to our leader, Tommy.
Well, it's been Tom Martin all the way out front there. Opened up the early lead and has maintained it, if not added to it a little bit.
And look, here we are back at 3rd and 4. Tommy Sewell is making his way around. Here's a great shot from our pylon cam out in the desert. You get to see how close that is going around the corners. They're pulling 2 to 3 Gs around that, 2 to 3 times the force of gravity. And you can see him now again as they roll out here on the home stretch, trying to make their way to continue to close up as we pass the home pylon right there. He's getting closer every time. Tommy, I just don't know if we have enough laps left. We start lap 5 for these two flyers right here.
He's got less than 2 as it stands right now, so that's going to be tight. It's going to be close.
It's going to be close, but look at that as they go around pylon number 2 there and head down, headed south now, down the backside of our up close and personal inner course here. And wow, this is getting really close, Tommy. Look at that. He knows he's got less than a lap and a half to go. Tommy Sewell is doing everything he can, and I'm sure he's saying to himself, come on, faster, faster, faster.
A little more time, please.
Right? Be smooth. Smooth is fast, fast is smooth. That's what they say as racers. Look at that right there. Wow, this is going to be the race within the race is happening right here in position number 3 and 4.
It's Andrew McVicker on the bottom, Tommy Sewell on top. Get ready.
How close he's getting as we come by the home pylon for the last time. Here. We are in the white flag lap. Our leader is obviously about half a lap ahead and should be coming back to the south end of the course here momentarily. But the race in this heat is back here 3rd and 4th as they make their way around pylon number 2 and 3 for the final time here. Tommy Sewell again high on your screen, trying to get some altitude that he can convert here on the backstretch. Drop the nose, let that make its way down. All the way down as our leaders are coming across the finish line there. We're about a half a lap behind them here with this race. Tommy Sewell staying high down the backstretch, Tommy, which is a little different than what he has done before. Yeah, checkered flag. Our leaders have just crossed and finished that race.
Has finished his race. He is climbing out of the race course, and boy, this is the last chance for Tommy Sewell to try to overtake Andrew McVicker in yellow jersey.
Let's see if he can do it, Tommy. Here it is. He's coming up. Boy, it looks like Andrew McVicker has been able to hold him off the entire time. Wow, unofficially 3rd and 4th right there, Tommy. But that was the race of the race back there for position number 3.
The race was terrific.
Wow.
Great effort from our top qualifier, Tom Martin, in second-hand race 66. Unofficially, your winner.
Wow, that was exciting, Tommy.
Good.
That was what
good
a
biplane racing. We love good biplane
pairing
racing.
there in the 2A pairing here. There's our unofficial results.
With Curtis Pitts and Oshkosh. Big table full of Curtis Pitts admirers.
Tom Martin unofficially, Sam Swift hanging in there in second place. He was never challenged much for that second spot there. McVicker and Sewell trying to outduel each other there, but McVicker getting the measure of Tommy Sewell that time around. They will meet again. There's no doubt about that. And Michael Langston in race number 5.
Here we are on the replay, Tommy. There you can see our first 2 positions. Race 66 lower on your screen. Here's positions 3 and 4 as they make their way around. And there is our leaders as we get into the race. Unchallenged, as you said. Tom Martin in race 66, second hand, had it the entire time, but the race within the race the entire time was back here for position number 3. There comes our leader around one of our pylon cams out in the desert.
Tommy Sewell just right in his back pocket, as you said, Rob, the whole time. He could feel his presence, that's for sure. For a good portion, you don't have great visibility in there, but you know when somebody's that close to you.
Yeah, for a good portion of the race, it looked like Tommy was slowly catching him. There's a great shot of Michael Lanston and Misfit. But there's our leader coming across the home pylon for the final time and the checkered flag. And here's the unofficial 3rd and 4th. It was that close, Tommy, as we finish the race right there.
Well, the racing form was pretty much true to form this time around. They finished pretty much in qualifying positions there. Tom Martin, unofficial winner. Sam Swift in second place. Sam Swift in race number 3. Race number 5, Tommy Sewell was down there in 4th place, having been outdueled by Andrew McVicker in race 17, and Michael Langston in race number 8 in 5th place. We will be right back.
On the back of that bull, 8 seconds is forever. At age 9, I became youth world champion. It all goes quiet. Then I nod. The next time I hear the crowd is when my boots touch the ground.
There is a place where there are no roads, no conveyances beyond 2 legs or 4. It's a vast swath of land set aside for adventure, for animals, for nature. We're visitors here in America's first designated wilderness, the Gila.
Back on site here in beautiful Roswell, New Mexico. New home for the national championship races. We've seen some terrific racing. We started out with some Stol action for you. We went into some biplane, some F1. That first biplane race was a really good one, and the winner, Jeffrey Lowe, showing why he has done so well for so many years here at the National Championship Air Races. We had a chance to talk to him after that race.
Just finished biplane heat 2B and won the race. My plane's great at taking off the line, so I really out-accelerated the other guy. But then later in the race, you know, trying to catch up as we're passing the gaggles of airplanes, you know, we were 3 wide going around the turns, had to get up high and wide and, you know, climb up a little high, get around them, and then be able to dive down onto the straights to make that pass. Here at Roswell, it's a little different than where we've raced in the past. We're a little lower elevation, about 1,300 feet lower, so a little more air density to make more power with the engines, which of course helps, but a little more drag, and it's on average a bit hotter here, which you know, brings some challenges, but we're having a great time and enjoying the venue.
Jeff Lowe, Miss Diane, race number 6, winner of the Heat 2B race that we had a little bit earlier this morning, coming off of some terrific Stol drag racing to start our day. It is a full plate of air show and air race. That is what this event is all about. It's the best of all possible worlds.
Well, Tommy, you see some of our biplane pairing competitors recovering here on runway 17 here at the Roswell International Air Center. And you heard Jeff Lowe talk about the venue and some of the differences compared to Reno. And field elevation here in Roswell at 3671, and like he said, about 1,500 feet lower than Reno. We're excited to be here, though. Roswell is an amazing venue, and the courses are just have been able to be clean sheet design. And there is our winner from our last heat there, Tommy, Tom Martin.
Yeah.
Second hand, race 66. Beautiful tan. You know, you don't see many tan airplanes, and I love
more
that
tan
color.
Shoes than you see tan airplanes.
Just the cream color of that airplane. I don't know why. Just really beautiful airplane, and really like the way that he's got that configured. And boy, he sure flew it to its limit right there, unchallenged from the pole position, flag to flag win, if you will.
Wire to wire.
Wire to wire. There you go. Here's one of our Formula One competitors, race 00.
Yeah, we got Heat 2B, Formula One, coming up shortly here, not that far away.
Chet Harris, and I love the name of that airplane, Tommy, because we saw Freudnaut fly earlier. 00.
Double entendre there.
Yeah.
00. AUGHT.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah. Gotta love it. Racers are wonderful. I love the competitiveness. I love the family of our air racers. just the aviation industry in general, but our September family associated with our national championship air races. What a wonderful group of folks. So exciting to be part of it. And there you can see our entire Formula One pairing field. This would be the 2B pairing, Tommy, that we're going to watch here in just a few minutes. We're going to fly 8 laps again on our up close and personal. 6 pylons on the course. It's our most, it's our closest course, and it is right there. Look right there. There is our from our previous biplane pairing. Beautiful. Look at the tail. You see the alien on the tail?
Oh my gosh, yeah, in honor
Race
of Roswell.
Yeah,
I love that.
Yeah, gotta love it. See, I told you, racers are cool people, and they do. If you're paying attention, there's all kinds of subtle little things that are always happening.
It's a show business, Rob. I mean, they understand that as well as anyone, and they do a terrific job of entertaining folks, and that's what this, for decades, that's what this event has all been about.
Yeah, and the fans just pouring into the gates in Roswell, and there you can see some of them that have been able to bring their own chairs and sit kind of down to the end. Down here. A little bit of haze in the sky today in Roswell, and was noticing that some of that's getting blown in from some of the wildfires in the Pacific Northwest. Is what
I don't know where you could go in America, because we have to deal with it the last location. We deal with it in other sports that we do across the country, and it's just this time of year. It's all about this time of year.
Well, the nice thing about it here at Roswell is we're not surrounded by tall mountains, and there's not a valley that it will settle into and impact our racing. So no worries there. For those of you that are watching online, don't worry, we're not going to be impacted by that. It's not that intense. Just making the sky just a little bit of hazy. Normally you would see clear, beautiful blue New Mexico skies. And as the campaign says, New Mexico true, unlike anywhere else, it's its own country. And now we've got clearance. The biplanes have all landed, cleared the runway. So we're going to look at our field here. This is our 5th place aircraft as they taxi out into position here. Chet Harris, we talked about Ought Not, is the name of the airplane. Race 00.
Down all the way from Alaska. And down to race here in New Mexico.
Yellow airplane, Trent Woodworth. Feisty, we've seen Feisty many times. Trent Woodworth, Spring Valley, Wisconsin, race 52.
There's Tantrum, that's another Cassett airplane marked back in tire. St. John's, New Brunswick. Canada. This is an international race here for sure.
It is. Race 72, Dominic Kaskaliki, excuse me. Race 72. Lap Traffic's the name of the airplane. It's also a Cassett. He's from St. Petersburg, Florida, and there's our pole position, Tommy.
Cheap Thrill, Sandy Mack from Tehachapi, California. The high desert there.
Beautiful white and blue paint scheme on our pole sitter. We talked about the wing shape in Frayed Knot earlier. You get a good look at the Cassett Racer wings here. Tommy, you called it a candy bar wing, and that's a great description.
Some people, I've heard them refer to them as that.
Yeah, kind of a straight leading edge, straight trailing edge, constant chord all the way through. But like we talked about before, these small Formula One racers, you kind of strap on the airplane. They're very small. But there's our field that we just saw being pulled out by the tow vehicles and led off by race 1. I'm sorry, for one position, race 82, Andy Mack.
Looks as though they're going to take off to the south, as did our first F1 heat of the day.
Right. So again, we'll get that Grand Prix start here, a little bit different than the biplane where we have the stagger between the rows. All 5 of these will take off at the same time in the Grand Prix start. So they're spaced out, 2 in the front, 1 in the middle, 2 in the rear, or in the 3rd row. And they will all take off together. And like we saw before, Tommy, they will. We're doing that because of the wind. Once airborne, they will start a left turn for them. They will be moving right to left for you on the screen. And they'll make that left turn and then start a right-hand circling turn back, and that will put them lined up with our final, my air traffic controller brain wants to say final approach course, which isn't that exactly accurate, but down our home stretch, right, coming up runway 35, past the home pylon, our start-finish line, and they will be off and around on their first lap as they go around. And one thing that's a little different when we do depart the opposite direction, Tommy, is our oil warm-up lap. Our starter lap is really that turnaround down there on the left. So we will.
So first time they pass the start-finish pylon, we will start the lap count?
Right.
Okay.
Right. Because and part of that is because of the amount of gas in these aircraft. We don't have enough gas to do the turnaround and then fly an extra lap for a warm-up. Plus, they've gotten that opportunity to get airborne. The engine's warmed up. Everything is set. And so much like the oil warm-up or starter lap, when they go around the course during that turnaround, which is led by our #1 pole position aircraft, they can maneuver for position, and we saw that before. Frayed Knot, if you recall, departed in the 3rd position, but by the time they came back by the home pylon, he was already in 2nd.
Yeah.
Right? So, so maneuvering can happen in that turnaround. Now, obviously, there's some rules as far as how they do it. You can't just, cut everybody off and take the shortcut.
No.
But once they get kind of turned around and line backed up with the runway headed for the home pylon, they can begin to maneuver, and then we'll start counting laps as we pass the home pylon there, start-finish line. But you see our crews working on the various racers. There's race 52, Feisty, and his crew. Notice how the canopy on this one, Tommy, opens to the pilot's right, to the side. And the other aircraft we saw a minute ago, it kind of looked like a reverse. It hinged on the front, and it opened vertically towards the front of the aircraft. So just really different ways that the crews and the pilots design their aircraft. The Cassett Racer, typically various models of it have different style canopies, but opening sideways like you see here on Not Race 00 with Chet Harris, the canopy opens sideways to the pilot's right. There, our left as we look at it here on screen. You can see the crew handing him his helmet, all the support functions there, and you can see how small these aircraft are.
They are incredibly small. It's not an exaggeration what you see on the screen. They are that small. They all have the same power plant.
I remember a few years ago, Tommy, we were in Reno. I got to sit in an aircraft, an F1 aircraft, and I'm a little bit larger than some of these pilots, and it was a little bit of a tight fit for me. I think we actually flew a simulator that year.
That's what you were.
That was a lot of fun. Really fun. So great folks in the F1 class, man. They're always so hospitable and welcoming, and just like all of our racers and our entire September family. But love to hang out with the Formula One racers, and they really are a very competitive group. Now, like we've talked about before, Tommy, this is a class that really goes all the way back to
the longest standing class.
The beginning of air racing in our country. It's the only continuous racing class. It goes back to the 1930s. First known as midget racing in 1936. There was a huge attendance, large following for midget racing all across our country in the 30s and 40s. And then World War II happened. And most famous race for this class really kind of happened following World War II. The Cleveland Air Races, 1947, is kind of iconic in our nation's history for air racing. And the midget class became the Formula One class. But they've had the same basic rules over all the years. It's a true technical formula. And so that by that it means they're very limited on horsepower, what the wing size can be, what the wing shape can be, etc. They all have to be monoplanes, meaning one wing. 166 square feet is the limit. They have fixed gear. They all have the same engine. They all have a Continental 0200 engine. That's a 4-cylinder engine that you might find in your family Cessna 150. Now, the aircraft stock has about 100 horsepower, but racing, they can tune them up to, typically they're running a 54-inch prop at about 4,500 RPM or so, making about 160 horsepower. So that gets these aircraft down the track really fast. The fastest aircraft will push 250 miles an hour in this class. Now, you notice they don't have a starter, and if you can see in the distance on your screen, you'll notice some of the crew will hand start the propellers. You can see that happening on the white aircraft near the back of the field there. That's how they get them going. The minimum weight is 500 pounds for this class, which is about half the weight of a Harley-Davidson motorcycle, if you're give you a little bit of comparison. The pilot and his or her gear has to weigh a minimum of 150 pounds. So if you're really thin and small and you don't weigh that much, you got to put some lead in your pockets or some change or something to get to that minimum weight. Again, that's all about making it a true technical class, even competitiveness for everybody. And normally fully loaded with fuel, these aircraft and pilot and gear, somewhere around 750 to 800 pounds total. The aircraft 500 to 600 pounds. And again, we're going to fly our 3.1 mile course. We're going to do 8 laps just a little over 25 miles total. But you can see our support crews, for the most part, have left the runway now, and we've got our racers with the engines running. Now and again, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to depart from your right to your left on screen. That is headed south here at Roswell.
Yep, we're facing west.
We've got a little bit of wind today, so that will allow them to take off to the south, and then they'll make that 90-degree, then 270-degree back turn to the right, which will count as our starter lap or our oil warm-up lap. And when they come back across the start-finish line headed northbound along this same runway, that will be, we'll start counting laps when they pass the home pylon right there, Tommy.
Probably be the equivalent of one lap, that turnaround, takeoff and turnaround.
Yeah, I think
around
it's
3 miles.
Yeah, I think it's about the same. We will get this class going here in just a minute. Again, it's going to be a Grand Prix style start, and you will see our starter here momentarily on the far side. They'll have hand in the air, but you can see we still have some crew members on a few of the airplanes still helping their pilots as they finish some of those final checks. Checking all the harnesses and all the switches, make sure the fuel, the engines are running well, the oil pressure's up, oil temp is good. They're air-cooled O200 engines like we talked about, like you might have in your family Cessna 150, but sort of the same thing that you might be doing in your Cessna 150 out at the end of the runway, doing the pre-takeoff checklist and doing the run-up, checking everything. Now, again, we did talk about the props on this particular thing, the fixed pitch prop, Tommy, that so it's not adjustable, meaning you can't change the pitch on the aircraft once it's started. So the aircraft is stuck with whatever choice the pilot and the crew chief made in terms of that setting. So they'll either possibly get off the ground really fast, but maybe not have quite the top end speed, or they may have chosen a prop that gives them a lot higher top end speed. And we talked earlier about they normally are swinging about a 54-inch prop on especially the Cassett racers. And at about 4,500 RPM, that gives them about 160 horsepower out of this motor. One of the great analogies, Tommy, that I like is the fixed pitch prop is kind of like riding a bike with no choice of gears.
Right.
So whatever gear you picked when you hooked it up, that's what you're stuck with. It's either going to be really hard to pedal to start and you're going to go fast at speed, or it's going to get off the ground and it's easy to pedal. So sort of the similar analogy, if you will, here for the fixed pitch prop on our Formula One class. This is the 2B pairing, Tommy, and we're about to see them go here in just a second.
2A F1 heat is in the books, and Justin Phillipson started with the pole position, but it would be the defending champion, Josh Watson, in Freydnot, who wound up taking that race and winning the top points there.
We see our crew members continuing to clear the area there on our screen. And as they make their way out of the safety area, you can see that's the open dirt area is actually the north end of our Stol track. Tommy, you kind of gives you a good perspective. Our camera from this view is up at the top of the grandstands as you're looking west, slightly north and west. Across the taxiway there, which runs right in front of our boxes and our grandstands, and then you have the Stol track, and then the aircraft are sitting on runway 1735 faced south. As we got a little bit of wind coming out of the south or from your left to your right on screen. So engines are running, temperatures are coming up, pilots are watching the starter. You see the officials on the far side of the runway with the bright day-glow yellow vest on. And we're just waiting for our official starter to give us the indication that we're about ready to go. So we're getting close now, Tommy. Again, on the screen, you see the pole position. Andy Mack in the white and blue aircraft closest to you, right by that 1,000-foot marker on the far side. You see that square sign with a 1 on it. If you were headed north, you'd only have 1,000 foot of runway left on that runway. So that tells you, kind of gives you position.
That's why it's a big sign. You need to know that.
That's why it's a big sign, right? Yeah. Well, that the white aircraft right by that black 1 is our pole leader, Andy Mack in Cheap Thrills, also on the front row. The yellow aircraft, yellow and black, race 72. And then in the middle, all by himself, Mark McIntyre, race 10.
Canadian plane,
yeah, Trent Woodworth, race 52, the yellow aircraft on the far right of your screen in the back row, and the white and purple Chet Harris, race 00, ought not. So there's our field, and they're about ready to go, Tommy.
Well, if Ought could go near as fast as Dreadnought went in our first heat of F1, he should find himself on top.
Yeah, Dreadnought was really kind of the class of the field, that for sure.
Yeah.
Got the red flag up here and just out of our camera view a little bit. And here we go. The Grand Prix start is right there, ladies and gentlemen. So we are off and running, and we've got aircraft watch. Great view here. You get to see the tails come up as they build a little airspeed. Tail comes up, and then the aircraft will fly off the runway as they reach speed right here. Look at that as our leader. There it is right there. Just a little bit of back pressure. The aircraft just lifts itself right off the runway. And there you can see all of our aircraft there. Again, remember this is, we departed south, so we're going to make a turn to the left. You can see them begin that slight turn now. All led by our pole position, Andy Mack in the white and blue aircraft. And let's take a look at our course real quick, Tommy, as we complete this 90-270 turn down there to the south. This, again, is our 3.1-mile course, our most up-close and personal course. They will come on screen momentarily from your left to your right, past that start-finish line. What we know is the home pylon. They'll go around pylons 1, 2, and 3. They're on the right side, down the back stretch, headed south, and come around pylons 4, 5, and 6, and back to the start. We're going to fly around the 3.1-mile course. We're going to do 8 laps, Tommy, and it'll be just a little over 25 miles at speeds approaching, well, just under 250 miles an hour.
Won't take long.
Won't take long. So they're completing that turn off to the left as we come back to the camera here momentarily, and they will be approaching that start-finish line from your left on screen. And once they pass that start-finish line, headed back in, we'll start counting laps. There's our leader right there, Cheap Thrills, Andy Mack, our pole position, and he's holding first place over Dominic Cacolici.
Yeah.
There we go. Dominic, my apologies for butchering your name. That certainly was not intentional, but you're doing an amazing job here in second place on the left side of the screen in lap traffic as they're making their way. And ladies and gentlemen, we are underway right now as our leader passes the start-finish home line.
Andy Mack stepping it out there. Off to a good start. Flying that clean air out there. Cacolici, you see him have a little bit of movement, a little bit of a jitter there. Which is,
that's true.
What happens when you're behind someone?
You'll notice as we, as the home pylon comes in and out of view, look for the American flag on top of that. And you'll see it standing out pretty good in the wind right now.
Blowing. It's blowing.
So as they make a turn, like right here, where our leader is starting to come around, there's pylon 5, right into your living room with pylon number 5 with a camera out in the desert. And you can hear those 4-cylinder O200 Continental engines making about 160 horses as they make their way around. And here, completing lap number 1, there's your leader, Andy Mack. Beautiful blue and white Cassett racer right here. And Tommy, we're headed into lap number 2 as he goes around pylon number 4 right there.
Andy Mack from Tehachapi, California, so he knows all about flying in the desert. No doubt about that. There's 2 and 3. That's Cacolici in race 72. And I believe that's Chet Harris.
Should be Chet Harris in the white aircraft, not race 00. There's a good look down yellow. That's the yellow Trent Woodworth in race 52, and up above him is Mark McIntyre in race 10. So that's what we see here is down low, the yellow aircraft, Trent Woodworth in race 52, but it looks like Mark McIntyre, race 10, aircraft called Tantrum, is making some solid ground on him.
Yeah, he's trying to get out of 5th place for sure.
You can see they got to pass on the outside, like all pylon racing, closed course. Being on the inside, shortest way around the track is the place to be. And there you can see just staying low. The minimum altitude is 50 feet. That's the top of our pylons. You can see them on the poles. And as we jump back to our leader, Andy Mack, beautiful blue and white Cheap Thrills. That's what he calls that airplane.
Race number 82, and he is maintaining that lead. He started with being the top qualifier. We're in this B class of Formula One.
So what kind of turn to speed could we expect in that red
Again, phenomenal shots from our pylon cams out in the desert. And pylon number 5, they're coming around pylon 6, and here now you see as our view back as they come towards the home pylon. As we're completing lap number 3, going to start lap number 4, I believe, here momentarily. There's our leader. You get to see a little bit of the distance between him and second place. Lap traffic, Dominic Cacolici. Those two have seemed to be fairly evenly spaced, Tommy, this entire race so
Yeah,
far.
about the same. No big changes there so far. A limited time to make changes. We're already halfway through this race.
You see farther back in the pack, it looks like Ched Harris on the left has made his way past. Nope, sorry, that's back to our leaders. My apologies, Tommy. That was our leader.
Yeah.
I got confused there for a minute. Andy Mack holding it down there in first position. Lap traffic, the yellow and black aircraft seems to be, he's keeping up with him, but not making a lot of ground in terms of catching up.
A little bit. He might have chewed up a few yards there in the last lap, but not much, not enough. It's going to have to be a little more dramatic than that if he wants to gun for the win at the end.
There they are in the north end of our pylon course here, our inner course. And that's a little bit farther back in the pack. You can see them in the pass through your screen as we watch our leaders go down the backside of the course. On the left, Andy Mack, race 82.
That's an old secret out there. There's a trend. Looks like Trent actually turned in.
You see Dominic Kakalici right here trying to gain some ground here, Tommy, as they come around that corner. I think you're right. I think he is making a little bit of ground.
Just a little bit, but running out of time. Well, he's more than a little bit now.
He's definitely closed it. The last two laps, he's closed it up. You're right, just about half of what the distance was. And down that straightaway, it looks to be a little faster. It's kind of hard to tell, but he looks to be faster when they're straight and level. And once he catches him again, he's going to have to pass him on the outside. That's the challenge with close course pylon racing.
Kakalici up from St. Petersburg, Florida. Yellow plane. 3M Sport.
Yeah, well, that's naturally your brain will tell you, okay, wait for the leader to turn and follow.
Again, kind of matched speed as they go down the backside, coming around pylons 4, 5, and soon to be 6. You can see those pass underneath. There's a great shot of our leader in coming around positions 1 and 2. And they roll out on the home stretch, headed for the home pylon again, slowly closing the gap. But as we are on lap number 6, finishing lap number 6, I believe.
Yeah.
As we follow our leaders around, you'll see some of the other class traffic in the distance either pass in front of us. They are now rolling out level. You see the wings roll to the right. They're headed down the backstretch or headed south from our right to our left on screen and make their way around this 3.1 mile course. You can see some of the other airplanes, and we're beginning to catch some lap traffic. That's Mark McIntyre in race 10. Our leader easily goes right around him. So I'm not sure if Mark's having a little bit of an issue, but he's definitely a little slower than our leaders. Both of them now have passed Mark on the way around. So he has been lapped, but positions 1 and 2, again, now Tommy hanging together, and we get the white flag right there, 1 lap to go. Final time around our 3.1 mile course. You see our leader, Andy Mack, right there, coming around pylon number 2 and pylon number 3. You see him roll level now down the back stretch for the final time in this race. Beautiful look at that wonderful blue and white aircraft that was our pole sitter. And Tommy, so far, wire to wire, it appears, has been out in front. We'll see if he can hold it off and make it way back to home pylon for the checkered momentarily.
Keep it between the ditches from now till the start-finish pylon, and I think he's going to be in good shape.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, here we go, Tommy. We're coming around the final pylon. You see the wings roll level, and he is headed for the home pylon and the checkered flag. It appears right here, Tommy, and there it is. Andy Mack, our unofficial winner here of the 2B Perry. Wow.
That's race number 82, your unofficial winner right there. It looks like it's going to be Dominic Kakalici.
There comes
lap traffic.
Mark McIntyre right there, race
Canadian
10.
Plane. Yeah.
Finishing his race. You see the pull up there at the end. Pulling up off the course. one more competitor to make his way across, finish it up here.
Woodworth.
Race 82, base of gear.
That's race
No,
72.
that was Kakalichi.
That's Kakalichi, yeah.
Okay.
Race 92, base of gear.
Taking a look at some of the highlights of that race just past us there. It was all Andy Mack, start to finish, that's for sure. He had some tight racing there at certain points. That was a little back in the pack there.
Yeah, that was actually Kakalichi. I think the yellow aircraft that was up there in second was Trent Woodworth, and I think we kind of misidentified that, Tommy.
Yeah, two identical colors, and we were not expecting Trent to come up that fast, but he did.
Yeah, so Trent was actually the one that was trying to catch Andy Mack the whole time, and got close, but never actually able to kind of seal the deal, if you will. So our apologies to Trent Woodworth during the race coverage there. We misidentified your aircraft, but that doesn't change how well you flew the race.
No, not at all. And we're getting to see it now.
Yeah, absolutely. But Andy Mack was your leader, wire to wire, pole sitter, and then brings it across the checkered flag finish right here, Tommy, for the win, unofficially, here in the 2B pairings.
Race 82, Cheap Thrills. First place unofficially, Trent Woodworth and Feisty. In second place, Chet Harris, Hautenaw. Race 00, Dominic Kakalichi, actually in fourth place with Lap Traffic and Tantrum. Mark McIntyre, the red plane out there. Race number 10 in fifth, all unofficial. The race committee has to go through all of those and adjust the times based on the start and so forth. And we will have that official for you. It'll be posted pretty soon, airrace.org.
Absolutely. Beautiful look at the aircraft there as they land and taxi out. Trent Woodworth, an unofficial second place finisher. There's your unofficial winner. Race 82, Andy Mack and Cheap Thrills.
So we got two Formula One races. Our two for the day are in the books, as are our two biplane races for today. And it's been great fun getting it started here in Roswell, New Mexico, for this new chapter for the National Championship Air Races.
I was born in these mountains. Got my first pair of skis when I was 3. I was never afraid to go fast. I got faster until nobody could catch me. 154.06 miles per hour. The fastest American ever.
Straight down into the core of the earth, 700 feet beneath the surface, stalagmites and stalactites, million-year-old all-stars in a natural stadium, carved by water, populated by bats, and marveled by all. Carlsbad Caverns National Park.
Yeah, and if you do an 8-lap race, my math says that would be 16-second penalty. And in a 1-minute lap, which is typical for a Formula One plane, that's about 1/4 of a lap in penalty.
That's right.
For everybody wondering.
In fact, I'm going to tell later on today, we had a cut pylon in yesterday's race, and it went from being first to only being third by some fractions of a mile per hour. Even though it was an 8-lap race times 2, I guess that to be 16-second penalty. It only went to third. That's how cool the speeds are on this new course.
And you know, as race pilots, we try to look down the center of the pylons. That's how tight we're flying. And I am proud to say I have never cut one.
And let's keep it that way. Scott Holmes, thank you so much. Come back tomorrow. You are a great addition to our 60th National Championship Air Races.
All right, we are clear to taxi.
Wow, that young man is something. Roy, good to see you.
Tony will go behind Kathy.
Here, where are you guys at? Right there? Right there? Good.
And it was 1108.
Okay, copy, on the course and up to the line. Okay.
Good.
This one. Yeah, so yeah. Yeah, you got this one, I got
Doing Stol.
Stol.
Yep,
Finish this one. This is that.
Johnny, I'm going to run up just a little bit here before the line.
Boy, not much wind today.
That's right. All right, let's go into the introduction. Juan Brown from the Bronco Lirio channel, hot on the microphone several times today. And I think that, Juan, am I right? This will be the final drag competition for the Stols today. I think this afternoon we'll get into Jets T6s.
Well, there might be 2 Stol drags this afternoon, and we got to break it up for some airline traffic here today. We're starting to get some dust out there. Richling. Josh Richling helping me announce the Stol drags today as well. Who we got out there on the line, Josh?
Well, we have the 2 fastest racers in Stol drag today, head with each other, both in Just Aircraft Highlander XLs running Yamaha motors. We got Eddie Sanchez in lane 2 on the outside lane, and Steve Henry with the famous Yeehaw 8, number 44 on inside lane 1.
2 of the fastest aircraft out
Yeah, I'm
there.
going to have some fluid coming out because it's just an overflow. You can probably see it.
Things are getting hot out there on the line already. So Stol drag racing, as we might have saw earlier this morning, if you didn't, we got a 2,000-foot long course. We're going to drag race down and back. These 2 aircraft are going to line up here on the start-finish line. At the drop of the flag, they're going to drag race side by side down to the turnaround point, 2,000 feet down the line, come to a complete stop. Turn around and drag race back. The first aircraft that stops wins.
Right now, maybe a little bit of a wind. I'm going to say we're probably right at 8.
So you hear them mentioning that we're probably right at 8 at the number 10, meaning that we'll have too much of a tailwind coming in and we'll have to stop the race or switch to a one-direction race until that wind dies back down. So it looks like now at 8 miles an hour, it'll be okay. If we get a 15-knot crosswind, it'll also cause us an issue. We'll have to stop temporarily until that dies back down. But they're just watching the winds right now.
We've got 7 right now.
7 knots, we're good on the wind.
We're cleared up the course. We're cleared down the course. Eddie, are you ready? Steve, are you ready? On the arm drop. 3, 2, 1, see ya.
The 2 Yamaha powered Just Aircraft Highlanders.
Well, they're very good friends off the track. When they get on the track, all bets are off.
Kicking it into the full side slip.
Steve Henry's able to use his spoilers to help slow down as well.
They both getting turned around just about the same time. Steve Henry kicking up a mountain of dirt down there. And he's off and got a good lead out of that whole shot, that turnaround. Wind him up, and when's he gonna chop it?
300 horsepower in that number 44.
Good turns from the turnaround judges. We'll explain that in a minute. Steve Henry's down. And if you get a good close look at Steve's tires, he's running UTV or side-by-side knobbies to help him dig into the dirt and get that thing stopped.
That's right, helping both in the dirt and the grass. Grass you tend to slip across when he competes in traditional Stol competitions, and the knobbies help grab that grass. Occasionally, they'll grab a big chunk of grass and they'll plug up the knobbies and slide across the ground like slicks will.
All right, we got the number 1 lane is the lane closest to us. The number 2 lane is the lane farthest away from us. And in the number 1 lane is Kathy Page from Tucson, Arizona, with her Cub Crafters FX2 Carbon Cub. In the number 2 lane is Dave Curley in the Grasshopper, a Just Aircraft Highlander, Rotax powered.
With the supercharger as well on the outside lane.
That's right.
We're cleared down.
He's the only one running a supercharger here.
Kathy, are you ready? On the arm drop. 3, 2, 1, see ya.
Johnny Walker dropping the flag. And the Grasshopper getting a good hole shot out of there with that supercharged, fuel-injected Rotax 912.
I haven't seen him jump that far ahead today yet.
Yeah.
Kathy. So something must have happened. Maybe she's giving him a second.
Looks like Dave's gonna get a little floaty and then boom, touchdowns first. Full stop. All right, get that turn, get that turn. Oh, good turn, Dave, good. Gotten a good jump on Kathy with that turn.
That's a third bobble Curley's had in that same position coming into the downside of the track. Yesterday, he ended up doing a full go-around, feeling unsafe to set it down. And I had opened some eyebrows around here, but we all explained that that's part of what we do.
Yep, go-around is an option. Good race, Dave Curley. Get it over the line. Bring it to a full stop. And Dave Curley in the number 2 lane, Grasshopper, gets her stop first.
Follow Kathy, bring me my next 2.
So the objective is to land on or beyond the line at each end of the course and maintain directional control of your aircraft on the stop and always maintain your lane. Each lane is about 75 feet wide.
And new this year, they used to have to come to a complete stop and have the tail down, and it literally cost the world championship because somebody would get a bad hop in one lane versus another. They both stopped at the same time, but one person's tail was higher than the other and came down later and ended up losing. So I know Steve lost his Toby Ashley one year that way.
Cleared up the course.
So this year, it's just come to a complete stop. Tail does not have to be down, and that's why they're striking tires.
2, 1, see ya.
Tony Sanchez in the number 2 lane, Just Aircraft Super Stol. Harry Beaupre in the number 1 lane in the Kit Fox, Spirit of Lewis. both Rotex powered aircraft. Kicking that Kit Fox into the side slip. Hard to keep it in the slip. It wants to pop out.
I did not see Tony there in lane 2 in the white Super Stol slip at all. Did you see him there?
Not much, not much. That thing's got enough drag on that long landing gear.
Boy, that is an interesting technique.
Looks like neck and neck out of the turnaround. Good turns, both lanes from the judges.
There's a little bit of a slip. Maybe we just didn't see it from our point of view. Compared to Harry, nobody slips. Very good.
Yeah. Harry likes to throw that thing into as hard a slip as possible. Sanchez gets touchdown first. Ooh, good race.
Wow, that's so tough to judge when they're not having to drop the tail down. Which one really did stop?
Lock them up them brakes in the dirt. We really thank the city of Roswell for dialing in this dirt race course for us. This is perfect for Stol drag racing. We can really lock them up in this course. Who do we got coming out next here, Josh?
Well, looks like Austin Powers. Austin Clemens.
Yeah, beta boy.
He's acting like Austin Powers. When he takes off, he's laughing and waving at the guys next to him. He's doing the turnaround down at the other end, waving at the girls. He's the only guy really not having to pay attention. He's so comfortable. He's been doing this so long. And he's, you know, at such a young age at 22.
They're dogging him.
Are you ready? We're cleared up the course. Cleared down the course. Austin, are you ready? Are you ready? On the arm drop. 3, 2, 1, see ya.
And that's Aaron Greer on the inside lane 1 in the Just Aircraft Highlander, the Moose. See if he can keep up with him.
Our only certified aircraft out here this week is that Husky, weighing in as probably the heaviest aircraft we have out here this week as well.
That's right. He said it's 1,200 pounds empty, like 1183 or something like that, versus the somewhere right around the 800 pound on that inside lane there of Aaron Greer's Highlander.
Boy, they get stopped at just about the same time. Watch this turn. Brap, full power. Turning to the left, take advantage of that torque.
Are you wide open, Aaron? That's all you got. I pulled my carb heat out for you.
He said he left his carb heat in so that he could catch up.
Fill that thing up full of dirt if he does that. Boom. Husky down first. Oh, so close. Look at that.
Go to video on that one. That was a good race, boys. Clear to taxi. Austin, Paul, Aaron. Johnny, can we get these emergency vehicles out of the go-around here?
Too close to call, gotta go to video.
I've heard of taunting the other opponent, but to on the radio, which they generally don't talk on the air, but on the radio, I don't know if you all heard that, but he said, "Are you going as fast as you can there?" Then he said, he goes, "I'm giving it all she's got." And he says, "Well, I got my carb heat in to try and let you catch up." And Eddie Sanchez coming out here. Looks like he is going to go to the inside lane, lane 1, against Doug Talbert in the Kit Fox 4 on the outside lane. And Doug is our rookie. So we have our second fastest plane against our rookie on the outside there. He's been improving each lap. Every time he's come out here this week, he's just getting better and better. He's been running long, which we want him to basically just be as safe as you can be. We don't need somebody on their nose. But once again, he's getting better each lap. It's looking good. He said he feels really good. He's feeling more comfortable, and he is getting better and faster.
Hey, Johnny, with the winds out of the east, if you want to give him a head start, I'm okay with that.
Say that again?
It's Eddie. With the winds out of the east, if you want to give him a head start, it might be better.
Okay, how much you want to give him?
Give him 10.
All right, Doug, you all right? That 10-second head start? All right, timers, are you ready? All right, so I'm going to send you, and then I'm going to come back, and I'll give you the full countdown. So we're cleared up the course. We're cleared down the course. Doug, are you ready? On the arm drop. 3, 2, 1.
Excellent call by Eddie Sanchez to give the rookie a 10-second head start, keeping him out of the dangerous wake turbulence of the faster aircraft. And it's going to get a more exciting race here at the finish line. One of the slower airplanes versus one of the fastest airplanes. Hear that difference? Going to catch up to him already down here at the turnaround. The rookie is down over the line.
Boy, he's going long. Got that big bounce there.
Yep. Now he'll be well behind the black aircraft.
On the plus side, he's getting more logged landings,
more time.
Stol drag than his opponent, so that's good. He's getting more experience.
Get to eat some dirt. Chopping it early, throwing it in the slip. Scratch, lane 2. Touchdown for the line. Eddie bringing it to a full stop. Doug bringing her down gently.
At the other end. Clear to taxi, Doug Paul Eddie.
And you hear him say, save your brakes, because if they get close to, generally here right now, they're doing back-to-back runs, but as we get closer to the championship, they'll start skipping people around. And if you've just taken a run within the last run or two, and your brakes are still hot, you're at a great disadvantage for that turnaround point, or even the stop at the end.
And one of our biggest concerns is losing a single brake and ground looping. Hopefully you're ground looping away from the other aircraft.
That's right. We saw Eddie Sanchez do that at Reno, where he had turned, and fortunately when he turned, he got out of the power immediately.
Going heads up.
And he was turning towards a block wall, not towards the crowd,
Okay,
so that was great.
We'll go ahead. We'll keep it heads up for now. I think, Curly, you're a little too fast for the delay. All right, timers, are you ready? Cleared up the course. Cleared down the course. Steve, are you ready? Curly, are you ready? On the arm drop. 3, 2, 1, see ya.
Dave Curley in the number 1 lane with the green grasshopper. Steve Henry in the number 2.
Now that Rotax Parrot engine in lane 1 is supercharged, but you see the difference between that and a lighter, more powerful engine in the same airframe. Vastly different.
Steve Henry already turning around in the number 2 lane. Kicking up a pile of dirt and flying out of the hole shot. Only takes about 1 aircraft length to get that thing off the ground.
I want to say I've never seen Steve go that long this week on the turnaround. He must have been carrying a lot more speed than he was expecting.
Steve already down and stopped. And it sounds like...
And they're calling a scratch on lane 1?
Lane 1, yep. Okay, I think we're going to yield the rest of our time back to the air races here. We might have one more Stol drag heat this morning.
Juan, yes, you're right. We're going to go into the opening ceremony right after that. Your racers, your drag racers will be back.
We're scheduled back on for one more shot after opening ceremonies.
Don't go away. That's what I meant to say. Josh, thanks for being here as well. Josh Frischling.
My pleasure. Thank you so much. It's just an honor to be here in the presence of all your voices.
And while we wait for that, you guys take a break. While they were drag racing, we got some of the times and the speeds and the winners of that Formula One race that Scott Holmes announced. And the man who had the pole position, Andy Mack, was in fact the winner, race number 82. And in second position, race number 52, Trent Woodworth in Feisty Cassett was in second place, and Chet Harris in Ought Not as an AUGHT-NOUGH. And the average race speed for that race, Formula One race, 2:12.58. And it says here, no cuts, clean race. Do you have time? Yes, you do have time. If you want to take a stretch without bothering the people behind you in terms of viewing, you can do that now. All those great racing fans next to you, make sure you introduce yourselves to them, make friends forever, like we have for so many years. Celebrating 60 years of National Championship Air Racing this year at this heavenly location. Wow.
One, two.
So that you can plan your morning, I'm going to go into the opening ceremony. Right after that, as you can see, the Stol's now going back to the pit. We'll be coming back out for another heat number 7 of the Stol races. And then we're going to go into civilian aerobatic acts, starting with our buddy Jim Tobel in the Corsair World War II fame, then a jet heat race, followed by a T6 race right after that.
1, 2.
Then gentleman Jim Pikes, it is Aerobatic Beach Bonanza, will be demonstrating for us. Smoke and Thunder Jet Powered Dragster is after that. And airplanes from the Palm Springs Air Museum will be taken to the sky, followed by military flyby, followed by the award-winning Bob Carlton in his Vertigo air shows. We'll close out the afternoon starting at about 4:55 for the jet heat race of 6 laps. I say 4:55, I meant 2:55. Yeah, I'll have you back at happy hour by your hotel before that. Closing out jet heat at 2:55 this afternoon. So a lot of action between then and now. Sunblocker, suntan lotion, lip protection, and if you will, stay hydrated all day long. It does make a difference. And we worry about you, great spectators. We love you dearly. We want you to be at peak health.
Check.
This does not.
Check.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I could direct your attention out to the ramp microphone, getting ready for the grand opening, let me present the Royal Canadian himself, Roy Hathaway.
Well, thank you very much. Hello, Roswell. How are you doing today? Are you staying? I love that. Are you staying well hydrated? Like, I'm talking hydrated like with water, Gatorade, especially you folks in the boxes up here, very important. Yeah, please stay hydrated. It was very hot yesterday. They're calling something like 94 again today, which is really hot in Celsius where I come from. But it's very important you please stay hydrated. We're going to have an absolutely fantastic day. Are you ready to get underway? Love it, love it. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you're able, face the flag for the singing of our national anthem, which will be performed by Maria Rai, Juliana Lopez, Connor Kent, Rodolfo Anania, and the New Mexico Military Institute, directed by Scott Tripp.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we walked were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the brave and the home of the brave?
Do it again for the New Mexico Military Institute, directed by Scott Tripp. And now, let me introduce to you Fred Telling, the chairman and CEO of the Reno Air Racing Association. Sir?
Thank you, Roy. Another round of applause for our Singers Day. They are fabulous. They are the best representation of the Military Institute here, and we couldn't be more honored to have them present. I have to admit, when I saw them all coming out today, I looked at them and said, they're so well dressed that I feel horribly underdressed, but I'm in my racing regalia, and that's the best I can do for being here. Welcome, Roswell, New Mexico. Thank you for being our new home. Today, by tradition, Day 2 is our Education Day. We focus on the critical impact that basically our youth have on our future, our ability to inspire them, get them hooked on something that interests them and fascinating so they can find careers and occupations and avocations that they love. Those are the things that makes today's youth tomorrow's great citizens. I'll come back to that theme when we talk about education, particularly around aviation, because without all the trained people and support, we can't keep these birds in the air. So their ability to help us in aviation, whether it's pilots, air traffic controllers, whether it's mechanics, as everybody in the Air Force and Army Air Corps knows, and Marines who fly anything, the reality is for every pilot that's out there are probably 7 to 8 maintenance and specialists handling all the systems necessary to keep those planes going. So it's an extraordinary day, and we'll talk more about it in a second. However, as all of you know, today is a very solemn occasion. It is 9/11, 24 years later. I was delighted to see that in New Mexico it's recognized, because in much of the country it's an event that's been forgotten. But for me personally, who worked in the city for over 30 years, I had many friends who worked in that building. My daughter in her school had many of her friends' fathers. And so if you're in New York or if you're in Washington, I can assure you those are two places where today is never overlooked and never forgotten. So I would ask everybody for just a moment of silence, for your prayers for those who are lost, and your support for our military to help keep us free in the future. Please, moment of silence. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate it. We are, as always, here in Roswell, I must admit, we have been so extraordinarily pleased by the partnerships that have helped make this transition possible. And with us today, just to give you an idea, among some of the key people that made that happen, I'll introduce him in a minute, but he's a man who almost needs no introduction. Mayor Jennings is with us today. Mayor, give him a strong tip of your hat just in case they don't recognize. There you go. Standing, all right, standing next to him, Secretary Lansing Adams of Tourism. From the beginning, Lansing has been a strong supporter of everything we've been trying to do. He and his staff have given us guidance to help us make sure we can communicate effectively, not only to bring this event and these fans here that we've had, our traditional fans, but to make our fans help understand just how exciting New Mexico is. You know, they call it the land of enchantment, and as I've confessed to him, since I bought a house here and since I'll be here for a long time, I've already been bewitched. I love this place. And there are so many things to do here that many of our fans who come to Reno for years don't appreciate. So we're trying to... This is a significant opportunity for all of southeastern New Mexico and to West Texas across the way and for the whole state. And I like to bookend things because I like symmetry in life. And so, as you know, Albuquerque has already for years hosted the Balloon Festival each year. It's world-renowned, much as our event is world-renowned. And they do balloon racing. And so from here on in, we're able to say about New Mexico, they host not only the slowest aviation of racing event, but now they're going to host the fastest. So give it up for Secretary Lansing Adams. And last but not least is Bobby Thompson. Bobby's been a friend for more decades than either of us wish to remember. And Mayor Jennings was wise enough to ask her to come here and help with the transition. Fell in love with her like I do. All of her background and talents in airport management, airport structure, working with the FAA. She's also a past racer, a professional, extraordinarily adept pilot, and has been my partner in this last year throughout the transition. And so she was sort of rah-rah number one on the ground here. I came along as rah-rah number two, and we're slowly but surely building up our presence here. We hired our first new employee just a little while ago. She's standing back in the stands. We'll introduce her another time, but Bobby Thompson is the spark plug that helped make all this transition, working with Mike Matthews, successfully succeed. So this 82 acres that we have wouldn't be here without her leadership and that of the city and the support of the state. So give it up for Bobby one more time. As you can tell, there's a certain theme here. And the reality is, we've said many times, none of this happens without hundreds of other people. Our internal organization is a staff of only 6 people. That's all. We have year-round. But we have something like 28 department heads and over 1,000+ volunteers historically, many of whom are brand new this year here in Roswell. And we're looking forward to more and more of them coming on board, because eventually we'll be transitioning all the support for this here. We're counting on many of our traditional heads, and all of whom are still here, to stick with us 2-3 years down the road, because it's an incredibly complex event. I have my strengths and I have my weaknesses. And the amazing thing is, Tony and I have now worked together for 8 years, and it turns out he not only can match most of my strengths, but he can overcome almost all of my weaknesses. So I have called him my partner in this package since the beginning. But in truth, my appreciation for Tony every day just continues to grow in admiration, because without what he does, this event would not finally have gotten pulled together. for everything from being able to mark the tents, the placement of things, the size of the grandstand, negotiations with the FAA. Tony has been extraordinary, and one of the ways you can tell how important somebody is answer the question, what's the frequency of somebody saying, call Fred versus call Tony? I can assure you that he outnumbers me at least 5 to 1. I'm honored and pleased by that. I give him my condolences and my thanks every day. And Tony, if I can turn it over to you to take care of the rest of the education day, thank you very much. I appreciate your partnership. You've been a wonder to work with.
Thank you, Fred. And thank you for, I appreciate you dropping the partner in crime moniker too. So I'm going to talk a little bit about our education programs here, because that's why we're out here. That's why we're out here to celebrate today. Our current version of our STEM Discovery Zone was born in 2017 out of a conversation between myself and a man I'll introduce in a moment, Reza Karamuz. We were looking to reinvigorate the program, so we hopped on a call and started talking about it. Since then, he's developed it into an amazing program where we've brought in as many as 8,000 students during a single event each year. It's one of the most incredible hands-on experiences in the nation from a STEM Discovery Zone, introducing kids to aviation and STEM education and getting them excited for careers in the future. Well, I'll introduce him in just a second, but the second piece of that is the natural progression, which was to our scholarship program. So in 2021, we decided that it was time to make the jump. And with the help of the Ray Foundation, we were able to launch our first scholarship program. Greg Gibson is the coordinator for that program, and it's grown immensely as well. I'll introduce both of them here in a moment, but I do want to quickly talk about, and recognize the organizations that have supported us so generously this year. So on the STEM side, Leprino Foods Foundation and their incredibly generous grant has just been huge in order to help us make this event so successful. Additionally, and this is why I have the paper, the International Society of Transport Aircraft Trading, or ISTAT, also made a very generous contribution to the program. And on the scholarship side, the Ray Foundation, again, over the years, they've been a huge contributor. But I also want to recognize two of our board members that helped us this year. Fred Telling, our chairman, and Bobby Thompson, who both contributed to the scholarship program. All right, and without further ado, I'd like to bring our first speaker up, Reza Karamuz.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Fred. Thank you all the folks from Roswell that have been so kind, and just the warm reception that we've gotten here. I'm speaking on behalf of my department, the education department, but every one of our folks can just say that we've been so blessed. When we got to move here, it seemed like a daunting task, but every time we had meetings, it got easier and people were so kind. So I'm excited to be here. Our STEM zone is more set up than before with more stuff. We've got great partnerships. I want to just invite all of you to come stop by. It's the tents that you run into on the left side as you entered. And what we've got here today, we got New Mexico Tech with a beautiful setup of drones and robots and all kinds of cool presentations. We've got Eastern New Mexico University, Roswell. It's been an awesome partnership there. They've got some setup in there. We've got the Roswell Museum with hands-on activities for the kids. And all of this is possible because Leprino Foods has generously supported our entire STEM zone this year. And also they're providing free string cheese, which I can tell you is really awesome. It's the best I've ever had. I do plan to have a whole bunch more this afternoon. We also have a bunch of stickers. You see my shirt covered with just 5. I got 10 different types of stickers. That's all free for everyone. So stop by, get those. They're super cool. Some say, I love Roswell. Some say, I love STEM. Some say, I love cheese. We also have handbooks. These are beautiful full-color handbooks with all kinds of cool activities. You can QR code, scan, and have some fun with that. So I just want to say thank you, Roswell. Thank you, the state of New Mexico. Thank you, Chavez County. it's been just awesome, and we're looking forward to this being the beginning of 60 more years. So I'm going to hand it back off here to Greg.
Thank you, Reza. Morning, Roswell. All right, it's hot out here, for crying out loud. We're going to get this going, though. My name is Greg Gibson. I'm very proud to be the scholarship coordinator for the National Championship Air Races and the Reno Air Racing Association. In 2021, we started this program, and through the generous support of the Ray Foundation, which, if you haven't heard of them, the James Ray Foundation comes from the benefactor James Ray, who was a B-17 pilot in World War II. After that, he determined that all of his success as a general contractor and other business adventures that he had during life came because of the discipline that he learned in becoming a pilot. And he attributed that and all of his success to the rigors and the different things that a pilot has to do in order to stay flying safely and, even more importantly, landing safely. So we have carried that on. And in modeling our program for scholarships, we had, of course, Rez in his wonderful program with the STEM Discovery Zone. Now we have him excited, we've got him interested. Well, let's give him a means to go get that done. So having a scholarship program was the next, a logical step in that process. And of course, being here in this wonderful community, being able to have those folks learn, get those scholarships completed, become pilots. We'll mention A&P scholarships here in a moment as well. Now we have jobs. So you're able to take them all the way from, really from the cradle to the cockpit and then on into a career. And it's something we're very proud of. So, sharing that, obviously, becoming a responsible citizen along the way, it's a great package, and it's one of the core tenets here of the National Championship Air Races. We've awarded 33 scholarships so far, and to date, those have been for flight training. But this year, we've added an additional 20 scholarships for a total of 53 by the end of the year. We did award 5 in Reno, where we had a scholarship was very robust previously. We've gone nationwide this year with 5 scholarships. We've had 5 of our race pilots actually take scholarships back into their community where they will nominate and mentor a young person all the way through their flying journey. So it's really exciting. Andy Finley from the sport class, Mike Steiger from the jet class, Vicki Benzing from the Unlimiteds, Kevin Quinn from Stol drag, and Gordo Sanders from the T6 class are all participating in that program. So it's really fantastic. 5 scholarships now for the great state of New Mexico are going to be offered. They're going to be starting up here in about a month. We'll have those rolled out with the process, but students from the state of New Mexico will be able to apply, and they'll be learning and training, right here in their home state. This year, we're especially proud because we wanted to expand the scholarship program beyond just flight training for some time. And now that we've got our partnership with Eastern New Mexico University Roswell, we mentioned that with Dr. Powell a couple of times here, we're going to be offering, and actually we have offered and we'll be awarding here in the next, very soon, sometime in the next couple of weeks, we're awarding 5 $10,000 airframe and power plant scholarships to local students right here in Roswell. It's a great program. We're really excited about it. And these students are these are the very best of who we want to see come through these programs, get into a career, and then of course bring that, that career right back here to work. And hopefully they'll be able to apply it here at home. So it's a great program. We're very excited about it. We've got all the world is watching, and we're really glad to have something so significant to be able to bring with the world's fastest motorsport. And as Dr. Powell will tell you here in a moment, I'm going to introduce him. The program here at Eastern New Mexico University Roswell, the aviation program, they're working on doubling that program going forward, and they're going through the different challenges of what it takes to make that happen. But we're very proud to be a partner in that. And if I could, I'll just ask Dr. Powell to come on up and finish talking about that. Dr. Sean Powell. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, Secretary, Fred, Bobby, thank you for the opportunity to partner. Eastern New Mexico University Roswell is a very proud partner with the city, with NCAR, and also with the EDC that brought all the events together today. We're very proud to be here as part of this event on Education Day. We appreciate the partnership with the Discovery Zone, so thank you for involving us with that. There's lots of children and school students who are coming out from Chavez County today to learn about aviation and STEM education. So it's a great partnership. ENMU Roswell has been here at the Air Center since 1968. We're primarily working on career and technical education. We do have a question coming up on this election, and we're looking for support from the community to increase our career and technical education programming. If you have questions about that, please let us know, because we want to add additional programs, because our mission is to help students and help our community to grow. So again, thank you very much, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I'm going to bring up Dr. Telling.
Dr. Powell, thank you very much. The university has been more than generous with all your support, your access to facilities, your instructors, and indeed in my T6 group, as you know, we had some of your advanced A&P students helping out to inspect aircraft that were built in the 30s and the 40s with Pratt & Whitney 1340 9-cylinder radial engines. For most of these younger kids, I should say, they'd never really seen such an engine. So it was a great opportunity for our team and for yours. As I said at the beginning, this is an event that couldn't happen with many people, many partnerships. But as I may have mentioned in other places if you heard me before, our presence here wouldn't have happened without the vision of the mayor. Mayor Jennings long understood that this facility that was left behind from the Air Force was an underappreciated and underutilized asset, and he viewed this as one opportunity to use us as part of the spark of aviation here to regrow flight training, A&P work, increased jobs. And so I'd like to close this event by asking Mayor Jennings to come up and join us, both to welcome you again on behalf of the city, but also to share what's been his exciting vision that I'm just thrilled to help implement.
Thank you. Welcome to the first annual Roswell Air Races. You know, I'm going to tell you, this all started with people working together with the Chaves County Roswell Economic Development Group. We all got together and we looked at this. This was something we could do. I sent our city staff, sent 10 members there to see the whole thing, and they determined that this was a win-win for both sides. And we've able to have the safest race course they've ever had. And when you turn around and look, they tell me they've got some of the nicest people they've ever met. So you know it's time for nice people to meet people from other states, and so it's time for everybody to go out and enjoy your time at the air races and be here. I have to compliment our city staff, because a lot of the work was all done with city staff, and they have been phenomenal. Our safety crews are fantastic, city staff's fantastic, and we're all getting it together. And you know what can happen from this? We're shovel ready to build hangars all down the south and east side of this place with water, sewer, power, and internet. Whatever they need, we can do that right now. They can be up and running, build a hangar, and be up and running in 12 months. So we're ready for economic development and jobs. That's what we need in Roswell. We need jobs, and we have a fantastic vocational training program here, either educational or vocational. And Mr. Powell runs a fantastic school. It's all available to anybody. It's been fantastic. So, you know, let's just look around and meet some people. And it's just like the gentleman right here in the front booth. He says, oh, thank God I've had the same booth for 25 years, and I got the same booth in Roswell again. And, you know, there are people that come from all over the country to meet here. So it's a perfect time for us all to shine, meet each other. And, you know, let's make sure we do one thing. There was a real tragedy that happened yesterday in Utah. And, you know, we can all talk and remember our country is 3 separate equal branches of government, and everybody has a right to their opinions. And please, let's go ahead and look at that, because even as a Democrat, that kind of stuff shouldn't happen anywhere in our country. So, but thank you all so much for coming. And, you know, we're looking forward to it. And we've got 3 more days of racing. So come back and see us again. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you all, race fans. Well, I'd say let's go racing, but as you know, we're on a slight pause for American Airlines to make its entry. And I think Stol is going to be performing in between. It will be. and then American will depart, and we'll get on with the rest of the shows. So it's a great time if you want to go out, find a drink, see our vendors, shop, get some food. But I go back to Roy's point. Keep drinking, stay hydrated. It's a beautiful weather day we have today, but that sun's hot and it takes it out of you more than you recognize. Thank you all very much. Let's go racing!
Before you go, Fred, I noticed something while I was here. How many of you have been longtime race fans and been to Reno and all that? Excellent. This is for the newcomers. If you look up over there, there's a bunch of people in orange shirts. Section 3 is in the house! If you don't know what Section 3 is, go over there and meet those nuts. And now, please welcome the voice of the National Championship Air Races, Danny Hollywood Clisham.
Oh, thank you. A big round of applause for all of our presenters, if you would. Oh, we love Roswell. Thank you to all the people from in and around this area. Throughout town, everybody gives us a welcome, popping into a store or a restaurant, getting things we need from supplies for the show. Everybody's got a kind word. We're at the right place. We cannot thank the leadership enough for not falling under the bus. We're Americans. We never give up. There's always another way. And this is a miracle that proved that that is true. Now, what our chairman said, Fred Telling, you have a little bit of time if you want to wander around, if you need to stretch. And don't get mad at me about the suntan, sun lotion, sun blocker. And hydrate, hydrate, hydrate. Please, throughout the course of the day, it'll make you feel well. Don't wait till you're thirsty. Our flight physicians tell us that's too late. You're already under the influence of dehydration. And if you get a chance, wherever you're at, meet the people next to you. A couple seats down, you will make friends for life. And many of you will be back year after year after year. Keep in contact throughout the course of the year. So, Andrew, if you would play a little traveling music, we got some briefings to do with Roy.
All right.
We already have airplanes up to the starting line, so let's get into the intros.
We got one more Stol drag heat to do this morning or this afternoon. We're going to be racing two aircraft side by side on a 2,000-foot dirt strip right here in front of the grandstands. The basic premise being the two aircraft drag racing down to the stage right, come to a complete stop, turn around, and drag race back to the start-finish line. The first aircraft that comes to a complete stop wins the drag race.
A little different down at the other end. It's pretty light right here.
And over the course of the weekend, we're going to be keeping...
You got a copy on the airman?
Got you loud and clear. Go ahead, Johnny.
All right. We're going to have some fun with this. We're going to let the pilots do some commentary while they're flying, so you guys there in the stands can get an idea of what they're doing while they're flying. So for this first run, we're going to have Kathy Page in the Race 85 Carbon Cub commentating after I launch her as far as what she's doing.
Excellent. Okay, so we should get pilot commentary live from the cockpit.
Kathy Page on the mic. Turnaround is ready. We're cleared up the course. We're cleared down the course. Harry, are you ready? Kathy, are you ready? On the arm drop. 3, 2, 1. See ya.
Kathy Page in the number 1 lane in the FX2 Carbon Cub. Harry Beaupre in the number 2 lane, the lane farthest away from me in the Kid Fox.
Come to the halfway point, down to full power, put a big old flip. Try to beat the boys.
Cutting the power, throwing it in a big slip.
Power Kid Fox. Pulling down, let go.
Looks like Harry gets touchdown first in yellow airplane in the number 2 lane. Ooh, Harry gets the whole shot.
Oh, Harry, gonna give me.
Oh, back to the next guy.
Here we go. Hold down.
Pulling the power and throwing that slip. That's Kathy and it flaps on speed.
Off the flaps, hit the brakes. Oh, I got beat by the boy.
Oh, Harry got you, Kathy. You cleared a taxi. Nice flying. Harry, follow Kathy. Bring me the next 2.
That was interesting. There's a few pilots I would love to hear what they're doing as they go down there the runway. Austin being one of them. That's pretty funny.
Yeah, figuring out what's going on inside their mind. Who we got coming up next, Josh?
Looks like we have Tony Sanchez in lane 2 on the outside, and we have Aaron Greer in lane 1, both in Just Aircraft Highlanders. The outside is going to be a Super Stol, and the inside lane is going to be a Highlander. Both Rotax powered.
All right, lane 1, we got Aaron, race 84 in the Moose. And in lane 2, we got Tony Sanchez. All right. Hey, everybody, is everybody in the stands? Let's see some hands up. Is everybody enjoying Roswell for the inaugural flight of the Stol drag? All right, Tony's going to give you some commentary from the cockpit on this run. Timers, are you ready? We're cleared up the course. We're cleared down the course. Tony, are you ready? I'm ready. Aaron, are you ready? On the arm drop. 3, 2, 1. See ya.
Tony's in the white aircraft in the number 2 lane.
Jump, Scotty? I tried to get a jump on you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Coming up on the halfway point. We're going to be cruising here. I don't know where Aaron is. He's somewhere back there. Little bit of flap. Little bit more flap. Coming out of the jump. Oh, I'm going to end up scratching because I can't. My flaps got stuck up. That's not a good one.
Talking and flying at the same time.
Come to a full stop. We turn around and full power.
Tony's got a day job flying for Southwest.
Crosswind on the strip, so you see just a little bit of a crab here.
scratch on that one. Nice flying, boys. Tony, you did scratch, but you did beat Aaron. You cleared a taxi, Tony, follow Aaron. Bring me my next two.
So talking and flying at the same time cost Tony a scratch down there at the other end. That's a real challenge. That's how they know when they want to make you an instructor pilot in the military, if you can talk and fly at the same time.
Tony made that look easy doing both of those.
Yeah. I don't think he used any flaps on his arrival into here either.
It didn't seem like it, did it?
Who's next?
We have got Eddie Sanchez in the outside lane in the XL Just Aircraft Highlander, and on the inside we got Austin Clemens in the Husky.
Looking at about a 9-knot crosswind right now. 9-knot crosswind coming from your right.
They're at a 9-knot crosswind, which is one away from what's allowed. These are both very experienced pilots.
With the beta prop. He's going to do some pilot cockpit commentating for you. In lane 2, we got Eddie Sanchez, Tony's brother. Eventually, we're going to have a Sanchez versus Sanchez race. Timers, are you ready? Timers are ready. We're cleared up the course. We're cleared down the course. Eddie, are you ready? Austin, are you ready? On the on-drop. 3, 2, 1, see ya! Hey, y'all, it's Austin Clemens in the yellow Husky. We're racing trailer class right now. He just blew my doors off, but we just got his ground effect here, going past halfway point. We're letting it rip, and I'm gonna chop it. Full flip, full rudder. Add some flaps in here, and the line. Lock up the brake.
That's 22-year-old Austin in the
Eddie's already
Husky.
turning around, ripping away from me. I got her chooching back shut here. We're full stick forward trying to get this thing flying.
5,000-hour pilot from
He's already in his slip, which he's just hauling ass. Hey, but I flew here IFR in the clouds, flew my airplane here, you know the deal. Don't make fun of my trailer. I just have less chance of having a blowout on the way here.
22-year-old Austin Clemens from Benton, Kansas. 5,000 hours already.
That is some great commentary. I love that.
Pretty well got his doors blowed off there.
Next we have Doug Tolbert pulling into lane 2, up against Dave Curley in lane 1 in the Grasshopper.
Doug Tolbert, our newest Stol drag race pilot in the red and white kit box in the number 2 lane. Dave Curley sporting a supercharged Rotax fuel-injected 912.
One, we got David Curley in race 11. He's going to do some commentating for you. Lane 2, we got race 96, Doug Tolbert. Timers, you ready? We're cleared up the course. Cleared down the course. Doug, are you ready? Curley, are you ready? That's up ready. Drop. 3, 2, 1, see ya. Full throttle. And we get a little flop in there. We go off the ground, flop down. Clear ground is back. Halfway point. Coming up. Touch power. We'll go to hard flip. And we're going to hold that. Nice. Get a little flap in. This thing drops out on me though. There we go. Pops out. Try to get it stopped. And we got to stop, turn around.
Don't scratch means get it on or over the line.
Back in the air, full throttle, heading for the midway point. And we're going to hold to the next cone, and then we're going to stop hard flip. Better flow. Flap in. Little bump, and we're flipping way too much.
Dave Curley takes the drag race in the #1 lane with a running commentary in the green grasshopper.
All right, nice flying, fellas. Clear to taxi. Doug, follow Curley. Bring me my next two.
Looks like Kathy Page is up again. This is coming up quick, and she is going against Steve Henry in Yeehaw 8, maybe? Steve's hesitating. Maybe he's a little nervous.
Kathy and her Carbon Cub, that's one of our sponsors here of Stol Drag Racing, is Carbon Cub. Cub Crafters Aircraft, the makers of the Carbon Cub out of Yakima, Washington. Get yourself a Stol Drag race ready backcountry bush flying airplane from the Cub Crafters. They also got one of the new UL Cubs on display back here to check out.
Yeah. Count to 10 though. The last one you gave him 6.
UL for ultra light.
Start the sequence.
See if he gives him some time delay here.
I think I heard him talking about sequence. He may let.
All right, I'm gonna give Kathy 15 seconds.
15 seconds. That is a huge lead.
All right, long round of lane 1, we got Steve Henry, the fastest man in Stol Drag. Lane 2, we got Kathy Page. Steve, are you up for doing some commenting while you're flying? All right, no, Steve doesn't want to. He wants to concentrate. All right, Kathy's gonna comment again. Give you the play-by-play. All right, send you, and I'll give you a full countdown. All right, timers, you ready? We're cleared up the course. We're cleared down the course. Kathy, are you ready? On the arm drop. 3, 2, 1. See ya.
Kathy taking the 15-second lead.
Oh my, look at that lead I got.
Steve, are you ready? On the arm drop. 3, 2, 1. See ya.
Watch how fast he catches up.
Starts slipping early.
Just about to catch up to Kathy. At the turnaround, Kathy gets to a full stop.
If they're both on the ground at the same time, it's going to be a tough job for her to get away. Looks like she got some crosswind underneath that wing.
Yeah, Steve got a little janky on that stop.
Caught me a little.
He must have sent some wake turbulence her way.
Passing up Kathy now, right here in front of the home pylon.
Full slip. Full flap.
Over the line to a full stop. Both of them getting stopped right there.
All right, clear to taxi. That looks a little 40 down there, Kathy. Kathy, follow Steve.
It was 40.
Look at that beautiful power wagon. Say hi to everybody.
All right, we got Aaron Greer taking lane 2 this time in the Moose.
15 minutes, 15 minutes.
And Harry Beaupre in lane 1 in the Kit Fox 4.
All right. Which one of you guys wants to? All right, everyone's gonna take it. You guys can chitter chatter with each other. I know you're gonna talk some smack. Timers, are you ready? We're cleared up the course. We're cleared down the course. Ron, are you ready? Harry, are you ready? On the arm drop. 3, 2, 1. See ya.
Stol Drag's really a mental game here. I know Harry's faster than me, so we try to get in his head. We jump the line a little bit, make sure we pull power after him so he sees us pass him. It's all mental.
Yeah, but I got the big split.
So Aaron Greer in the #2 lane in the orange aircraft.
Way overshot it, but we might catch him.
Giving us the running commentary. Harry Beaupre in the yellow aircraft in the #1 lane.
But there's always a chance they'll crash.
Don't say that.
least we're low enough to the ground here in the Stol drags where.
Look at that beautiful slip.
Yeah, these winds are a little flashy today. It's hard to get a good judge of where we can cut.
Yeah, and that sling blade in lane 1.
Remember next 2. Nice fly, fellas. Clear to taxi. Aaron, follow Harry. Tony, if you want to head start, you got to get in the left lane.
All right, that's what I was going to say. I'm going to need it.
Oh, we got the brother Sanchez coming to the line.
I can tell.
Eddie and Tony Sanchez, both lanes 1 and 2. Looks like.
Tony, are you buying some seconds for Eddie?
Yes, 10 seconds.
Oh, way.
These brothers are pretty competitive. Both airline pilots have a long history of flying since they were kids.
Sure.
And it's also it's really
that means you got to do the compensation.
brothers in similar aircraft.
Oh, okay. All right, Eddie, you're talking. All right, lane 1, we got Eddie Sanchez in race 48, the Devil Girl. Lane 2, we got race 75 and his brother Tony Sanchez. Both commercial airline pilots racing here in Roswell.
Eddie will be talking in the black aircraft closest to us.
I'm the count for 2 and I'll give you the full count, Eddie. Timers are ready. Cleared up the course. We're cleared down the course. Tony, are you ready? On the on drop. 3, 2, 1, see ya.
Tony gets a head start.
On the on drop. 3, 2, 1, see ya.
Now Eddie's looking at the
Already catching you. Oh, you got a chance. Touchdown high.
Tony already in the turn. Eddie's got to catch him. Yamaha versus Rotax. Oh, I don't know, Eddie. He's got a good lead still.
Right on you, right on you, right on you.
Gonna be tight.
Gets it over the line.
Tony being on the ground first.
Oh, man. I think you got him. Oh, I did. All right, clear to taxi. Tony, follow Eddie. That was a good one. I think you got a failure to stop at the other end, Tony.
Oh, man. That's 2.
Got a photo finish.
Bring me the next 2.
Looks like the Grasshopper is going to be taking lane 2. Dave
10
currently
minutes, 10 minutes.
This will be some great commentary here from Austin if he is the one that speaks there in the Husky in lane 1.
The heavy Husky in the 1 lane. And the much lighter Grasshopper in the number 2 lane.
You guys have both commented which guys you want Austin to do it? All right. For all you guys in the stands, Austin's 21 years old out here racing. 22, sorry, he's 22 now. He's been racing with us since he was 18. Just shows you anybody can do it. Timers, are you ready? We cleared up the course, cleared down the course. Austin, are you ready? On the arm drop. 3, 2, 1, see ya.
Oh, Curly getting out that whole shot early.
This will be a pretty good race. So far, he's jumping off the line.
Young Austin talking to us in the yellow airplane.
Now, according to when he smokes me, he must got a turbocharger on that thing, because that thing's ripping. It's actually a supercharger, but hey.
Supercharger.
Same thing, boost is boost. He's got a quick turnaround.
Yep, looks like the Grasshopper's
He's already airborne. But we're just letting that certified 80-out Husky rip. We're only working with 180 horsepower, but I do have a constant speed prop, so that does help me a little bit. Get her in a steep slip, full rudder, full waiver on.
branch on that one?
Gotcha. Thanks. Nice flying, fellas. Clear to taxi. Curly, follow Austin. Who my next two?
The Grasshopper gets it in the number 2 lane.
Just a heads up from Steve at the turnaround. The winds at the turnaround are a little more than they are here. So you've got a solid, probably 10, about, 9-ish crosswind. 9 to 10 crosswind from your right.
All right, we're approaching our max crosswind. They're going to keep a close eye on that. Got Kathy Page in lane 1, Doug Tolbert in lane 2, our rookie on the outside.
You missed that cactus by 3 feet. All right, so just be cognizant at the other end of that wind coming from your right, about which way you're going to turn, and keep your wings down. Timers, are you ready? We're cleared up the course. Cleared down the course. Doug, are you ready? Kathy, are you ready? On the arm drop. 3, 2, 1. See ya.
Doug Tolbert, our rookie in the number 2 lane. Kathy Page in the number 1 lane with the Carbon Cub FX2. Complete with baggage pod and big tires. Kathy's wishing she brought her small tires with her for Stol drag racing. Stop quicker and accelerate faster.
Aboard the airline. Flights are short. Landings are shorter.
Especially with this beautiful track here, we don't need the huge tires on this smooth of a course. Doug going long on his landing as he...
Looks like Doug is going to rejoin us back.
That's Kathy Page in lane 1 and the Cub Crafters Carbon Cub that she calls Luna C. Here we go, full split. Full split. Let the acne suspension take care of the rest.
Kathy comes to a full stop. Wave to everybody in the red power wagon from the last race group of pilots.
Oh, Kathy, bring me my next 2.
Are you guys biplanes or Formula Ones? Biplanes! There's our biplane winners.
So Steve and Harry, we'll just go heads up this time. That way, Steve, if you want to comment from the cockpit, you can.
Yeah, there was Jeffrey Lowe in there. I should have recognized that. Biplanes.
I don't know. I guess I can try it. Your call.
Steve Henry not being a whole lot for word. He's going to try.
You're going to race heads up. So lane 1, we got race 27, Harry Beaupre. Lane 2, we got Steve Henry, race 40.
Hope he gets him a lead.
Timers, are you ready? Course. Clear down the course. Harry, are you ready? On the arm drop. 3, 2, 1. See ya.
I heard half course Roger.
Sound like it.
Nothing left to do but wait for the cut point. 3, 2, 1. See ya.
Get him, Steve. Harry's already in the slip in number 2 lane. Correction, number 1. Steve catching up to him quick.
And we're going to turn her right because of the wind.
Harry likes a right turn out of the turnaround point.
He wants to blind Steve with the dust.
Full throttle, waiting for the next cut point. Probably a little farther down this time because of the way the winds are.
Can Steve catch up to him for that distance? Look at that slip. Harry in the number 1 lane.
Steve's carrying more speed.
Yeah, look at that. They just stop at exactly the same spot.
We're going to have to go to video on that one. Nice racing, boys. Clear to taxi. Harry, follow Steve, follow Harry. We're going to call
racing for today in Roswell, New Mexico. Thanks for hosting us. This is a beautiful course, and we'll be back out tomorrow.
Just whistling in our good buddy Juan Brown and a cast of 1,000 announcers from the cockpit.
That's right.
Everybody wants to get into the act.
Everybody wants the gig.
Without wanting to interrupt the Stol racers, we'll always congratulate those people coming down in the 61 Dodge Power Wagon converted for fire use and used in a city in California for a good number of years. It's got all the firefighting equipment on it. It's totally restored. And I'm jealous, not so much. I'll let you.
Pioneer Bank is more than a bank. We're your neighbors. We live here, shop here, and volunteer here. As proud sponsors of the National Championship Air Races, we're honored to support the community we call home. Pioneer Bank, your community, your bank. ExxonMobil is proud to support the National Championship Air Race's first year in the land of enchantment. In New Mexico, our team's innovation and hard work drive our progress, delivering safe, reliable energy while decreasing emissions. On behalf of ExxonMobil, thanks for coming and have a great time. Now, if you're looking for your next ride, come to Richland Motors, your hometown dealership for GMC, Chevrolet, Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, and Ram. From tough trucks to family SUVs and everything in between, we've got the perfect vehicle waiting for you. And here's the best part. At Richland Motors, every vehicle comes with powertrain for life. That means peace of mind, mile after mile. So why wait? Stop in today or visit us online at rlchevrolet.com. Richland Motors, where the deals are real and the powertrain lasts for life. And make sure you check out the 2026 Roswell Metallic Green. I call it Metallic Alien Green myself. Corvette. It is amazing. Any of you folks seen it yet? Isn't it cool? Yeah, I think it should be Alien Green. It definitely looks out of this world. So check it out, the 2026 Roswell Metallic Alien Green Corvette. Thank you very much to the folks at Richland Motors for bringing that out. A&W Root Beer, the Great American Classic, welcomes you and your family to the National Championship Air Races here in Roswell.
Now we got the information we need. Andy Mack and crew, and the crew chief. Formula One race number 82. Andy and crew, congratulations. You can cheer again if you'd like.
Hey, Section 3, how you doing? A small, Hornworks, try the lights. Small but enthusiastic crowd. This is the seed that's going to grow and grow and grow, just like at the last location. It is so good to see the orange. Give yourselves a big round of applause. You guys rock. Well, you saw that beautiful F4U Corsair take off. That's Jim Tobel in the controls of that machine. He'll be diving in just a few moments to get underway with a demonstration of one of the most incredible World War II aircraft ever, and I am looking forward to this. Sunbelt Rentals, a proud sponsor of the National Championship Air Races, is your premier North American equipment rental provider. With an extensive range of products right across more than 1,000 locations, and of course right here in New Mexico. They're your one-stop shop for heavy equipment, tools, and more, and have been incredibly supportive of our NCAR efforts here in Roswell. Valley Bank of Commerce and Capital Asset Resources are proud sponsors of the 2025 National Championship Air Races. Valley Bank is especially honored to have been recognized as the 2024 Extraordinary Bank of the Year, a testament to their commitment to excellence, service, and community. Together with Capital Asset Resources, they celebrate the passion, innovation, and competitive spirit that defines the National Championship Air Races. Valley Bank of Commerce and Capital Asset Resources wish everyone an unforgettable race experience. You know, Roswell skies has always sparked wonder, but when the National Championship Air Races landed here, it wasn't just for a win for aviation, it was a lift for local jobs, youth programs, and small businesses as well. Xcel Energy is proud to help power that momentum, energizing the communities and experiences that spark innovation and fuel long-term growth. We're honored to power the journey as New Mexico takes flight. Make sure you pick up your official program. This is not just a program, it is a book. It is the kind of thing you want to have on your coffee table or even in the kitchen to read when you're having your morning coffee before you come out here, or even when you're here, because there's so much information in here. You notice the folks right in front of me here, I got Post-it notes because I steal information out of it all the time. So that's how good this book is. So make sure you pick it up at various locations throughout the grounds here today. You guys got your sunscreen on? I'm going to reapply when the next race comes up because it's been a while. But put that sunscreen on. I'm going to bug you all day long. Stay hydrated. And when you do, don't forget, those of you here yesterday, you know it, that little bit under here, your nose that turns your big nostril into a little nostril, 2 nostrils. Don't forget that thing because it hurts when you get a sunburn there. Ask me how I know. And don't forget, what was that? I know because I got burnt there once. And if you're wearing a V-neck shirt, you know, just any skin, dip yourself in SPF 100 and you'll be just fine. All right, folks, we're keeping an eye out for Jim Tobel and a beautiful Corsair. Should be diving in here in just a few moments. I hope you have lots of, oh, what do we have here? Root beer! It only took you 24 hours, but that's okay, we'll take it. A&W root beer.
One little trivia?
Sure.
A&W first started as Allen and West franchise, Lodi, California. Way back when, it was considered to be one of the first franchises, and it's still successful all over the country.
I was waiting for you to say it started in Ann Arbor, Michigan.
No, but that's where it's going to end.
Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate I can't talk. Appreciate this. There we go.
Roy Halfway takes a long sip of our sponsor's product, A&W Root Beer, and now he's shining, and now he's radiant, and now he's alive, and he's on the microphone as we speak.
Oh, I think this heat is getting to us, Danny. We're getting punchy.
A&W Root Beer.
A-beer, yeah. This was perfect. This was perfect.
You want something our great spectators will get you covered, believe me.
Yep. Mini donuts. No.
How about a jelly donut, eh?
Oh, no. My favorite, you know, Tim Hortons, eh?
Yeah.
Oh, I gotta go to Tim Hortons, get a double-double and a Canadian maple.
And guess what?
What?
I now know what a double-double is.
You finally figured it out? How many years we've worked together, you figured out what a double-double is?
Because we have a Timmy's at the airport in Ann Arbor.
See, I knew you'd bring Ann Arbor in here somehow, so.
And I showed you a
That's
picture of
okay.
it.
In the town where I live of 40,000, there are 3 Tim Hortons locations.
sure.
Yeah, well, you gotta have one in every, it's like a cop, you gotta have one in every corner.
Oh, be careful.
I'm allowed to say that. I'm a retired police officer. Come on now.
That's right, you are. Okay, you get away with it. Oh, yeah.
Hey, folks, if you're here with your kids, here's something I'd like you to do. Grab your phone, take a picture of the kids, especially you dads, because I bet you have no idea how they're dressed, the kids, that is. If you're like me, what are you wearing? I don't know, whatever they pulled out of the closet. Take a picture of the kids and take a piece of paper and write your cell phone number on it and put it into their pocket. That way, if you get separated and our crack team of security folks here find your child, we can get you all back together again. So please do that. Take a picture of the kids, put your phone number into their pocket, pick a place to meet if you get separated as well. That's always a good idea. We had a couple of C-130s out there. Fifi is out there, but it's kind of a long way from this area here. Got a tour of Fifi this morning. What? Fifi's a B-29, one of only 2 flying in the world. It's going to be flying here tomorrow. And Danny, what a thrill it was to sit in the left seat of a B-29, and you see, when you look at the aircraft, there's all these windows. You think the visibility is amazing. It's not. It's terrible. Just like the Millennium Falcon from Star Wars, you know. But the framework and everything, and they were telling me how they have to peer around to see the runway, and sometimes you have to deke a little bit, and there's a little window on the floor because there's no nose wheel steering. It's cast-ring nose wheel on that aircraft. And of course, when you're lined up, you want to make sure that nose wheel is straight. So they open up a little hatch, and there's a mirror that looks down at the nose wheel, so you can tell if it's straight. The aircraft, the only thing that's hydraulic on it is the brakes. Everything else is electrical. And they've got 2 big generators. I can't remember how many watt generators on the outboard engine, smaller ones on the inboard, and an APU inside that runs off a 2 or 3 cylinder engine, and banks of batteries. And it just goes on and on. It's just amazing. So folks, when it doesn't get too hot, they actually will be doing tours through the aircraft as much as they can. And it is just amazing.
So we're going to call you Roy Paul Tibbets Hathaway.
Thank you.
FC to the B-29, the Enola Gay. Little over a few days, and 80 years ago, the war in the Pacific ended. That ended World War II. 80 years ago, and some weeks, beginning of August.
experience, serve as a living tribute to the Marine Corps' cool water, cool cruiser. Ladies and gentlemen, we now present your cruiser known as the Reno-Tahoe.
What TV show is this from? You got it. Chance Vaught F-4U Corsair was one of the finest fighters ever built. Today's F-4U Corsair earned the nickname Korean War Hero for its remarkable performance as a ground attack bomber in Korea. This aircraft served time on the USS Boxer and USS Valley Forge aircraft carriers, making her one of the very few surviving Korean War Corsairs flying here today. Coming in from the right. With the longest running production cycle of any piston engine fighter, the Corsair is a legend of U.S. naval aviation. Production reached over 12,000, including those built by Goodyear and the Marine Corps attack variant. The Corsair is capable of speeds of over 470 miles per hour. That speed comes from an 18-cylinder Pratt & Whitney R 2800 engine, developing an awesome 2,600 horsepower. The Korean War Hero is a single-sea carrier-borne fighter bomber that has a range of over 500 miles and an altitude capability of 41,000 feet. Despite the advent of the jet, the Corsair remained the major naval fighter well into the 1950s. Armament for the Corsair is impressive. 6 50 caliber machine guns and up to 4,000 pounds of external stores. The combination of an awesome arsenal, speed, power, and maneuverability made the Chance Vaught design a favorite among the warriors who flew and maintained her. The Korean War Hero is the pinnacle of the Corsair design that its predecessors flew in World War II. It was that war where the Corsair made its first major mark. It racked up an impressive score of aerial victories against Japanese best fighters. Coming in with a very slow roll. Notice the inverted gull wing design of the Korean War Hero. This was mandated by the huge propeller needed to drive the aircraft. With a diameter of over 13 feet with a standard design propeller, it would have hacked round the deck of the carrier. The wings were gulled down at the fuselage to allow for a heavy, sturdy gear to take the punishment of carrier operations. The landing gear is unique as well. In order to have a wing with a high-speed capability, the wing was designed so the landing gear actually folds 90 degrees as it is tucked away. All right, kids, I want you to help me along with my math here. Are you ready? 1 to knife edge. 2 to inverted. 3 to knife edge. And the 4-point hesitation roll. The Korean War Hero is flown today by Jim Tobel. Call sign Torque, Jim and his father, Joe Tobel, began a long and lovingly restoration process back in 1981. It was retired from naval service in 1956 and spent several years in private ownership prior to being acquired by the Tobels. Today, Jim Tobel operates Korean War Hero at air shows just like this right across the United States to remind us of the sacrifices made by the veterans who flew them and fought alongside them. Built for war and flown today as a reminder of our veterans' service, this tribute isn't designed to glorify war, but simply to remember the staggering sacrifices made by so many to protect and preserve our freedom. Coming in from the right, looks like a top side photo pass. If you'd like more information on the aircraft and Jim, simply visit KoreanWarHero.com. Online, you'll find war pictures, even a few aerial pictures taken during actual combat missions. You'll also find a lot of detailed information on the ChanceBot Corsair designs, as well as the history of this remarkable aircraft we see flying here today. It's also there waiting for you at KoreanWarHero.com. All right, looks like we're getting a little extra as he brings the aircraft in, this time from the left. As he brings the aircraft around, I believe he's going to be doing a demonstration, Danny, of what would be the unlimited course flown by these type of airplanes.
As you spot Jim over at your 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock position, he's going to be checking out the pylons. And about right now, he's in outer number 3, they call that. He'll come in to the farthest point away from the crowd. That's outer 4, 5, and 6. It'll be a gentle bank, but a constant turn. That's just about in line with the checker pylon. By the way, the Corsair is no stranger to racing. At the end of the Cleveland racing days after World War II, the victors were the big engine clip-wing Corsairs.
On we go into the second half of the day, well into the second half of the day with our full slate of racing and entertainment. For the 2025 National Championship Air Races for Roswell International Air Center, the new location, the new chapter for this incredible, one-of-a-kind, iconic American sporting event. Tommy Sanders alongside Rob Lowe. Rob, so great to have you here with us to tell us all about the planes, the pilots, the teams, the history, the relevance of this, and of the speed and the racing more than anything. And we're going to get ready for the fastest airplanes on the ticket today.
Yeah, absolutely, Tom. It's great to be here. And you said it, our fastest class here at the National Championship Air Races. The Jets and Heat 2B, or B pairing for Heat 2. We're about ready to go. We'll get the A pairing here later today. And we've got 6 aircraft in this pairing, in addition to a pace plane. So we'll see them depart here momentarily. A great mix-up. Now, they've already raced some yesterday. We had races yesterday and qualifying the day before. So as most folks may know, as you between the A and B pairings, as the speeds pick up and slow down throughout the week, those get regrouped every time. So based on yesterday's results, these are the 6 folks that ended up in the B pairing for today. And you may have heard from the house announcer a minute ago, we race on our largest track here. And let's take a look at that real quick. Tommy, there's 10 pylons on this track, and it is our fastest course. It's a little over 10 miles long to encompass those 10 pylons. Our aircraft will depart They'll gather up with the pace plane. They'll become line abreast, and then they will enter into what we call the chute. And on the screen, that will be from the left. They will dive into that final course there, and they'll come straight in from your left to your right, past the start, finish, or home pylon, and the race will be on. The guide pylon is where you see pylon number 1 just to the right of start-finish line. And they can maneuver, they can accelerate once they have been told they have a race. They just can't cut in front of each other until they pass that guide pylon. After the guide pylon, it's all on after that. And we'll head around for all 10 of our laps. And speeds approaching, well, just around 400 miles an hour in this class.
Sure, in the B class, for sure.
In the B class, but we've got quite a lineup here, and it's going to be absolutely exciting. The jet racing is some of the highest adrenaline stuff we do, Tommy.
Yeah, absolutely. Just watching them fly. 50 feet above the deck out in the desert with the sagebrush and the jackrabbits scurrying. To get out of the way is it's unbelievable. And we will be able to actually, in a later jet heat today, to take you inside one of these planes.
Yeah,
as it
absolutely.
does that. We're very much looking forward to that. That's later in the program today. But 2B is the business at hand. It's very important business.
On-board camera coming later. And Tommy, you talked about being low down over the sagebrush and the mesa. Here in New Mexico, we're happy to be back racing again. We're in Roswell for the first time. The first flag at Roswell. And just think about these jets, 2 football fields per second at 50 feet above that desert. Absolutely amazing, incredible stuff that we're going to see here momentarily. So 6 laps on our little over 10-mile course. And we're going to make the air start that we talked about just a few minutes ago. The line abreast, we'll be able to listen in to the pace plane.
Yes, yeah,
and,
that's always fun.
What you can hear, folks, is you'll hear the pace plane. He'll use the number. So in this case of the airplane you're looking at there, they have a number on them in race 60 or race 26 or 90, and you'll hear him say 90, scoot up, 26, scoot back. What he's doing is getting everybody lined up and to where they're nice and even, and then you'll hear him say either, ladies and gentlemen, you have a race, or something along that line. The pace plane will pull up and provide a safety observation roll above the track as they circle around, and then they will make their way down that chute we talked about in the race course explainer a minute ago.
Just landing right now is the previous entertainment to this race, and that is Jim Tobel in the Corsair. Fantastic, fantastic historical airplane that put on a fantastic. That is a powerful, powerful warbird right there.
Yeah, absolutely. Jim Tobel, call sign Torque. We see him all across the country on the air show circuit. Is absolutely phenomenal performer with a very historic airplane that he and his dad have been restoring since the 80s when they started restoring that airplane. And it's just a phenomenal piece of equipment, and but as he clears the runway, that allows our jets to taxi out onto the runway, and I think we'll probably take a look at our competitors here shortly as we see them. Now they'll taxi out in basically in reverse order, so that as they pull out, they'll be from the pace plane on, they'll take off in order. So they'll pull out now in reverse order, line up on the side. You'll see them turn at about a 45-degree angle and come to a stop, and they'll all get set up there. Now, Tommy, one of the things that for folks that may not have seen this before, important to realize in the jet class here at the National Championship Air Races, it started as an exhibition back in 2000 with MiGs. And one of my good friends, Robert Gibson, Hoot Gibson, the astronaut, was one of the demo pilots back there. But it turned into an actual race class. They were grounded in 2001 due to 9/11, which today we're celebrating the 24th anniversary of that here today. But back in 2002, the actual class began racing, and they have done it ever since then. Now, it's limited now to production aircraft, number one. No swept wings and no afterburners. If the aircraft has an ejection seat, it has to be disarmed for this. And people may wonder, well, why in the world do they do that? Well, that's all about the safety of racing. We're down low.
In the air and on the ground.
And on the ground. And these aircraft are down low at 50 feet, approaching 400 miles an hour. Not necessarily high enough for an ejection seat to be functional. So that is all about safety, so somebody doesn't accidentally fire one. But there you can see our competitors lining up in the runway. The ones on the left will be our slower qualifiers, all the way back to the right, the blue jet you see on the right. Tammy Camilleri in Miss Independence, the blue jet there. And Tommy, here's our lineup for this race.
There it is, and right next to Tammy, just inside her, is Kevin Roll, race 16, the Gray Wolf.
Scott Farnsworth next in Perseverance, race 26. Scott's from Jupiter, Florida.
Martin Davis in checkmate is going to be race number 90 there. That is the white and red one there.
And he comes all the way from Houston, Texas. And then the red and white L29, Bob McCormick out of Sacramento, California, race 6.
And the aluminum and black one, the Nathan Harnagel, Spirit of Freedom, Nathan out of Friendswood, Texas. That is race number 55. And there's your top qualifier, Sammy Camilleri.
That's it. There's our pace plane, 54, flown by Phil Fogg, a former winner.
Yeah, former champion here back in
and there's
2014.
Tammy Camilleri. Good look at the L29 Delphine aircraft. These are trainers, Czechoslovakian trainers, produced by the Aerobatic Corporation. The L29, the older of the two types of jets we have here at the races this year. Here's another L29. This is Kevin Roll in the Gray Wolf. As we see him rotate, you'll see the gear begin to retract right there. Great look at race 16 coming up. Now the L39, which is the next aircraft we'll see, is the newer version. There's one right there, Scott Farnsworth, race 26. That's the L39, also built by the same Aerobatic Corporation, but a newer version. Both aircraft are trainers. You'll note that they were designed with 2 seats where the instructor and the student could sit tandem, one in front of each other. These aircraft are fairly widely available on the open market now with the breakup of some of the Soviet bloc countries, and they are very popular for civilian ownership and also for air show performers, as well as you'll see here, they're great racing aircraft. And then here's Bob McCormick in race 6 in another L29.
Right after him is going to be 6th place qualifier. It's going to be another Delphin, L29 Delphin. It's going to be Nathan Harnagel. I don't know if we're going to get a chance to see him. Bob McCormick there in Freya actually has 2 jets here. He'll be racing in the A class later, as does Scott Farnsworth.
Yeah, they both brought 2 jets, and it's going to be great to see them race in both pairings, but you see a great shot of Bob McCormick as he heads out there. Now the L29 that you see right there, beautiful airplane, great racer.
New Mexico is where it all started. Climbing with my dad. And by 16, I was climbing on the World Cup circuit. Scaling limestone walls and desert caves. It's where I feel free.
Straight down into the core of the earth, 700 feet beneath the surface, stalagmites and stalactites, million-year-old all-stars in a natural stadium, carved by water, populated by bats, and marveled by all. Carlsbad Caverns National Park.
So happy to be here in New Mexico, the land of enchantment and Roswell. Incredible place here. So many moving parts in this event every year, forever. And you add to the fact, moving across country to a new location. The city of Roswell and New Mexico True have been fantastic partners. They have literally moved mountains to get this done here. And we cannot express our appreciation enough. And now they have this to show for their work, and that's a lot. I mean, this wonderful event. Now, each and every year, going to come to Roswell. Welcome to you to Roswell, and we take a look at the competitors in our Jet Class Heat 2B pairing.
And Tommy, you can see on the screen there, our jets are beginning to line abreast. They're still headed away from us a little bit as we look out to them. Your pace plane is on the left there, again, the yellow number 54 The other aircraft that have departed there now, you can see they're still joining up there to the right, and we will hear the pace plane talking to them, as we talked about just a few minutes ago, as they make their way back in. But they will come down what we know is the chute. One of the nice things about Roswell, the advantage it offers us, is our chute and our approach course is parallel and aligned with our final course across our home pylon. So instead of coming from behind the crowd, they come from the left, right along the home stretch, which is the Valley of Speed here in Roswell.
Yeah, also the Valley of Speed. That's a unique thing.
We brought that from Reno with us, and we're excited to have the Valley of Speed here in Roswell. And you will see the aircraft come down the chute, and on the screen it will be from your left to your right. If you were in the grandstands, it will also be from your left to your right. Now, one of the things, they will line abreast. You'll hear the pace plane line them up, and then he will say, gentlemen and ladies, you have a race, at which point, like I said, he will pull up and provide a safety observation. Now, the aircraft have to stay in their lane until they get to the guide pylon, which is pylon number 1. After they pass the home pylon, they can accelerate, get in front of each other. They just can't turn in front until the guide pylon, and then at that point, they can turn, and the race is on from there. So you have to pass on the outside like all closed course pylon racing, so pole position, obviously very important place to have.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a big advantage for our pole sitter, Tammy Camilleri. Race 61, the Miss Independence, L29 Delphin.
She did a great job yesterday in racing and holding that position. She had the pole position yesterday in the B pairing, and I saw some information from her earlier in the week, and she talked about, I may not have the fastest jet, but my goal is to fly fast and tight and low and be consistent, and it certainly proved out for her to hold that position and stay there.
Just flawless yesterday, no doubt about it.
She's doing a great job. She is one of only 2 women competing in the National Championship air races. She's the only one that's pylon racing. The other one is flying Stol.
Yeah.
So we're excited to have her here, and she's a great example for no matter who you are, you can do anything you want. If you want to grow up to be a pylon racer, we'd love to have you.
Even if you grew up in Australia, you could be here like Tammy.
Exactly.
And do it.
Right.
There's Charlie Camilleri, the other part of the team there. He's raced many years here before, and Tammy's been here before as well.
So they continue to form up as we look at this shot of the home pylon and the beautiful New Mexico skies there. And they are forming off to our left as we face that. So they're a little bit far out for us right at the moment, but they are getting lined up, and they will soon be coming to us from our left to our right. We'll have a camera shot of them coming straight at us here momentarily as they come downhill, and we'll be able to listen in and hear the pace plane set up all that information. So this year, while there are other jet that could be in the race, all of our competitors across both pairings, B and A, are all flying either the L29 or the L39 that we described. And that really says a lot about how great these airplanes fly and how great they race.
They're durable too, obviously. They're well made, well made.
Now, while they have to be production aircraft, and we talked about it, disarming the ejection seats, different racers do different things. One of the racers I know took out the second seat, replaced the front one with the ejection seat with a lighter aluminum seat, just trying to save weight, right? The jets are typically built fairly aerodynamically, so they don't necessarily tape the rivet lines and the panel lines like we used to see in Unlimiteds and some of the others, trying to get every half a knot because it all makes a difference. But they are doing as much as they can to go fast.
We had an interview with Mike Steiger, who's the president of that group, and he says, we got things we can do. You may not see us taping a lot, but we do plenty of other things. Anything we can think of, we will implement it for the team in the off-season getting ready for this event.
It's absolutely all about going fast and turning left, Tommy, and it's a very competitive. While our September family is all connected together, we definitely are very competitive when it comes to it, and here we come. We've got, ladies and gentlemen, you have a race. So here we are. The pace plane is pulling up. They are coming down the chute right there, ladies and gentlemen. You can see them coming downhill. And Tammy Camilleri, far right of your screen, you see the nose coming down. Remember, they have to stay in their lane until they reach the guide pylon. They can accelerate out in front of each other. Great shot of our field right there,
what
Tommy.
What a start.
Coming
That's
across.
fantastic.
Look at that, the gray wolf of Kevin Roll. Pulling out a little bit, but Tammy's got the inside track right there. As she's down inside, Kevin's going to have to pass on the outside. So he's above her there as they go around those first 3 pylons. Again, this is our largest course, our fastest course, a little over 10 miles that they will approach 400 miles an hour in this class. And you can see Tammy, the inside track, keeping her out front there for now, Tommy.
You know, that is where you want to be. You want the clean air. You want to be able to see everything, and there's no one ahead of her, so she has just got the wild blue yonder there ahead.
You can see her taking a great shot there of staying low. There you can see our second and third place competitors. Number 2, Kevin Roll in race 16, and Scott Farnsworth in race 26. And here they come around our pylon cam. Tommy, you've got them coming right into your living room there at home with our shot from right out in the desert. And there's a great shot again of Tammy Camilleri, our leader, as she begins turning around pylon 7, 8, 9, and 10 from the south end.
Heading into the Valley of Speed at this point, our new updated Valley of Speed, which is a lot of fun.
What's great about Roswell in this new course, the Valley of Speed, is where they will be flying the wings level, straightest, our fastest portion of the course that they will accelerate, and it's happening right in front of you on camera and right in front of our fans in the grandstands. There you see Tammy roll out level, drop to that 50-foot minimum altitude. You'll see the home pylon pass beneath her here momentarily as we make this turn. This is the fastest portion of the course. Tammy's doing a great job leading this entire race right here.
Move right there. It looked like might have been Mark Davis in the checkmate.
Yeah, I think he's caught up. Great battle for what in effect is second place. That's absolutely. 2, 3, and 4 all right together. And Tommy is, as you often say, we could throw a blanket over those 3 airplanes and we'll see where they go. But Tammy's doing a great job. She's just like we talked about earlier. She's consistent. She's low. She's fast. And there's positions 2 and 3. Farnsworth on the right side of your screen in race 26, and then on the left side, that is the Gray Wolf, the L29 of Kevin Roll, race 16. And there you can see a good shot. There's Tammy on the left, the leader, and then 2, 3, and 4 all right together coming around these pylons on the south end of our course. Let's listen. That is some kind of excitement right there.
Moving out, I'm telling you.
Yep. There's Tammy coming around the south end of the course there. Here's another shot from our pylon cam. Ladies and gentlemen, let's listen in and watch her come right into your living room right here.
She's keeping it low.
She is.
She likes to do that. That's admirable.
Now, doing the pairing speeds that came out of the races yesterday, she is about 3 or 4 knots faster than the 2 airplanes behind her, based on yesterday's speeds. But everything changes. Temperature's different today. Density, altitude. Yeah, wind is a little different. So it's, you know, every race is a race. You've seen one, you've seen a race, right?
Yeah.
And, but here we are. You can see the field. They're fairly bunched up, stringing out just a little bit as they make their way around the north end of our largest course. Another good shot of the L39 for Scott Farnsworth. Black and silver airplane with some pink highlights, and he is not too far behind Kevin Roll in the Gray Wolf L29.
Tightly grouped there.
That are very good for holding the energy on the turns.
916. You're clear.
There you can hear some cockpit communications between the aircraft, between the racers. And as one aircraft came around the other, you hear the airplane that had just been passed say, "You're clear." Now watch right here. We get to see a little bit of close action right here. Again, you got to pass on the outside. So we're going to watch these 2 aircraft as they come around. Nice closed course pylon racing right there, Tommy. Look at that.
Wow.
Wow. Side by side as they come around. Watch right here as they roll out. Farnsworth now in second place, L39. He's made his
chase to Tammy Camilleri for sure.
He was side by side with her coming around 7, 8, 9, and 10. And look, as they come by the home pylon, it's almost right there. But he's still got the outside, the longer way around to get around this track right here as he makes his way around.
That's what she's got going for her. She is running the shortest course out there that's available right now. She would like that clock to run out a lot faster, I think.
Yep. We're on lap 4 of 6, and here you see Farnsworth a little bit higher, converting some of that altitude into airspeed, and you see him roll out just a little bit after Tammy did. Tammy is down inside, but it looks like Farnsworth has successfully made the pass on the north end there, and he has pulled himself out front, and now our leader as he comes around the south end of our largest and fastest track. Here our shot from the pylon cam out in the desert. Look at that. Tammy's still right there with him down inside.
She's not throwing in the towel, that's for sure. This is a race.
He hasn't quite sealed the deal yet as they head down the backside of the course there.
The only pilot, female pilot, going around the pylons at the inaugural year in Roswell. I know we have some ladies.
And there we are, Farnsworth. It's back and forth with Camilleri, but showing him as the leader right at the moment. But Tammy has the inside track. Look at that, Tommy.
Yeah.
She's been able to stay in. It's that old adage of the inside track is the shortest track,
absolutely.
and it's also
She's on it.
the fastest way around. But Farnsworth is certainly giving it a run for the money right here as we come to the home pylon. And right finishing lap number 4. It's
barely an edge for Tammy Camilleri.
Yeah, now she's been able to pull back front. Remember last time by, they were side by side with Farnsworth pulling out in front. And she's been able to edge back out in front of him yet again. So it's all down to pilot skill right here.
Yeah.
You know, as Hoot Gibson, the shuttle astronaut and former Reno air race champion, told me when flying the jets, you basically get in the jet, you set the throttle to about 104, 106%, set the throttle lock, and then you just fly the airplane. So it's all about piloting, all about skill from there. Unlike the Unlimiteds, where there's a lot of manifold pressure and throttle adjustments and all that. In the jets, it's firewall it in effect and just fly the airplane. And here you see a great battle for first right there, Tommy. Look at that.
Cannot get any closer than that. That is, wow, that is exciting.
Tammy's got that edge on the inside. The old have to pass on the outside. Scott Farnsworth got his work cut out for him right here. Look at that as they both roll out. He's outside, having to go just a little bit higher. Tammy's able to maintain that speed down on the inside.
She's got less than a lap and a half to hang on there. We'll see if she can do it. Scott Farnsworth is not going to be denied.
Look at that. He's outside, taking a little bit longer to get around. The aircraft are obviously very evenly matched. They've been right together for the last almost 3 laps. And watch as they come here to, this should be our white flag, I believe.
White flag. The ultimate lap.
White flag right here. This will be 1 lap to go, and we are side by side.
Man, that's dead. That's dead. Dead heat as it stands right now. My goodness.
Let's see who's got what here on the last time around these 10 pylons. On the north end, they come around pylons 1, 2, 3, and 4. On the back of the course, they come around pylons 5 and 6, which they're approaching right here. You can see they're still in the turn from the north end of the course. Tammy descending down, converting, trying to maintain that speed. Scott's still on the outside. On her right side is they now both leveled out the airplanes, trying to accelerate to their fastest portion. They're on the back. A little bit of a turn as they come around pylons 5 and 6. And then here they're coming to our final 4 pylons, 7, 8, 9, and eventually 10. Making their way back to the home stretch, Tommy. This is going to be it.
This is it. This is a moment of truth.
Boy, she's still on the inside, still got that inside track.
She's actually gained a little ground, as a matter of fact.
It's a shot a little farther back in our pack, down the backside of the course as they make their way around. Our leaders should be coming out in front here momentarily, and they will come around these final few turns, head for home. Farnsworth is now dropped down in behind Tammy Camilleri, trying to find any way to get more speed to try and accelerate. We've got just a few more turns left, 1 more turn. There they are, headed for the home stretch. Let's see if Farnsworth can do it. Tammy on the right of your screen, Farnsworth on the left. Can he do it, Tommy? Oh, no.
We'll see if he's got anything. Looks like it's going to be Tammy Camilleri, but hold on.
Hold on. It's going to be close. Let's see where the home pylon comes by right here.
Oh, she's got it.
Wow. Unofficial finish. That was awesome.
Well, what an effort by Scott Farnsworth coming up from 3rd place and immediately as the race started. I mean, he put himself in position post-haste.
He did. Now, there's our 3rd place. I believe that's Gray Wolf from Kevin Roll. Mark Davis in checkmate coming along. And the aluminum Nathan Harnagel here bringing up the 6th position in race 55 all the way from Friendswood, Texas.
That pace is off and home behind 5-5.
There's Bob McCormick. He may be done with his labors for today, I think.
Race 6, yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely. What a great pairing here in the B pairing, Tommy, the Jets.
Man.
Wow.
Especially at the top.
That was absolutely something. We had action throughout the pack, but it was all right up front. It starts right here as we look at the replay. You see Tammy Camilleri inside. You see Kevin Roll right there with her, but Farnsworth, who was back in the pack at number 3, he took him about a lap and a half to kind of get the energy built up in that L39, but you see him begin to start tracking people. He gets himself around Kevin Roll, and then here's Tammy Camilleri coming back as she did exactly what she said earlier in the day, earlier in the week, is her goal was to stay consistent, stay low, stay tight, and it makes it hard for everybody behind you. And today she proved it again. But look at this racing action, Tommy. Right, side by side. It doesn't get any better than that. No, that's why we do it.
Any more, and they'd be rubbing, as they say in the auto racing industry, right. And you can't really do that out here.
Can't do that in airplanes. No. But look at the beautiful situation here, the wonderful venue here in Roswell. And such a great view, not just from our cameras, but also for the folks on site. What a great venue Roswell has turned out to be, and close pylon racing action in jets, 400 miles an hour, 50 feet above the desert in New Mexico. And look at that, side by side. It doesn't get any more exciting than that, Tommy. And look, here's our finish.
Final moment of truth. Tammy Camilleri holding on in the final reckoning there. Unofficially still, subject to review by the race committee, but Tammy Camilleri, race 61, Miss Independence. First place, second place, Scott Farnsworth. Hats off to Scott. Great job coming from out of third place in 26 Perseverance. Mark Davis, race 90 in Checkmate. Kevin Roll, race 16 in the Gray Wolf in fourth. Bob McCormick, Freya, one of his 2 jets here in fifth place. And Nathan Harnagel, Spirit of Freedom, race 55. A lot of fun. We got some more jet racing on the way, too. A little bit later today, we're going to have most immediately coming up after this race here. We get everybody down and recovered onto tarmac there. We will get ready for some T6 racing, and that's always exciting. That's going to be, I believe that's the A group for
yeah,
T6.
We do have the T6s coming up here later, and we also have here on the live stream some more of the air show acts.
Oh, absolutely.
That are going to be on the live stream for you. So the great lineup put together all day long. It's just been a phenomenal day so far. We've seen a lot of hot racing action on the courses, and just seen the start of the air show performers with Jim Tobel a minute ago and the Corsair, and so many more performers coming. It's going to be a wild afternoon, and it's just going to continue to get faster for us.
Yeah, it's going to be a show. I mean, keeping you doing our best to keep you entertained all day, and I think we've kept the material coming. That's for sure.
Well, Tommy, I think, as folks were wondering, how is it going to turn out as we move to Roswell? And we talked about it during the race.
Sure.
But Roswell and New Mexico True have been great partners for us, and you folks are now seeing why this is such a wonderful venue and what the racing is developing. And there's our unofficial winner, Tammy Camilleri, all the way from Australia with the win here in the 2B pairing. Unofficial win.
She is undefeated in 2025 here
so far
at the National Championship Air Races.
Absolutely.
So hats off to
beautiful airplane. The Miss Independence, she calls that L29. You can see the race 61 as she rolls out. Our other competitors will be landing behind her here momentarily as we recover all of the 6 aircraft, plus our pace airplane, who, as we saw them pull up when the race started, they do perform a safety function in case anybody were to need them to pop in beside them and help them with any kind of a problem, which we didn't have. So we'll recover all of those jets here momentarily. And see the little breeze here in Roswell today, the wind blowing out of the south. Old Glory looking wonderful here at the National Championship Air Races.
Full flourish all day. The wind is pretty persistent here in this part of the world, though, isn't it? You should know, you're from around here.
Yeah, being a New Mexico native, I am excited to be part of this here with the first ever National Championship Air Races in Roswell. So it's exciting to have that have here. And growing up and through over the years, had a lot of association with the Roswell International Air Center and the airport itself and air traffic control towers and those sort of things. There is Kevin Roll. Beautiful look at his L29, the Gray Wolf, as he rolls out. You can see the Gray Wolf logo there on the nose just below the canopy. Yeah. Gray Wolf Racing. I love just looking at the aircraft and look at the markings and all the subtle little pieces that everybody has on their aircraft.
They make it their own. They personalize it in a big way.
And look at this beautiful, another L29. You can see, and if you see that compared to the L-39, you can see the age difference between these aircraft, all designed. Now, what Bob's doing there, Bob McCormick in race 6, you saw him hold the nose off for quite a long time. That's called aerodynamic braking.
Okay.
So as they continue to use the elevator, pull back on the stick, keep the nose up, and you let that wing and all the drag from that wing kind of going sideways into the air, slows the aircraft down, as you might imagine, like turning a barn door out into the wind, and it saves a lot of pressure and effort on your brake systems.
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine a set of pads for those brakes are pretty expensive, as a matter of fact. You don't want them sparking up either.
You don't want them getting too hot. That's the biggest concern, right? So you let nature and physics do their thing as you land, right? And you see some pilot skill there in that ability as well. Bob McCormick, long-time racer, and like you mentioned earlier, Tommy, he's got 2 airplanes here this weekend. There's our pace plane. Look at the beautiful paint scheme on that. You notice we have Phil Fogg as the pilot, but we also have an observer, safety observer in the airplane. So if you're wondering why are there 2 in that airplane, it's because they're not actual race competitors. That's our pace plane and our safety plane there. But that's the L-39, the newer version from Aerobatic. You can see the difference in the styling and the age and all the great things about these aircraft. But those are the 2 types of aircraft that are in all of our A and B pairings here this year, the National Championship Air Races. We'll get to see the A pairing here later.
A little bit later this afternoon.
Like you said, Tommy, we're expecting to have some in-cockpit camera footage in the A grouping.
As per the tradition for the last few years in Jerry Jive Kirby's plane. And he always very generously allows us to put a camera in there.
Jive is also the president of the Jet Racing Group, and he also has been a great partner, not just for air racing, but for air shows, and so involved in everything connected to aircraft, and we're excited to be able to bring you that footage from inside his airplane here in a little bit. But Tommy, we're about ready to step back into something that's a little more historic.
Yeah, we're going to step back in time.
Step back in time. This is our most unique and iconic historic class as they begin to take the field. This is an A pairing for the T6. North American T6 Texan is what it was known as. And these are advanced trainers from the World War II area. North American Aviation built these aircraft in Inglewood, California, as well as Grand Prairie, Texas, which is near Dallas. We're going to race about 5 laps, or we're going to race exactly 5 laps on a 5.4-mile course, a little over 27 miles. Average speed should be in the 220 miles per hour. The stock aircraft would be about 185. Top racers in the T6s get it up to close to 250. Now this class is, the specs are very flat and equal. It's all about pilot skill and performance in this class. Now you watch our competitors begin to depart. Again, we'll do an airborne start, much like we just saw in the jet class, where they will line up. The our pace plane is making their way off here. And there's our first competitor as they head there. That's the Bama Bell, number race 18 from Lee Oman out of Sequim, Washington.
Well, we are just rolling right into this one. I love it.
We are. Got to keep it rolling right here.
Yeah, no doubt.
Now this yellow aircraft you see rolling in front of you, a Redneck Fury. That's Michael Sisk, race 19 out of Alpine, Wyoming.
The red plane is next. Yeah, that's big red Gordo Sanders from Jasper, Alabama, right there on the shores of Smith Lake. Longtime competitor here.
And we'll talk about the difference in a minute, but that's the only SNJ version of the T6. They're in the big red in this. Yeah, we'll talk about that more in a minute. And look at the gear retract. You notice the left gear went up before the right one. On race 43, that's Chris Lefebvre. Midnight Miss 3, red and white airplane out of Caldwell, Idaho.
Another veteran of these races, Vic McMahon out of Blaine, Washington, and the black, white, and silver gunslinger with the checkered cowling there. Very familiar plane, race 66.
And race 50, Vitaly Pechersky from Kiev, Ukraine, all the way from Ukraine. The airplane he calls Abracadabra.
And there's race 90, Greg McNeely. Always a big-time competitor in our drag racing, our T6 drag racing, which is another attraction here that we will be covering during the course of the next, well, today and the next 3 days. We won't have any of that today, but perhaps tomorrow.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, Tommy, I'm excited to see this race here back in just a minute.
Absolutely. We're going to step back for just a moment, let you take care of things, and we'll be right back with T6.
On the back of that bull 8 seconds is forever. At age 9, I became youth world champion. It all goes quiet. Then I nod. The next time I hear the crowd is when my boots touch the ground.
There is a place where there are no roads, no conveyances beyond 2 legs or 4. It's a vast swath of land set aside for adventure, for animals, for nature. We're visitors here in America's first designated wilderness, the Gila.
Shortly after the last race was done in 2023, the requests for proposals were sent out, and about 30 cities around the country responded to those requests for the next location for the National Championship Air Races. And Roswell was one of those cities that the more they looked at it, the more it made sense. The further, the more visits, the more putting together pencil to paper and figuring it out. And Roswell, New Mexico was all in, and the race committee was all in, and we have a happy union here, a brand new location here. Let's take a look at our racetrack here, Rob.
Absolutely, Tommy. We're going to be on our medium length 4.5 mile course, or 5.4 mile course, excuse me, the T6 course here, and there are 8 pylons in this course. Much like the jets we just saw, we're going to start with an airborne line abreast start. They will come down the chute, come to the start finish. Again, like jets, they can maneuver in that lane until they reach the guide pylon, which is pylon number 1 on the right side of your screen, and then we're off and running. Minimum weight for these aircraft, again, it's all equally matched. They have to be a minimum of 4,000 pounds, including the pilot, and 50 gallons of gas. They all have the same Pratt & Whitney air-cooled radial engine, 9-cylinder radial, producing in race configuration upwards of 800 800 horsepower. They're running regular aviation gas. There's no funny exotic fuels, no nitrous, anything like that. It makes it very evenly matched aircraft that are all basically the same. They're all turning that 9-foot long Hamilton standard metal prop, and that is that wonderful crackling sound that we heard as they were departing. And Tommy, we're going to take some pauses during this race, and we're going to let those aircraft come over, those pylon cams that we have out in the desert, because we know our fans love hearing the T6s go by.
This is an audio treat as well as a visual treat for sure. We get these class of racers out there. Very historic aircraft. You know, the aircraft's known as the pilot maker, Tommy. It's been said that more pilots have been certified in this aircraft than any other single type of aircraft in history. And very difficult, not just to fly. It was an advanced trainer. It was a heavy trainer. It's a handful on the ground, absolutely, for sure. And they say a T6 flight is not over until it's in the chocks and the engine is off. And you'll get to see that when this race is over and we watch them land. There's a lot to it, but you can see our flight of competitors is beginning to make their final turns back towards the chute and head toward us. They will be coming basically straight at you on the screen, and kind of from our left to our right in relation to the home pylon as they make their way. So the pace plane again is adjusting and making sure everybody's lined up. Eventually he will say, gentlemen and ladies, you have a race. He will pull up with an observer in the back, safety function just like we saw in the jet category, and then our racers will be off and headed downhill on the way to lap number 1 of this A pairing. Generations of pilots. This was the last plane they would fly before being assigned to The planes that oftentimes were much easier to deal with, even multi-engine planes than this one right here. So this one made you prepared. You had to learn your business in order to graduate with one of these.
You certainly did, Tommy. And you know, there's a lot of stories out there about pilots coming back to their instructors after they went and flew the P-51 or the P-40 and telling their instructor, why didn't I get to fly the P-51 first? It's way better and easier than this. Well, that was not necessarily an initial design intention, but the result produced the best fighter pilots in the greatest generation during World War II. And this airplane played a significant role in the Allied victory of World War II. And we're going to get to see it race here in just a minute, Tommy.
8 planes up there, seven race planes, and 1 pace plane.
Pace plane. So
pace plane to the left there.
Our angle, a little bit of parallax makes it look like they're kind of all over the place, but they actually are lined up side by side. They're making that final turn now, Tommy, from making their way in. I just heard the air boss and race control has cleared them onto the course, so now the pace plane has total control. You see the smoke come on with the pace plane, and we should be able to listen in and hear that.
Yeah, as you look over to the left side, you see the pace plane is smoking to give the race control.
And Tommy, don't forget, once they've been cleared, you'll see the airplane with the smoke on, our pace airplane, pull up and out, and the other aircraft will continue to stay in their lanes until they reach the guide pylon. They're definitely headed downhill now, and we're just going to stop and listen and let them all 7 aircraft go by the home pylon. It's going to be amazing to hear those 9-cylinder radial engines along with those Hamilton Standard. You'll hear the crackle. What's actually happening, the tip of those props are going supersonic. Yeah. Mini sonic booms as they come by. Here we go. We're racing away, Tommy.
All the racers are now going to advance their throttle.
Full throttle, max prop. Let's listen in as they come by the home pylon right here.
Your 2025 T6 Black.
There they go. We are into lap 1 right now. Lee Oman and the Bama Bell at blue AT6 is starting from the pole position and has the lead as it stands.
Absolutely. Well, they're already beginning to make their way around. You see on the left side of your screen there, Redneck Fury, Michael Sisk, and coming around, Gunslinger Vic McMahon has worked his way up into 3rd. There's a great shot of positions 1, 2, and 3. Beautiful New Mexico sky in the background as our aircraft are accelerating now on the course. And there's our leader, Lee Oman.
Race 18
Race
from 18. Washington.
Tommy will give a little bit of a spoiler alert for our fans at home. We've got a camera out in the pylons, and we should be able to see these aircraft come over nice and low here in just a little bit and listen to those wonderful radial engines and props come over here in just a minute. But watch a great battle developing here for 3rd and 4th place. Look at that.
Sisk in 2nd in the yellow plane there, following our leader. 3rd and 4th, that's Gordo Sanders and Chris LaFay. Excuse me, the gunslinger, Vic McMahon.
Yeah, Vic McMahon in the dark aircraft. There's our leader, Lee Oman. Let's listen in as he comes by. What a great look at our field. So leaders out front, and but we've got a great battle developing, especially for 3rd place. But 2nd, 3rd, and 4th are beginning to bunch up right there. There you see McMahon on the outside trying to make his way around Michael Sisk in the yellow aircraft, but right on their heels, right in behind them.
Yeah, there's Greg McNeely now running to 4th place. Started in the 7th position, so he's made big moves. He may be moving into the 3rd position.
Yeah, look at him accelerate right by as we jump back to the leader for a moment, and we'll jump back to that tight racing in behind them here in just a second. There it is, Greg McNeely. He's now past Michael Sisk, and he's knocking on the door with
Vic McMahon.
Vic McMahon. But look at Gordo Sanders in Big Red on the outside out there as well, the red airplane. And now we're almost up to the leaders. 1, 2, 3, and battle for third, all right together as we come around the pylons. Man, we talked about evenly matched airplanes.
Yeah,
they are all bunched up right here.
They're all flying fast.
All 7 of them right together. Now watch as they come around the final pylons 7 and 8 and head into the Valley of Speed along our home stretch. Right back in front of the grandstands, headed for the home pylon. Watch this. Look at Greg McNeely coming from the outside. Coming outside, Vince McMahon, and they both are looks to be able to pass Lee Ullman.
Yes, they did. 2 of them.
But we'll see. Lee still got that inside track. They've got to stay outside, and unless they're completely clear, they're going to have to pull up a little bit and stay outside of him as we go around the corner. It looks like McMahon's clearly out in front from this view as they make that turn. But 1, 2, 3, and 4 all right there together. 5's not far behind them.
Stacking up for the people who need to pass.
The whole field is pretty close in this
so
one right now.
So
no one's
McMahon,
out of it yet.
Yeah, absolutely. Vic McMahon out in front with Greg McNeely right on his heels. Lee Ullman has dropped back now. It appears to 4th, and that is the red and white Gordo Sanders in 3rd now.
So race 90. Race 18.
Race 66 there on the bottom of your screen, our leader, Vic McMahon, Greg McNeely in race 90. And look at Big Red up high. We got a battle for the lead right here. Now when they turn a little bit, I think you'll see that McMahon's a little bit farther in front than that initial appearance. See that right there? As they come around. Wow. Tommy, let's just watch this first 4 airplanes come by home pylons. Listen in to these beautiful 9-cylinder radial engines. Look at Gordo Sanders right there. He's starting to make his move on Vic McMahon.
Close second right now.
Yeah, he's right there with him. McNeely is now in 3rd. Look at Gordo Sanders. Looks like he's well, that's Lee Ullman on the right side of your screen. That's Gordo Sanders, I believe, and nope, excuse me.
That's 40.
It's 43.
43.
That's Chris Lefebvre.
Yeah, the Midnight Miss.
My apologies, folks. Yeah. Chris Lefebvre back a little bit farther in the pack, just ahead of Lee Ullman. Doing a great job there in race 43. So a little bit of action farther back in the pack, and as we move back to the leaders, there's our leader. We're now Gordo Sanders. Yep. Out front, starting to pull away just a little bit.
He's getting a little ground on the field. Well, it was a very tightly packed group.
Tommy, we're already into lap 4 of 5. We should be getting the white flag, I believe, right here. As Gordo Sanders comes by, we should see the white flag waving underneath here as we see the home pylon come by.
Gordo Sanders kind of taken over. White flag on the final lap is in progress now.
But Vic McMahon still in a battle for his position there. Here's our leader, Gordo Sanders, race 5, out in front. Big Red, as you can see on the side of the fuselage there, right below the cockpit. Beautiful T6. Now that's our only SNJ, the Navy version of the T6, all built by North American. But look at this battle for second place back there. Vic McMahon in the dark aircraft, the lower one. And Greg McNeely, race 90, right there with him. Now Greg seems to be able to catch him in the turns, but in the straightaway, McMahon's kind of able to pull away again. So you see McNeely climbing high, trying to do that. And look back here in the back, we've got a little bit of a race between Chris Lefebvre and wow, boy, oh, look at those back 3 airplanes. McMahon's out in front, but you could really bunch up those next three. Here comes our leader headed for the checkered flag, it appears. Gordo Sanders.
All right.
Unofficial winner here in the A pairing. Now watch here as we look for battle for positions 2, 3, and 4. It's going to be close, Tommy. Oh my goodness. Oh, wow. It looks like Chris Lefebvre
I think it was Chris Lefebvre.
I think he pulled it off there for second place. He, he kind of held a little back and was able to find that extra gear on that last lap. It looked like he was able to slide in there. So we'll wait for the unofficial results here in just a second, but it looks like that airplane right there, Chris Lefebvre in race 43, snuck up and stole second place right there at the last.
He just came out of nowhere and got it.
Man, that's exciting. I don't know about you, Tommy.
That's why T6 is so good.
That is
They're so well matched and such good pilots.
Yep, gotta love it. Gotta love it. Closed course pylon racing and T6s.
And there it is, the unofficial. Subject to review, of course, as always, but Gordo Sanders in Big Red, race number 5. In the first place there, Greg McNeely sneaking in there to grab, with race 90, with undecided, to grab second place. Vic McMahon, Gunslinger, 66. Chris Lefebvre, 43, Midnight Miss, 4th. Vitaly Pechersky in 5th. Race 50, Lee Oman, our pole position to start, winds up in 6th place. Race 18 and race 19, Michael Sisk in Redneck Fury.
Whoa, we could catch our breath now, Tommy.
Yeah, man.
That was exciting.
That was good stuff. We expected it. That was the that's the top of the field at T6. That's take a little look back here and
look at the replay again. The aircraft just now reaching the guide pylon, and our first turn down the backstretch. You can see the yellow airplane of Michael Sisk there up front. And there's Vic McMahon as he makes his way to the front. Initially, the blue airplane on your left, Lee Oman, our pole sitter, was out front, and he held that for a couple laps. But pretty soon, Greg McNeely in race 90 there, Vic McMahon in the dark black airplane in the middle to begin to make their way around Oman. And then here, look at this, Tommy. We had action throughout, all over the course the entire time. They were matched up right together. And then we get here towards the end, we see a pass over our leader. And jumping into the picture right there, the red airplane, Gordo Sanders, started in 3rd. Worked his eventually back in 4th as they made those first few turns. But watch right here. This is the first of what would eventually turn out to be Gordo Sanders running away. He was able to pass all of the aircraft, passing on the outside as you have to in closed course pylon racing. And here we come to the checkered flag as he makes his way around. And the rest of the field as they're making. Now look at this here as Gordo Sanders continued to stretch out the lead here in our final laps of the race. And you see him coming here to the checkered flag. And then Chris Lefebvre comes out of nowhere, sneaks out second place right here. Look at this.
Lefebvre.
Boom, right there.
Give him a little confidence, a little momentum for the next round of racing. But roll tide. Little Alabama magic from Gordo Sanders in Big Red. There, Chris Lefebvre, Greg McNeely, Vic McMahon, Vitaly Pechersky, race 5, 43, 90, 66, 50. 18's Lee Oman, and 19 is Michael Sisk in 7th place. T6, Heat 2A. Well, we have more. There is more on the way. We've got some jet racing coming up a little bit later, and a whole lot more entertainment upcoming from Roswell.
I was born in these mountains. Got my first pair of skis when I was 3. I was never afraid to go fast. I got faster until nobody could catch me. 154.06 miles per hour. The fastest American ever.
Straight down into the core of the Earth. 700 feet beneath the surface. Stalagmites and stalactites, million-year-old all-stars in a natural stadium, carved by water, populated by bats, and marveled by all. Carlsbad Caverns National Park.
All right, we're going to roll that 61 Dodge Power Wagon fire truck from the left, the victory lap. And you'll be giving a big shout out, a whistle, and a yell, and a lot of waving to Jet Sheila and crew. Tammy Camilleri, the victor in that jet race. Race number 61, New South Wales, Australia, with George and Lynn, and I'm sure others joining her on the victory lap. And we thank our great friends supplying that vehicle and also driving it throughout the course of race week, allowing you and I to have a lot of fun, being able to scream and shout, and for them to be able to wave and celebrate their victory. Our fans from the previous site will tell you we had a vintage fire truck, and we're keeping that tradition here. Dodge Power Wagon, 6-cylinder, torque.
Yeah. You want torque, you get 6 cylinders. You want horsepower, you get 8. Just like the high power 223 straight 6 in my 56 Ford F-350.
Well, it's time. Some of our great fans were asking us about the rest of the afternoon. Jim Pites is already in the air. He'll be diving in as soon as the area is clear. Smoke and Thunder, right, Roy? Maybe, we'll see. And then some museum flybys, military flybys. The award-winning Bob Carlton, Vertigo Air Shows, in his very unique act. He is a rocket scientist. And we'll close out the afternoon at 2:55 with the last race of the day, the Jet Heat.
Subject to change.
Subject to change.
It is a living document, as we like to say.
A&W Root Beer, the Great American Classic, welcomes you and your family to the National Championship Air Races here in Roswell, New Mexico. And Sunbelt Rentals, a proud sponsor of the National Championship Air Races, is your premier North American equipment rental provider with extensive range of products across more than 1,000 locations and right here in New Mexico. They're your one-stop shop for heavy equipment, tools, and more, and has been incredibly supportive of our National Championship Air Races efforts here in Roswell. Ladies and gentlemen, my pleasure to introduce to you a man whose life has been totally immersed in aviation. From Pierre, South Dakota, gentleman Jim Pites and the Aerobatic Bonanza.
Jim is the owner of Mustang Aviation, a full-service FBO located in his hometown of Pierre, South Dakota. Mustang Aviation provides fuel, charter, air freight, flight instruction and maintenance, and aircraft sales. Down on the 45, rolling the airplane right side up. Let's gather some airspeed, or smash as they like to call it. And just above the ground, he's going to pull back on that control yoke. Yes, it's a yoke like in a 747. And look how gracefully he arcs across the sky. Since his first solo flight 50 years ago, Jim has amassed more than 20,000 hours of accident-free flight and more than 166 different models of general aviation aircraft. He's the owner of Mustang Aviation, a full-service FBO located in his hometown of Pierre, South Dakota. Mustang Aviation provides fuel, charter, air freight, flight instruction, maintenance, and aircraft sales. "2025 marks Jim's 33rd year of performing aerobatics, and during that time, he has entertained millions of spectators all through North America. Jim flew a Kristen Eagle and an XR 300L for many years. Now he enjoys performing in a P-51D Mustang, a Harvard Mark IV, a 450 Stearman, and of course the ever-popular Aerobatic Bonanza. You know, Jim is happiest when he's flying and is a true advocate for general aviation. Jim believes that general aviation is one of the greatest freedoms that we enjoy in America, and that controlling an aircraft through an aerobatic sequence with precision and energy, as he's doing here today, is the pinnacle of his aviation career. Jim is heavily involved in the airshow industry and served for 6 years on the board of directors for the International Council of Air Shows, serving 2 years as its chairman. He currently serves on the ACE committee. He's the chairman of that committee and as an aerobatic competency examiner. Jim also mentors new aerobatic pilots. And he's proud to have received the highest honor given in the airshow industry, the ICAS Sword of Excellence. There's one, there's two, there's three. There's a beautiful 4-point hesitation roll. While watching Jim perform for you here today, keep in mind this is not your ordinary Bonanza. It's a very rare 1986 F-33C that is built and certified for aerobatics. The Beechcraft Bonanza has been continuous production longer than any other aircraft in history. Since initial production in 1947, more than 17,000 Bonanzas have been built. Only 179 were certified for aerobatics. And matter of fact, November 14 Julia Papa, the airplane Jim is flying here today, is serial number CJ177, making it one of the last aerobatic Bonanzas ever built. Jim's Bonanza is powered by a stock out of the crate 300 horsepower Continental IO550, turning a Hartzell 3-bladed Super Scimitar propeller, weighing almost 3,000 pounds, certified to +6 and -3 Gs. Amazingly, Jim's Bonanza is not equipped with an inverted fuel or oil system. To make this performance possible, Jim has been a master of energy management and is proud to list the legendary Robert A. Bob Hoover as one of his most influential mentors and friends. Jim is a highly experienced aerobatic pilot, and this is definitely not your typical stock Bonanza. So once again, all you Bonanza pilots in the audience here today, don't try this with your airplane. As he does a great big A&W root beer barrel roll. Let me tell you about some of his sponsors. Hartzell Propeller, the leader in aircraft propeller systems, built on honor in Piqua, Ohio since 1917. Sirius XM, from wheels up to wheels down, Jim has superior graphical weather and entertainment at his fingertips to maximize his situational awareness and comfort. Wheelan Aerospace Technologies, producing the best high-performance lighting solutions for certified and experimental aircraft made in America since 1952. Phillips 66 aviation products at home or on the road. It's always Jim's choice for fuel. And of course, Mustang Aviation, Jim's state-of-the-art full-service FBO located in his hometown of Pierre in the great state of South Dakota. Just above the ground, I want you to watch closely what is about to happen as he gives you a beautiful topside pass of that Bonanza. He's going to pull up, roll the airplane, and up goes the landing gear. Up because he's upside down. And again, from wheels up to wheels down, he has superior graphical weather and entertainment at his fingertips to maximize his situational awareness and comfort. Thank you very much to our friends at Sirius XM. All right, we're going to bring Jim around, and again, he'll be doing a beautiful landing right in front of us, making his way to the pit area. Make sure you get your pit pass, and go over and say hi to all our performers here today.
So Brady, we just got the results from the T6 race unofficially, and if you'd pass those on to our great spectators.
Yeah, unofficially, race 5 won Gordo Sanders, Big Red. Chris LaFave, race 43, Midnight Miss, in second. And race 66, Vic McMahon and Gunslinger third. Average speed of 206.8 miles an hour. Pretty fast.
All right, now back to Roy Haffley. I see raw flames coming out low and to the left.
Yeah, what the heck is, whoa, look at that. Uh-oh. I think there was some, I was at the briefing this morning, there was some smack talk going on between Bill Brock and Jim Pites. Bill Brock in the jet car, Jim Pites in the Aerobatic Bonanza, and you have got to check out this car. It is amazing. And it is brought to you by, let's try that again. GECU has kept the credit union people helping people's philosophy at the forefront of everything we do. Today, GECU proudly serves members right across Texas and New Mexico, and we're excited to be expanding to new communities. GECU is proud to be a sponsor of this year's National Championship Air Races. For more information to become a member, visit GECU.com. And the jet car, proudly brought to you by GECU. And look at this machine. Oh, look at Jim. That machine right in front of us is powered by a Westinghouse G3448 jet engine that was originally in a Buckeye T2A aircraft. 12,000 horsepower. Oh, here comes Jim. Okay, Bill, it's hot enough out here already. Those mini sonic booms, clouds of smoke, 30-foot flames is what he's putting out there. Look at the smoke. Hey, it's gone. Where'd he go? Oh my goodness. He's hiding in his own smoke. And here comes Jim, jinxing and deking. All right. Bill Brock is going to turn the Smoke and Thunder jet car around, and he's going to get ready, and Jim Pites is going to bring that beautiful Bonanza in behind, and they're going to race each other. All right, friends, who's going to win? Who's going to get to the other end quickest? Is it going to be the Bonanza? 8 people, okay. Is it going to be the jet car? 12 people, all right. Okay, looks like Jim is starting to come around. Smoke and Thunder is getting ready. He's going to throttle up that jet car. He's going to kick in the afterburner, and he's going to get ready to go. Here comes Jim. Jim's got it just above the ground. The throttle is coming up on the jet car. He's waiting for the flag to drop. 3, 2, 1, lift off! Who was it? I can't tell. I think it was the plane. Oh, maybe it was the car. Doesn't matter. It was great. He has deployed that 14-foot ring slot parachute. 11 negative G's. Ouch! To slow that jet car down. And you know what? In over 4,300 performances, Smoke and Thunder jet car has a 100% safety record. That is amazing. Though Bill is our only performer that doesn't get to take flight, he retired in 2005 from the Air Force Reserves after logging more than 2,700 hours flying the C-130 and C-141 as a command flight engineer. He began his flying career in 1987 when he first got his pilot's license. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, what did you think of Bill Brock and the Smoke and Thunder jet car? And what do you think of Jim Pites' performance in the beautiful Bonanza as he brings that thing in? Again. Wonderful, thank you. All right, we're just going to move these aircraft around to get the jet car towed off because he's probably out of fuel. And Jim Pites to taxi away again. If you want to take a closer look at these magnificent machines and all the machines that we have here racing and performing, get your pit pass. Look at that. The wind just blew this to the page I need. That is amazing. That's a Roswell alien that did that for me.
Yes, it did, and that's a first for any of us.
I think so. You get your pit pass today, $25 for adults, $10 if you're a kid. Friday, it's $30, $17 for juniors. $43 on Saturday, $26 for juniors. Sunday, $39, $26 for juniors. And the season's pass is $131.99 if you're a junior. Here he comes, taxiing by right in front of us. Let's give Jim a big wave as he goes by. As I like to say, wave your arms, wave your hat, wave Grandma. Put me down. Yeah, put Grandma down. There he goes. Gentleman Jim Pites, one of the nicest guys you will ever meet, and just loves, like every pilot, talking about his airplane. How do you know if there is a pilot in the room? He'll tell you. That's right. And Jim's coming the other way. He's got that little window open. He's got the air conditioner on, I'm sure. Now there's a photo opportunity. Wow. Beautiful P-51D Mustang named Bunny. And Pretty Polly, the P-63 King Cobra, taxiing by. A couple of very, very rare airplanes that I will tell you more about after they take to the skies. Hey, if you're here with some young people, make sure you check out the National Championship Air Races Grad NVBAA STEM Discovery Zone. There is so much to check out there. Leprino Foods Company, of course, are presenting sponsors, and thank you very much for doing that. They have a cheese-making demonstration taking place there. There's a live drone flying area. That's the only place you can fly a drone here today, folks. What else do we have? New Mexico Tech Innovation Showcase. We've got a flight simulator zone. The Grad Augmented Reality Transporter. Live 3D printing. Printed STEM Discovery Zone Handbook. Giveaways, collector cards, it goes on and on and on. It is absolutely amazing. The Grad NVBAA STEM Discovery Zone here at the National Championship Air Races. Well, if you look out in front of you, there's a whole expanse of land, and a lot of that belongs to the Brown Brothers Ranch, which came about in 1905, and a lot of the race course is on the Brown Ranch, and we'd like to thank them very much. There's a whole section in their official program about how the ranch came along and all the history. So make sure you check that out. And we'd like to thank the Brown family for allowing us to set up in a large part of their lands. From the right, the P-51 Mustang. All right, we're going to let those two beautiful aircraft go around and get established. It's all part of the Palm Springs Air Museum. And what an honor it is to have those folks bring these two beautiful and very historic aircraft around to Roswell. The museum open daily 10 till 5, closed Thanksgiving. And it's a nonprofit living history museum dedicated to educating the public about the role of air power played in preserving America's liberties and way of life. The museum preserves exhibits and flies aircraft, as you see here today, from World War II, Korea, Vietnam, and the global war on terror. Great portion of the aircraft in the collection are in flyable condition. The Mustang. And the P-63. Let me tell you a little about that P-63. Is one of only 4 in the world right now. Pretty Polly is the name, owned by the Palm Springs Air Museum. Allison powered. Now get this, it has the drive shaft because the engine is in behind as the Mustang comes through. And it has a drive shaft that goes between the pilot's legs to drive the propeller. The engine of the P-63, of course, water-cooled, which allows the design to be very sleek relative to the radial-powered aircraft of the time, like the P-47. Manufactured by Bell, top speed of 410 miles per hour, and has that Allison V12, V1710, 1,250 horsepower engine pulling that beautiful aircraft through the sky. Flown today by Patrick Nightingale, a flight test engineer for the Boeing Company, from the right. And yes, indeed, show Bill Brock a lot of love. He gets towed by in the Smoke and Thunder jet car. Great job, Bill. And of course, the beautiful P-51D Mustang, built by North American Aviation. Very influential, changing the outcome of World War II, as we well know, having the ability to escort bombers from England all the way to Germany and back, unlike the aircraft such as the P-47. Powered by a Rolls-Royce Merlin engine, built under license by
Packard Motor Car Company of Detroit, Michigan.
You got it. I knew you'd have that, because he gives me heck every time I just say Rolls-Royce Merlin. And get your cameras ready. Here is a formation you are not going to see very often from the left. The aircraft you see here today is painted in honor of Colonel Bob Friend, a Tuskegee airman. Bob flew 142 combat missions in World War II, mostly in the Mustang. The name Bunny, the aircraft carries, is Bunny, who became Bob's wife after the war. Bob passed away at 99 and a half years old and was a regular at the Palm Springs Air Museum. Flying the P-51 Mustang today is Tom Nightingale. Now you notice the pilots of the two aircraft are both named Nightingale. No relation. No relation, I was told. And here comes Bill Brock in the other direction. Again, Section 3. He's got orange on. Make some noise. Now, as the beautiful aircraft swing around and come in on the right, you could go for a flight in that beautiful P-51 Mustang. Flights are available after the show each day. You can inquire at the Palm Springs Air Museum booth in the pit area where the Mustang will be parked, as well as the P-63. All right, once again, coming in from the right, that beautiful, beautiful formation of the two aircraft from the Palm Springs Air Museum. Here they come.
By the way, Roy, talking about the Bell fighters, they had a cannon that actually shot out of an opening at the prop spinner. Big firepower. And the cannon was built in World War II by the Oldsmobile Company of Detroit, Michigan. All of the auto companies went into production of war machines, war material, guns, whatever it was that was needed. The auto company shut down and went into full-time production. And that's why Buick built so many engines for the fighters and the bombers, Packard Motor Company.
You know, the P-51, one of those iconic World War II fighter aircraft, of course, was originally designed for the Royal Air Force. And the engine in it wasn't the greatest in the world, till they put the Merlin in there, and then it became, what movie was it where they called it the Cadillac of the Skies?
Yeah, that was a saying back in World War II, P-51.
Yeah, exactly,
Cadillac
exactly.
of the sky.
And here's a little bit of trivia. If you go over to the pit area and you go up to the aircraft, look at the profile of the wing, a laminar flow wing. It is in the shape of a lake trout. Apparently that's what they use.
Copy Mother Nature.
You got it.
Okay.
You got it.
How about the B-2 bomber? Does that look like any undersea creature you've ever seen on
No
TV?
kidding. Or a hawk in full flight.
Yes.
Yeah, so cool. All right, the gear is down. They're coming in for a landing. And once again, if you'd like to take a close look at these incredible, incredible machines, we invite you to get a pit pass and head on over to the Palm Springs Museum display. They've got all sorts of cool stuff there. And of course, you can get up close and personal. And of course, for a fee, you can go for a flight in the P-51 Mustang. Wouldn't that be something?
That P-63, by the way, was the first fighter we had with the tricycle gear. Bell did a lot of innovation. Like Roy told you, the engine was behind the pilot. Drive shaft went up to turn the propeller. Cannon fired through the nose cone. Ammunition belt in front of the pilot, behind the firewall. And by the way, in terms of racing, which we're doing this weekend, that second aircraft on the tricycle gear, when World War II ended and racing resumed in Cleveland, center of speed for aviation and air racing, it was the Bell fighters that took home top place. They had two of them they modified from the early Bell model, the Air Cobra P-39. It was real light. They took a P-63 engine, engineers modified it, put a four-bladed prop on it, and the 39 and the 63 Roy had different lengths of wing. So the P-39 had what we call a clip wing, and that was the advantageous. They beat everybody around the block. They beat all the Lockheeds, all of the Corsairs, they beat all the P-51s. And they had a mishap from one of their test pilots, and they got out of racing.
You know, Danny, as often happens at air shows and air races and stuff, you get surprises.
We love surprise. We love surprise.
Yeah, I look up and go, well, that's not on the schedule. There's a P40, and it looks like it's in AVG colors, too. I don't know if you could see the rondelles. Claire Chenot, I think, was the...
Claire Chenot, you bet. In his Flying Tigers.
Flying Tigers, that's it.
Shark's tooth on the nose.
Exactly. So, well, look at that. What a great surprise. We'll take a close look at that airplane when it comes into land.
So talking about the P-47, it too had an Allison American-built engine in it, which had limited altitude and speed capability. It did not have a two-stage supercharger like the British Rolls-Royce did. So it was relegated to the dogfight arena around 15,000 feet or so. That's a generality. However, if operated with a certain technique, it could be a formidable fighter. And the Flying Tigers, who flew those, they were mercenary pilots. They were not on service payroll. They did a tremendous score against the Japanese fighters because they flew their profile. They never got into the enemy's profile. Claire Chenot told his Flying Tiger pilots, he said, if you see the Japanese, do not get into a turning fight with the Japanese Zero airplane. Do what he used to say, do what we call a zoom, correction, a boom and zoom. Go in fast, very fast, hit your target, and then run away. Go into the clouds or do a right diving turn. The Japanese Zero, into a turn, the ailerons would stiffen up. It was meant to protect the wing from snapping off. They could not turn inside of you as you got to a higher speed. So that is the way they escaped any problem. I think they have an 11-to-1 ratio of the Flying Tigers shoot downs of the enemy. So it was very, very effective. There's a book called God is My Co-Pilot. Came out years ago. All of us kids had a fifth-generation dog-eared yellow copy of that book. Later made into a movie. Robert Lee Scott was the writer of the book. Also was the technical advisor of the movie. I think the movie came out, in 1943. Debuted outside of Macon, Georgia, which was his hometown. Great book and a great movie. You know, Roy, we can pick up 20 million thousand movies on our TV sets now. Just look up God is My Co-Pilot. You'll find it to be a great, quite actual film. No.
Ladies and gentlemen, 20 years before the Wright brothers invented the airplane, intrepid aviators such as Otto Lilienthal and Octave Chanute were successfully piloting soaring aircraft. Emulating the bird's ability to use rising air currents, they began man's adventure in flight. With no other launch method available, they launched their frail craft from ridges and hills. With no other launch method available, they would use high terrain or be towed aloft, long being the nemesis of sailplane flying. But no longer. Bob Carlton has mounted not one but two jet engines to his Foxjet sailplane that allows him to not only launch the aircraft, but also do an amazing high-speed, low-level aerobatic show. Folks, remember Bob is a retired rocket scientist. For his first act, he's climbing to over 2,000 feet, and then we'll reduce the jet engines to idle for a classic silent sailplane aerobatic demonstration. Listen for the roar of the twin engines. Listen to the roar of the jet engines, followed only by the rush of the wing over the wings as he begins his aerial ballet. Bob will now reposition his Foxjet for a demonstration of low-level aerobatics. Listen for the jet engine to spool up as he approaches show center at over 175 miles per hour. The Foxjet is the only sailplane in the world capable of such a high-speed, low-level aerobatic performance. Ladies and gentlemen, here he is, Bob Carlton, and the Foxjet twin-engine sailplane. Bob Carlton, all the way from Moriarty, New Mexico, with his wife Lori and their 2 dogs, Ginger and Dewey. He's been flying for well over 40 years and has won the 2017 Art Showmanship Award by the International Council of Air Shows, 2016 Chairman's Award winner presented by the Soaring Society of America, and a 2015 Bill Barber Award for Showmanship winner presented by World Air Show News. The Fox Jet is Bob's 10th jet sailplane. He also flies hang gliders, powered planes, helicopters, and is a licensed skydiver. In fact, he dropped with a hang glider from a balloon at 13,000 feet. Why? I don't know. The Fox Jet is brought to you by PBS Czech Republic, makers of the TJ100 jet engines that powers Bob's Fox Jet. PBS has been making military-grade hardware for decades, including the APUs on many military fighters. The TJ100 is fully computer-controlled and operated, weighs 40 pounds, and puts out an incredible 250 pounds of thrust. The engine is fully capable of powering many small aircraft. Custom components were manufactured by MM Fabrication. Parachute furnished by Paraphernalia Incorporated and Softy Parachutes. The avionics brought to you by LX Nav in Slovenia. And the music, Tamara's Love theme by Tammy Jones. A little more information about the aircraft. Fuel burn on the engines are about 75 gallons an hour. Wingspan of the aircraft is 42 feet, and it only weighs 822 pounds when empty. As mentioned earlier, the max speed, 175 miles an hour, and it'll cruise quite happily at 75% thrust at about 165 miles per hour. Now, I want you to watch closely as this beautiful sailplane, still seems weird to say jet-powered sailplane, but comes in because the landing gear configuration is a little different on a sailplane. Most sailplanes, you'll notice there is only one main gear. It's one wheel that's basically underneath his butt and a tail wheel. And there's skids on the wingtips. And most sailplanes, once they touch down, quite often will deploy a little drag chute and come to a stop, and you need a vehicle to go out there, and some people help you to move it. That's right, at least 4 strapping young people to help move the airplane. Well, we've got those jet engines on board at that aircraft. As he taxis by, let's give him a big wave, and there we go, throttles up a little bit to keep those wings level. Big round of applause for Bob Carlton, again, all the way from Moriarty, New Mexico, and that beautiful jet-powered sailplane.
Oh, thank you, Bob. Thank you, Roy. And folks, the way things are going to go now, we're going to conclude the afternoon with a race. So stay with us. And here's why I want to tell you that. It will be a jet race. It will be 6 laps. And that's total on our new course of 61 plus a few miles, 61 and some change, as they say. We'll have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 racers, if they're all ready to go and up to speed. Ed Knoll will be coming by to present that to you, and that will be our afternoon. Oh, there's a great airplane we were talking about, P-47. Big wave, if you will. P-40, I'm sorry, P-47, P-40. Thank you, Roy. With a shark's tooth on the front. By the way, that was said to be a factor that intimidated the enemy fighter pilots. But it goes back before that. The British used it in North Africa, and the British copied it from the Germans' twin-engine fighter. So who was first on base? I don't know. Who came in second? I don't know. So yes, the jet race, stay for the jet race, but here's what Roy and I want to tell you. After the jet race, you don't have to run off. There will be a show after the show, and as long as you're here, walk around the ground, see what there is to see, do some shopping for a birthday, a graduation, an anniversary.
On the back of that bull, 8 seconds is forever. At age 9, I became youth world champion. It all goes quiet. Then I nod. The next time I hear the crowd is when my boots touch the ground.
There is a place where there are no roads, no conveyances beyond 2 legs or 4. It's a vast swath of land set aside for adventure, for animals, for nature. We're visitors here in America's first designated wilderness, the Gila.
Amazing country out here. The land of enchantment, New Mexico. New Mexico true. City of Roswell, so grateful to those two entities for being part of the partnership that has put a new chapter in the life of the National Championship Air Races. And we're starting it here today. We got 3 more days of coverage of these important races, these national championships. I'm actually with the gold races on Sunday. We're certainly looking forward to it. Have enjoyed today. I got to say, we have seen some incredible racing today, including the Jet Class Heat 2B, which we had just about an hour and a quarter ago, and Tammy Camilleri dueling it out with Scott Farnsworth right down the line, and this is her account of it.
Heat 2, well, what a race, hey? I thought Scott was going to get me on those last couple of laps, but, you know, look, it's been a great race out there today. I felt a little more relaxed, a little calmer out there, and it's a great course, so it's pretty easy to find your line when you're out front, and just keep flying the same thing, not cut any pylons was the aim. We have another heat tomorrow, so we'll see how we go. I don't know, Scott might be out losing some weight, going for a jog or something, trying to get a bit lighter. I guess we're going to battle it out tomorrow again with the same sort of lineup as today, and you know, it'll be, you know, basically it's lined up in the rank that we finished this afternoon or this morning. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see. And someone just told me it's going to be a bit cooler, so it might be even a little faster.
2 races, 2 victories for Tammy Camilleri, undefeated in 2025 National Championship Air Races. This is her holding off Scott Farnsworth down to the very end in our Jet Class Heat 2B earlier today. Man, it was tight at the end. I mean, longer than the end. The last 3 laps were tight.
Yeah, that was a very close race all the way, and Tommy, what really proved out was that having the pole position, the inside track, made the difference for her in holding Scott off, for sure.
And if you're going to pick your pole positions, pick the number 1. That's good advice for anyone. Some of the displays out here, the folks are out there enjoying what is a big, important part of this yearly gathering in September. And Now it's happening in New Mexico.
Very historic
Special
airplane right
Oh,
there.
what is
Tommy.
that, Rob?
That is
Huh?
B-29. That's the Fifi aircraft based in Fort Worth, Texas. It's one of only 2 B-29s that are flyable in the world today.
Wow.
And such an honor to have it here at Roswell. And down in front, you see the F-18 F-18 Hornet.
Yeah.
Cockpit. I'll get the words right. Words are hard today. That's Dewey Larson and the Dream Big cockpit experience. And you'll notice it's painted in the paint scheme of Maverick from Top Gun Maverick.
All right, okay.
And
I recognize
the
that.
folks here at Roswell were able to bring Dewey in, and you can get your picture made in that airplane, just like Tom Cruise. And that's actually coordinated and approved with Paramount, who made the movie. So
it's cool.
Nothing's too good for the fans here at the National Championship Air
It's
Races.
a treat. It's a treat for them. That's why they show up from all over the world. I had no idea the B-29 was that big. I've never seen one in person. You say there's only 2 in the world.
There's 2 left that are flyable. There's several in museums around the world, but there's 2 that are flying. Fifi based in Fort Worth, Texas, and Doc based in the Kansas City area. And we had both of them at Oshkosh this year flying together, which was absolutely historic and beautiful. But phenomenal airplane. If you ever get a chance to see it in person, I encourage you to do it. They do make tours around the country. Very, very historic airplane. Not the exact airplane, but the same type of airplane that dropped the atomic bombs to end World War II.
The Enola Gay?
The Enola Gay. And Boxcar was the second
other one,
B-29, yes.
Incredible. Just a treat for the folks here. Checking out our new digs now for the National Championship Air Races. Roswell International Air Center here. A lot of aviation history, not just this week, but all through the last several decades. Going way back into the 20s and 30s. It's just a wonderful place and a great welcoming place for the continuation of this one-of-a-kind, iconic sporting event in America.
You know what else is really interesting about having Fifi here is Roswell International Air Center used to be Walker Air Force Base back in the day, and B-29s were based there.
Oh, really?
So B-29s have flown off of these runways in the past.
Maybe
right?
Fifi feels back home.
Yeah, I don't know if that airframe was there, but there were B-29s
Could have
there.
been. Could have
guaranteed.
been,
Even B-52s, it was in operation that long. And obviously still an Air Force base during the infamous Roswell UFO incident, whether that's true or not. But, what a great event. We're so excited to be in Roswell.
Absolutely.
And I think, Tommy, you mentioned earlier what a great partnership with State of New Mexico and City of Roswell.
Yeah, New Mexico, true, and City of Roswell. Man, oh man. It's an exceptional place. There's no place like it in America, and it's a fascinating country. The southeast corner of the state of New Mexico, the land of enchantment. We have been enchanted by some great racing today. We got one more race. You see it right there, Jet Heat 2A. The top qualifiers in the jet class here. So we are anticipating the start of that race in a few minutes, but man, stay with us because it is on the way.
live stream cruise.
Mr. Scott Farnsworth in number 38, followed by the number 54 pace plane flown by Phil Fogg with Michael Steiger, a gold winner. 2 gold winners are sitting in that pace plane right now. Mr. Phil Fogg is the pilot, and the observer pilot is Mr. Michael Steiger. Both have won gold, and there's a special thing about Michael's gold that Mr. Ed Knoll is going to tell us all about.
Well, Mike has gold. I believe he has 2 golds in race 5, but he has a world speed record and a USA national speed record in the 15-kilometer. It's a closed course where you fly out 7.5 kilometers and come back 7.5. So you see a guy up there, and he's the one in the back seat at this time, and he is a world record speed holder.
But there's something special about that plane, and you are being very humble. Mr. Ed Knoll is the owner of Race 5. That's not here this year, but it's the plane that holds all those records. And what is the name of your plane?
American Spirit. And it was a wonderful thing. I found out from Bob Buttons, who owned it prior to me and had it painted. All of his trucks are red, white, and blue. And he and his painter were talking, and he said, "Why did you pick the red, white, and blue?" He says, "Because I like my trucks that way, because I'm a good American." And then his friend said, "Well, that's a painter," well, also his friend said, "Well, is there anything else?" He says, "Yeah, I'm just full of the spirit of it." So the painter said, "Okay, it's American Spirit."
That is a beautiful name. And God bless America, and God bless Roswell for letting us bring the National Championship Air Races to your beautiful town. We're having a blast in the jet class, and now we're waiting because they're doing something lining up right now. They're lining up in opposite order of how they're going to take off. That's why we started with the number 6 plane all the way to the pace plane. And I'm going to let you take over and talk a little bit about that, Ed.
Absolutely. So what they're going to do is they're going to come out onto the runway, and the last plane comes out first, and he sets in distance, and he swings it points his nose towards.
We are just about ready to go with the grand finale of the racing today, the National Championship Air Races. This is Thursday. 4 days of coverage we are bringing you here, taking you all the way to Sunday. And as you can see, this finale for today is going to be jet, and not just jet. This is the A-class jet. Heat number 2A, and Rob Lowe, we have 6 planes about to take to the skies, along with our pace plane.
6 aircraft, absolutely, total of 7. And you just heard the house announcer, Lunar Sawyer, from the jet class, married to Jerry Jive Kirby. And you'll see him race, and you see in the right side of your screen, we've got in-cockpit video from Jive's airplane. And we're going to have that all race long, so you'll be able to see it going around the pylons. And the aircraft are pulling out onto the runway kind of in reverse order. so that as they get ready to roll, the pace plane will be the first aircraft to roll, and then they will depart in qualifying order, if you will. And so we'll see that. So you see your number 6 aircraft on the left, the red and white aircraft of Mark Davis, and then the black L-29. The rest of the aircraft in this particular pairing are all L-39s, all of which are Czechoslovakian trainers built by the Aerobatic Corporation. And the L-29, the black one, you can see a little bit older styling. That is the older aircraft. The L-39 replaced it. Both types of aircraft built to be trainers and in the third world, and now they're fairly widely available on the open market. And there's our pace plane that you heard Lunar talking about with Phil Fogg and Michael Steiger, 2 gold-winning pilots in that aircraft. They will be the pace plane and our safety observer.
Yep. Stuff, and here we go.
Great shot in the right side there out of Jive's aircraft. Did you see the red aircraft on the left side? Scott Farnsworth, number 38, race 38, no compromise. You can also see him right out of Jive's cockpit on the right side.
Yeah. We got him in stereo here, so that's good. Scott Farnsworth, our number 1 qualifier here, 448.8 miles an hour, so he will take to the skies first, lead our race planes out there. Jive Kurt, race number 11, Ivan, the L-39C, from inside and out. We do appreciate Jerry Kirby giving us the opportunity to put the camera in there. That red-white plane right there is race number 8 from San Diego, California, David Sterling.
Beautiful L-39 as he begins to rotate. You can see Jive taking off on the inset to your right and on the big portion. And coming up next, Scott Gusikoff, all the way from Milan, Michigan, in race 84. The aircraft he calls Tumbling Goose. If you can see it, ladies and gentlemen, check out the helmet. Scott has a bright purple mohawk
on top of his helmet.
Yeah.
Okay, I like that. All right. There's Bob McCormick in one of his 2 planes here. That is Athena. We'll be in the A class and the B class of jet racing here, much like Scott Farnsworth, our number 1 pole position plane. And there's checkmate. Race number 90, Mark Davis. Mark Davis.
Bird over pylon 8.
Seen him in the other classes as well. All right, they will go up following the pace plane out there. He will take them up above our racetrack and around to the left, and they will get lined up, positioned, ready to descend on our racetrack, and the race will begin momentarily.
I was born in these mountains. Got my first pair of skis when I was 3. I was never afraid to go fast. I got faster until nobody could catch me. 154.06 miles per hour. The fastest American ever.
Straight down into the core of the Earth, 700 feet beneath the surface. Stalagmites and stalactites, million-year-old all-stars in a natural stadium, carved by water, populated by bats, and marveled by all. Carlsbad Caverns National Park.
Welcome indeed to Roswell. Roswell very welcoming of this incredible sporting event. And It's a legend of September, we could call it. The National Championship Air Races. For decades, the 60th year, as a matter of fact, of the National Championship Air Races, and a new chapter, a new beginning. We moved from Nevada to the land of enchantment, New Mexico. We've got all kinds of racing coming up this week. Plenty of racing for you in 5 different classes, but right now it's jet racing. The number one, the fastest motorsport on Earth. Part of the National Championship Air Races. This is going to be the grand finale of racing for today. The show will continue on. After that, there's plenty to see here for all these fans who are making their way to Roswell, New Mexico.
Well, Tommy, let's take a look at our course here real quick. We are on our largest and fastest course. It's a little over 10 miles, has 10 pylons to it. It's our fastest course. The aircraft will come line abreast. You'll see that momentarily. They have to stay in their lane once they've been told they have a race until they get to the guide pylon. Pylon number 1, just to the right of the start-finish line there. Then they can pull in front of each other and the race is on. We will do 5 laps around at speeds approaching 500 miles per hour in these jet course. All these aircraft are limited to production aircraft, no swept wings, no afterburners. The ejection seats have been disabled, but these jet aircraft, all from either L-29 or L-39 Aerobatic. We're looking forward to a very exciting and fast race here, Tommy. This ought to be exciting.
And some great teams, great pilots, great jets ready to show us what they can do here. We reignite this great event.
30 degrees to go for the turn. Think about it, getting in position.
Tommy, we're going to be able to hear the radio from the pace plane. Phil Fogg and Mike Steiger moving these aircraft. You'll hear him adjust them by number. You can see the aircraft on your screen rolling out from their turn on the final. They are entering the chute. Let's listen in and hear him adjust and get them ready to race.
Jet races, bring it out on the line. Look, it's nice. Nice job, 9-0.
They're looking good.
Through 210 knots, accelerating.
All right, throttle's coming up, nose coming down on all the aircraft, listening to the pace plane.
Through 250, jets, looking good. 8411, bring them up.
So, Tommy, that 250 was 250 knots indicated, so that they all know what the target is. You can see the smoke coming out of the back of the throttles are coming up.
Bring it in, bring it up. 270 knots, accelerating. Course ahead, keep it in here. Excellent, 8-4, always good.
8-4, Scott Gusikoff and Tumbling Goose.
All right, Gold Jet Racers, you have a race.
And there we go, Tommy. You see our pace plane pulling up. We will perform a safety function up and above, and our racers are fully coming downhill now, down the chute. This is going to be exciting, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, they've got to stay in their lane until the guide pylon. They can maneuver and they can accelerate and get out in front of each other. They just can't turn in front until they pass the guide pylon. Now, here you see them just about to that point. They're going to come in front of our camera here from left to right. You see our pole, Scott Farnsworth there on the inside track. He starts that turn, and there he's passing the guide pylon right there. So now they can cut in front of each other if they're in front, and the race is on, Tommy.
We are in lap number 1, and Scott Farnsworth has already raced the most recent jet race here on this Thursday and was just trimmed at the finish line by Tammy Camilleri. And he's probably ready to get a little back this time around. He's in some fast company, though.
Yeah, absolutely. And Jerry Jive Kirby in second place there, the black jet, race 11. And behind him, David Sterling in race 8. You can see positions 1, 2, and 3 here. So Farnsworth qualified just a little bit faster, and he's able to hold that inside track from the pole position and make his way around here, holding as they're now approaching the westernmost portion of our race course, and beginning to accelerate and start their left turn again right here. They pass through the final 7, 8, 9, and 10 pylons and make their way back home. Watch this, Tommy. We're going to come right into your living room, nice and low over the pylon cam.
Get ready to duck.
That's
Good stuff.
absolutely amazing. There's our leader, Scott Farnsworth. No compromise, race 38.
As they do 61 miles. Here he comes.
Started in the pole position, hanging on to that very deftly so far. He's going to keep it up for a full 6 laps as he enters lap number 2.
He's doing a great job holding the lead, staying low, staying tight. Scott Farnsworth doing very well. He has 2 aircraft here this week, and he flew the other one in the B pairing earlier, and this is no compromise. His L39 here in the A pairing. And there you can see, here we go, coming right to you here on the backside, right into your living room again with the pylon cam out in the desert. As only we can do here at the National Championship Air Races, Tommy, bring you the best of the best on the camera shots here.
Keeping it down there close to the deck makes it that much more dramatic from his point of view, and ours as well.
Everybody that's with us on the live stream and the broadcast, you're getting the best views anywhere of all of this. There was a jump back to Jerry Jive Kirby. A little bit windy out there for our camera folks today, and so now we're back to the longer reach cam here. This is our leader, again coming around the final turns, finishing lap number 2 here for Scott Farnsworth in the no compromise race number 38.
This is no compromise. His other airplane was Perseverance. We saw him in the last race. He got motivational statements for the names of his planes, so that shows he's a guy with a purpose.
Absolutely. You see him circle around towards the back part of the course. He's heading around pylons 3, 4, and headed for pylon 5.
He's stepping it out, not being challenged in any serious way yet, but we're still in the first half of this race.
A little bit lower of a line than Dave, and now when he's passing, he has to coordinate his on the radio. Correct, Dave?
You're clear.
Absolutely.
And you hear the calls on the radio where you're clear. That's the racers talking to each other as one comes around the other one, letting them know that you're actually clear. You can pull back in. So while it's very competitive and they're all trying to win, they also realize that safety is a huge part of it.
Yeah, that's the number one. Yeah.
It's hard to see backwards out of a jet. So the help from your fellow racers is very much appreciated. But like you said, Tommy, here from the start, Scott Farnsworth has been out front, and he's just kind of staying there. Looks to be stretching that lead out over Jive Kirby, who's in second place.
Already halfway through, that completes lap number 3 for Scott Farnsworth as he makes the far turn, so to speak, and heads for home.
He's coming around outside. Now they have to pass on the outside. They cannot pass on the inside. So Bob's going to take him over. He's going to do it now. And it looks like Scott Gusikov, well, he's still in 5, and Dave Sterling, he is trying to catch up.
Kirby hanging in. Race number 11, Bob McCormick.
We're sticking with our leader here.
Started the day in 5th. Now he's moved up to 3rd place, Bob McCormick has.
Folks, the L29.
But L29, you remember, was that black L29 that started in 5th position when we started earlier today.
Yeah.
So he's got it hooked up and rolling, overtaking some of these L39s.
Pleasure with you, Bob. Not clear yet. I'm really up to you.
We're taking Jive. Number 1 is going by
See if McCormick, maybe we'll catch that here in a minute, be able to move up even further. Not sure how close he's.
Go down this valley of speed for Bob McCormick to pick up that pace and get in front of Scott. He's got to do it in this kind of straightaway, doesn't he?
Race 1, you're clear.
Farnsworth presses on. We go back in the field a little bit.
There goes McCormick to the right, the L29.
Fina moving up.
Moving up there. And you see he's kind of stretched out from his competition. You can see, but a great shot of that beautiful black L29 there, Tommy.
We've got number 5 and 6. I believe that's Scott in number 84, Scott Gusikov.
And then here we are at back to our leader coming around the south end of our race course here on our fastest, little over 10-mile course. Scott Farnsworth.
Stretching it out, making a lead, a mountain that it's going to be probably too hard to climb if he could just keep everything perking along here, and he is moving out.
So this airplane.
He is making away. Here we are in lap 5 as he continues to make his way down the backside. Around the south end, coming right over our pylon cam out in the desert. Coming right to us here as he completes the circle here on the south end. And rolls back into the Valley of Speed, Tommy. We're excited. This is the fastest aircraft at the races. This is the fastest class of those aircraft. And rolling in the Valley of Speed right here for the next to the last time. He's going to get the white flag right here as he goes by. And we are on the final lap, Tommy.
Yusikoff just keeping it steady like he's on rails, just flying the course. Probably not pressing anything at this point. You don't need to break your stuff when you got a lead like that.
Yeah, Scott Farnsworth, here he is making his way down one last time down the backside of the race course. And been able to hold pretty steady from initially from the start. Appears to be, it may be a wire-to-wire lead. We'll see.
Well, he's just coming off getting nipped at the finish line in his Jet B class race about an hour and a half ago. It's more than making up for it. Jet A.
Yeah, the aircraft is absolutely rolling as he heads now down into the final pylon 7, 8, 9, and 10. Wrapping up this little bit more than 10-mile course. One last time on the white flag lap here. All holds as it looks to be. Farnsworth looks to be our apparent winner. And as he comes around those pylons, you see he's given him, he's not too far wide, but he is wide enough. That, there you can see now beginning to catch him McCormick. Not enough laps, but as it comes to the final thing, McCormick in the L29 in second has come all the way from 5th. But there's your winner right there. Scott Farnsworth, unofficial winner, race 38 as he pulls up and off the course. And it appears that your unofficial second place was Bob McCormick.
Yep.
Black L29. We watch the other racers begin to come across the final finish line here. And we've got another racer here at the back of the pack making his way around.
638 off of pylon 6 out of cooldown.
That's a checkmate. We're watching right there.
Race 90.
Race 90.
Mark Davis.
Yeah.
Yep. Doing a good job. Just nice and steady and smooth around pylon 10. In the Valley of Speed right there.
And number 6, brave man to bring a super class airplane into the gold, and that is
Race 90.
off of pylon.
And that'll do it. 7 planes having crossed the start-finish line right there. But, man, from the very start, it was Scott Farnsworth.
He was. You could see him here as he starts out early. He's got the lead. He stayed inside. He was able to pull away from the field. And there you can see the rest of the field as they begin to. So some of the tighter racing was back in the pack. But Farnsworth here in the red race 38 was out front and stayed there the entire time, Tommy. Making the big move here, you see the L29 of Bob McCormick. That's Athena, race number 1. And there you can see it making the pass here back in the pack. A little bit as he makes his way around, so there was some movement. He came all the way from the 5th starting spot to finish and unofficially finish 2nd. But here we come to the checkered flag right here. Scott Farnsworth, your unofficial winner, race 38.
Scott Farnsworth, like Bob McCormick, doing double duty here. Jet competition, got 2 planes working, one in Jet B and one A, both of those pilots. But Scott Farnsworth, man, dominant. Race 38, no compromise, your winner. Heat 2A, Bob McCormick, you see Jet number 1, Athena in second to Jerry Jive Kirby. And thanks again, Jerry Kirby, for letting us view the camera shots from your plane. Number 11, Ivan in 3rd place, David Sterling, race 8. Scott Guskoff, Tumbling Goose, 84 in 5th place. 6th place, Mark Davis, race 90, checkmate.
Tommy, it was exciting.
Man, it was. It was fun. Been waiting for this a long time, 2 years.
Absolutely. Great day.
And great to see you here, Rob. And we have got a big day coming your way tomorrow, Friday. We'll have plenty of that. Stol Racing is going to kick it off right around 8:30 local time, Mountain Time, tomorrow morning. We'll hit it with some racing, some biplane heats, more Stol, F1. 2 heats of F1, two heats of biplane. That's just the morning for you right there.
Just the morning.
That's just a tease of what we get started. So please make plans to join us. I know it's a work day tomorrow, but when you can, we'll have something for you. Until then, we'll see you tomorrow for day number 2, the National Championship Air Races.